The Fight of the Fallen, Guardians of Summerfeld Book 2, by Melissa Delport. Chapter 1. Quinn Harden watched her niece and nephew meeting their new foster mother with mixed emotions. She had raised the children herself, for 2 years, until they were taken from her by the very people she considered family, the Guardians of Summerfeld. When Jack and Ava were taken, Quinn, a guardian herself, had spent months defying the other guardians and trying desperately to get the children back. It was ironic that she was now letting them go to return to her duties. Introducing Jack and Ava to their aunt, Camille, and their teenage cousin Monique, who was also a guardian, went even better than Quinn had expected. The new home that Camille had been assigned had 3 bedrooms and had previously belonged to a Fae family of 4. The Fae children had grown up, and the parents did not need the extra space. They were only too happy to offer up their home at the guardian's request. Camille was the most natural mother Quinn had ever encountered. Her maternal instinct was especially strong towards Jack and Ava, being her brother's children, but Quinn secretly suspected Camille would be just as accepting of any child in need. She was just made that way. Jack and Ava responded to her immediately, from the moment she squeezed them both in a bone-crushing bear hug.
"They're so beautiful,"
Camille repeated over and over, tears shining in her eyes.
"I'm so proud of you,"
she added, ruffling Tristan's hair just as she had done to Jack a moment before. The children became alarmed when Quinn explained they would be staying with Camille, but they calmed down when she promised she would be just down the street and that she would visit often. Both Jack and Ava seemed almost too accepting of their fate, and Quinn felt an irrational surge of anger towards the guardians who had shunted them around as if they were nothing more than possessions. But she swallowed it down. She might not like the way things were, but she had come to accept it, and worse, to understand why it had to be this way. The children were important, but nothing was more valuable than keeping the inhabitants of Summerfeld safe from the vampires who hunted them. After feeding the children, including Monique, an ample lunch of fish, salad, and fresh bread smothered in the Summerfeld equivalent of butter, Camille gave Quinn a secret look. "Tristan, why don't you and Monique take the kids out back and let them work off some energy?" Quinn murmured. Tristan was still hesitant, unsure how to fully connect with the children he barely knew, but he kept his outward composure and played his part well.
"I can take you down the road to see the dragon eggs,"
he coaxed, when the children balked at the idea of being parted from Quinn and Camille. Ava needed no further convincing, rushing forward to take his hand, and Jack followed her lead.
"What happened yesterday?"
Camille asked the second the door closed behind them. Quinn had not had a chance to speak to her alone after the meeting the previous morning. Nothing was discussed except for Jack and Ava's return, Quinn promised. "But I meant what I said. I promise I will tell you everything I can about anything concerning Monique."
"Isaiah says I can't watch her training sessions."
"That's understandable. Guardian training is intense. It's not dangerous," she added quickly when Camille looked aghast. "It's just not something that a mother would want to witness. Monique will be perfectly safe with Isaiah. He cares very deeply for all of us."
"What if I promise not to interfere? I can just watch. I won't even open my mouth."
"I wasn't finished." Quinn smiled. "The main reason you can't be present at her training is that a lot of that time will be spent studying the sacred book." Camille looked blank, and Quinn clarified, "It contains our entire history. It was transcribed from the scrolls that King Eldon himself recorded. Only a guardian is privy to those secrets." Camille mulled this over, and Quinn was convinced that she would argue, but surprisingly, she changed the subject.
"I may have accepted this. For my daughter's safety, I will go along with it and allow her to remain here, even going through her training,"
she said, as though it took all of her willpower to do so.
"But, Quinn, Monique is only 15. You said it yourself. Training takes years. Monique may be infatuated with the city right now, but how long do you think she will be content to stay put?
I'm not sure I follow.
I know my daughter. Sure, she's one of you now, and you have a bond that I don't understand. But I have raised her all her life, loved her all her life. Trust me, Monique will need human interaction. It's only a matter of time.
Why are you telling me this?
Because I am doing something for you. I am raising Jack and Ava.
For the first time, Quinn saw just how far Camille would go to protect her child, to ensure her happiness. She would resort to blackmail. Quinn was not sure if it frightened or impressed her. So you want me to do something for you? She guessed. Camille did not deny it.
I want you to promise me that you will keep my daughter safe. If she ventures outside of the city limits, for any reason, I want your word that you will be with her, that you will protect her, and make sure she comes to no harm. And
She added, as Quinn started to explain that would not present a problem.
I want you to take her outside the city, if ever she asks. And me too, for that matter.
Camille had obviously thought long and hard about this, wavering between wanting Monique never to leave the city for fear of attack and concern that living in a cage, no matter how beautiful, was not living at all. That's impossible, Quinn breathed. I would be acting against the Guardians.
The Guardians will not control my child,
Camille snapped.
I am her mother, and she deserves more than this. More than a life confined to a small village with no one else her age to talk to, no friends. She deserves to have at least a few forays into the world that was her home for 15 years. To interact with humans, well, ordinary humans.
She added graciously.
She is only 15.
She stressed again, pleadingly, and they both fell silent. Quinn could so easily understand Camille's concerns. She had grown up in Somerfeld after her mother's death and had longed for the moment she could leave and explore the world. She had envied others, ordinary people who spent their lives without the heavy burden of the guardianship that was both a blessing and a curse. Monique would, of course, visit Man's Realm frequently when her training was completed, but she would never experience it through the eyes of an ordinary teenage girl. And what Camille was asking was not too much. Just a few trips into town, possibly a movie or a visit to a diner. Quinn could very easily keep her safe, especially if she took Monique out during the day. It was hardly as though a coven of vampires would be waiting to ambush them in broad daylight. Camille's expression was guarded, but Quinn could see, too, the desperate need for herself, for the opportunity to visit the place that she would always call home. Camille wanted this for herself, as much as for Monique. Essentially, her daughter's fate had made her a prisoner of the city, and, as willing as she was to endure it for Monique's sake, Camille needed to know that she would see her own kind again. Sighing, Quinn stretched over and placed her hand on top of Camille's. Okay, she relented. She owed it to the woman who was dedicating her life to caring for Jack and Ava. It was the least she could do. I promise, but I am going to have to speak to Isaiah.
No.
Camille, Isaiah hasn't left the cathedral for 500 years. There is no way I can sneak you or Monique out without him seeing us. Camille bit down on her bottom lip, but she could see the logic in Quinn's reasoning.
All right,
she agreed.
But you had better convince him.
I will. Quinn feigned a confidence she didn't feel. But in the meantime, I need you to help me with one more thing. You don't by any chance have a needle and thread, do you? She asked, picking up Bibi, the soft teddy bear with the floppy hat which Ava had left on the floor beside the table. In the end, it was Freya who provided the needle and thread. With deft hands, she expertly removed one of the stuffed bear's arms and wordlessly handed both pieces to Quinn, averting her eyes as she did so. It never ceased to amaze Quinn how respectful the Fae were of guardian business. Camille, on the other hand, showed no such restraint. She peered curiously over Quinn's shoulder as she inserted her hand into the plush toy, groping around carefully until her finger brushed the rock-hard surface. Pinching the crystal between her first and second fingers, she slowly withdrew it. "Here," she passed the bear back to Freya, who immediately set about repairing the damage. Quinn gazed down at the crystal with mixed emotions. Avery's crystal was as beautiful as Avery herself had been, a stunning aquamarine. It was smaller than Quinn's amber crystal, only slightly bigger than a quail's egg. Unlike Quinn's own crystal, it did not feel warm in her grasp, probably because it did not belong to her. Quinn remembered the day that she and Avery had found their crystals, the gems calling to them, as they had to their predecessors. When a new guardian was branded, they instinctively knew where to locate their crystals. It was yet another inexplicable part of Eldon's magic. Quinn had retrieved hers first, in an abandoned building not far from its previous owner's family home, but Avery's crystal had been hidden deep in a forest over 300 miles from the place where her predecessor had fallen to the vampires. Quinn had followed Avery through the trees, the dry autumn leaves crunching underfoot. Avery had smiled as she slipped her hand inside a small circular hollow in an elm tree, withdrawing the aquamarine stone.
"It's prettier than yours,"
she had teased, turning it over in her hand in reverent wonder. Quinn's own amber crystal had weighed heavily in her pocket, a symbol of the life she was leaving behind.
"Where are you going to hide yours?"
Avery continued. "I can't tell you that," Quinn scolded. It didn't matter that they were sisters, twins even. Every guardian had a duty to protect the location of his or her crystal. It was known only to the guardian to whom it belonged. They had gone their separate ways then, stowing their crystals in private, but had reconvened in Summerfeld a week later to begin their guardian training. Quinn never did discover the first hiding place that Avery had chosen, but she had obviously moved it around, even wearing it around her neck at times when they were alone, although Quinn was fairly certain the guardians would have had something to say about that had they known. And then she had, at some point, hidden it inside the soft toy that her daughter cherished. Why Avery had even left a clue, Quinn could not understand. She didn't know if Avery had written the note years before, or if she had scrawled it hurriedly when she realized she would not survive her attack. If it had been the latter, did Avery know something, realize that no new guardian would come for it? Her crystal should, by all accounts, have been found by her replacement, but no replacement had ever come forward. It was as if Avery had known. Was her note simply a safeguard in case the crystal was not retrieved, or was it an omen that something was changing within the guardianship?
"Quinn?"
Freya's voice pulled Quinn from her own thoughts, and she glanced up to find Camille and Freya regarding her with mutual concern.
"Is this all right?"
Freya asked gently, passing BB over. The fairy's needlework was impressive. There was no sign at all that the bear had undergone any surgery. "It's perfect," Quinn smiled, stowing the crystal in the pocket of her black pants. Invariably, the twins cried when Quinn and Tristan left, clinging to Quinn's legs like barnacles. They were, after all, not yet 3, and despite her best efforts to explain things, they didn't understand.
Just go,
Camille ordered calmly.
They'll settle down after you leave.
You're sure? Quinn wavered.
Monique was exactly the same. Her first 2 weeks at kindergarten, it took 3 teachers to pull her off me.
She smiled, lifting Ava in one practiced movement and gesturing to Monique to follow suit with Jack.
They are very young, Quinn. They will adjust far more quickly than you think,
she added, compassion shining in her kind eyes. If it were anyone but Camille, Quinn would never have been able to leave. But leave she did. She stopped only once they had turned the corner at the end of the cobbled street, coming to a halt and letting the tears flow.
Quinn?
Tristan stepped forward, concerned. "I'm fine," she sniffed, visibly pulling herself together.
They're here.
He said, placing an arm around her shoulder, offering his support.
You did it. They're safe now.
"They are," she smiled sadly. "But at what cost?" Tristan didn't have any words to comfort her, so instead he pulled her against him, his chin resting on the top of her head. Quinn let herself relax into his embrace, allowing his gentle stroking of her back to soothe her. She did not know how she felt about him, or how far she was willing to go to find out. Tristan had admitted things to her that she could scarcely believe possible. Whether he loved her or not, Quinn couldn't be sure, but he had confessed that he might have made a mistake choosing Avery. A part of her wished that they could just pick up where they had left off, but a larger part of her knew that that was simply not possible. Or was it? She had certainly felt no guilt being in his arms. It had only seemed natural and right. Tristan's lips brushed against her temple, and Quinn stepped out of his arms, not trusting herself to be so near to him when her defenses were this low. "I better get this crystal to the others," she said, as a way to explain her sudden withdrawal.
You got it?
Tristan's eyes widened incredulously. "I got it," she beamed, pulling it from her pocket. Tristan's eyes were drawn to the pale blue crystal like a moth to a flame.
It's so beautiful.
He murmured, surprising Quinn. "You've never seen it?"
No.
He shook his head. Quinn suspected that Avery had stopped wearing it. The last time she had seen it around Avery's neck was when the photograph had been snapped at the bed and breakfast, all those years ago. When they had returned to Summerfeld to discover one of their friends had been killed, the guilt had plagued them. Avery had taken a long-term assignment, and Quinn had remained behind to train the replacement guardian, the man who stood before her now. "It's the color of your eyes, you know," Quinn murmured. Tristan didn't respond, his eyes still fixed on the gem in her hand. "You want to come with me?" she asked, returning it to her pocket. He nodded. Chapter 2. Most of the Guardians were milling around the cathedral, save for Piper, who Quinn assumed was still inside the city, mourning the loss of Vivian, the old Omega female werewolf. Piper was the closest Guardian friend Quinn had, a kind, compassionate soul who felt things very deeply. Quinn was still seething over the decision to send Rafe and Shannon, two wolves who had been cast out of the pack, back inside the city, where certain death awaited. Quinn couldn't worry about that right now, though. She had come to deliver Avery's crystal into safe hands. This had been the trade she had bargained with. Avery's lost crystal in return for the twins being allowed to stay within the city. Glancing around for Daniel, Quinn noticed her father was also absent, and was surprised to learn he was visiting with Rafe and Shannon. Quinn had never had an easy relationship with Braden. Avery had gotten along with him far better than she had. Avery had claimed that their turbulent relationship was due to the fact that they were too alike, which irked Quinn, who didn't like being compared to someone she could barely tolerate. "Daniel." Quinn made her way straight to where Daniel sat at a table with Blair beside him. "A deal's a deal," Quinn said, dropping the crystal into his open palm.
Not so fast, Quinn.
Daniel boomed as she turned to leave. "What now?" She sighed. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Isaiah standing close by, his arms crossed over his chest, a thoughtful expression on his wise face.
You have fulfilled your end of the bargain.
Daniel began.
I'm sure I don't need to remind you how valuable this crystal is.
"You don't," Quinn agreed. The 12 crystals were the single most important relics of the entire guardianship. Without them, the Rose Gate could not be opened, and the temple housing Eldon's heirs, and the powerful magic of the Fae, would remain sealed for all eternity. The crystals were Somerfeld's last defense against attack.
You found your sister's crystal.
Daniel continued, as though she hadn't spoken.
I believe there's a reason for that. It is yours to possess, until its new owner lays claim to it.
The new owner who hasn't emerged in over 2 years? Quinn quipped, shaking her head. She had half expected this, but she did not want to bear this responsibility. If anything were to happen to Avery's crystal, she didn't want to be the one held responsible. Surely you are better equipped to protect it, Daniel? Or you, Isaiah? She inclined her head at him.
No.
Isaiah stepped forward out of the shadows.
Daniel is right. You alone knew where it was hidden. I don't think that should change.
Then why did you have me find it? Quinn asked irritably. Why didn't you just let me leave it where it was?
We had to be sure.
Daniel answered, an edge to his voice. You thought I would lie? That I would pretend to know where it was? Her voice rose indignantly.
I thought you would do just about anything to find your sister's children.
Daniel retorted.
Even if it meant lying to the rest of us, yes.
Point taken, Quinn grumbled. She could hardly deny it.
Make sure you hide it well, Quinn.
Isaiah smiled. A commotion at the altar distracted them all, and they turned to find Piper, red-faced and flustered, gasping for breath, still holding on to Kellen's hand. The Fae never left the city, and a gasp of shock ran through the Guardians. Quinn, however, suspected there was only one reason Kellen would come through the portal. Freya must be in labor.
Quinn!
Kellen's worried face creased into a relieved, euphoric smile.
I've been looking everywhere for you.
It's time? Quinn asked, already moving forward.
It's time,
he confirmed.
Quinn.
She turned towards Daniel's voice and instinctively caught the crystal as he tossed it over to her. He said nothing more. The wards came first, and if Kellen needed Quinn, then everything else would have to wait. They raced towards Kellen's house, Quinn arriving first and then hesitating at the front door. Hopping from foot to foot, she urged Kellen to hurry, not wanting to enter their home unannounced.
She's here,
Kellen called through towards the bedroom as he opened the front door and Quinn tumbled inside.
Go on.
He nodded.
She's waiting for you.
Quinn dashed through the living room into Freya's bedroom, skidding to a halt just inside the door. 2 Fae women were already in the room with Freya, assisting with the delivery. One sat at her bedside, wiping her forehead with a cool, damp cloth, and the other sat at the base of the bed, between Freya's widespread legs. Averting her eyes, Quinn skirted the edge of the room to come and sit on Freya's other side.
Here.
The Fae woman, who Quinn recognized as Anais, one of the fairy healers, handed her the cloth and then obediently stepped back to allow Kellen to sit beside his wife. How are you feeling? Quinn asked, as she wiped Freya's damp hair off her face. There were dark circles under Freya's eyes, and she had the dull, glazed look of someone in extreme pain.
I'll be okay,
Freya replied, her voice barely more than a whisper. Quinn took hold of her hand and squeezed it, wishing she could take the pain away. Kellen, holding onto Freya's other hand so tightly that it was going slightly blue, looked as though he was about to be sick.
It's time,
Anais called, from the edge of the bed. She stood beside the midwife, who looked up and nodded.
You ready to push, Freya?
She asked. Freya nodded with a grim determination. Quinn had never witnessed childbirth before. She had been away on a mission when Jack and Ava had been born. They had been born a few weeks prematurely, and Quinn had been at once devastated to miss their birth, and relieved that she had not had to witness such an intimate moment between Avery and Tristan. Now she kept her eyes on Freya's face. It was beautiful, even contorted in agony as it was now, and Quinn whispered words of encouragement, a surge of fierce pride for her friend, and honor that she had been asked to be present flowing through her. A few seconds later, a tiny cry echoed around the room, and Quinn could not restrain herself any longer. The tiny baby being thrust into Kellen's arms was perfect in every way. Slightly blue, and more wrinkled than Quinn had expected, the child's delicate features were unmistakably fae-like, down to the slight point at the top of the still-folded ears. Oh, Freya. Quinn smiled down at the exhausted new mother, tears pricking at her eyelids.
It's a girl,
Kellen declared, beaming with pride.
Sage.
Freya spoke knowingly, as if they had already discussed it. Gently, Kellen passed the still-screaming baby into Freya's arms, and she immediately pushed down the light sheet covering her upper body. The baby latched onto her breast and the wailing stopped instantly, replaced by the soft sounds of suckling. Freya pulled the sheet back, covering herself up so that only the crown of white blonde hair was visible. It's a beautiful name, Quinn approved. A beautiful name for a beautiful child.
Thank you.
Freya smiled, sighing. She blinked and her eyes closed for a long moment before she opened them again. You need to rest, Quinn smiled. The sound of Sage's suckling had stopped too, and so does she apparently. I'll go.
Wait.
Freya took a small cream blanket from Kellen and wrapped the sleeping child tightly.
You have to hold her first.
Quinn cradled Sage for over an hour, not even realizing how much time had passed. She didn't notice the steady darkening of the windows, or that Kellen had lit the lamps. She didn't hear Anais and the other healer leave, and she didn't even drink the cup of sweet tea that Kellen had placed in front of her. Only when someone stood right before her, shadowing the light so that she could barely make out Sage's face, did she finally look up.
It suits you.
Tristan smiled down at her. Quinn blinked shyly as he dropped to his haunches before her, moving the blanket down below Sage's tiny chin so he could see her properly. Quinn noticed the same look in his eyes that she had seen when she had first looked upon him as a father, after returning from her mission and paying her first visit to Avery and the twins in hospital.
She's gorgeous,
Tristan murmured, stroking Sage's cheek. The child stirred, heaved an enormous baby sigh, and started moving her lips in a sucking motion.
She's dreaming,
Kellen mused, coming to stand beside them and gazing down at his child lovingly. I think her mother is probably desperate to see her, Quinn mused. I've been selfish. Sorry, she added, grinning apologetically.
No need to be.
Kellen soothed.
We want you to be a big part of her life. That's why we asked you here.
Tristan moved aside so that Quinn could hand Sage back to Kellen. She followed him through to the bedroom where Freya was also waking. I've taken up enough of your precious time, Quinn told her. I'm going to be heading out. I'll be gone a few days.
You're going to hide Avery's crystal,
Freya murmured huskily. Yes, Quinn nodded. Freya had seen the crystal and she was incredibly perceptive.
Come and see us when you get back.
You just try and keep me away from that little one, Quinn smiled, stroking Sage's hair one last time. And thank you, she added, trying to instill as much meaning into those two little words as possible. Thank you for allowing me to share this with you. It means more than I could ever say. Tristan said his own goodbye, and then Kellen walked them both to the door. Standing outside in the dark street after being snug and cozy with Sage on the sofa for so long, Quinn shivered.
Here.
Tristan pulled off his coat and draped it over her shoulders. It smelt of him, a combination of soap and the scent that he had worn since they had first met. Quinn could barely make out his face, cast in shadow as it was, but his nearness affected her nonetheless. He stared down at her, his eyes hooded, and then he stretched out both arms and took hold of the lapels of his coat, drawing her slowly forward. His eyes never left her face, and Quinn allowed herself to be drawn in, getting closer and closer, until he simply dropped his head and kissed her. Like a match to kindling, the feel of his lips was all it took. Passion ignited in Quinn, flaring up faster than she had believed possible. It took all of her resolve not to reach for him, but she kept her arms pinned at her sides, opening her mouth instead to allow him more access. Tristan groaned at the invitation, and his tongue slipped between her teeth, more determined than before, when he had kissed her at the house. The kiss deepened and Quinn gasped against his mouth, needing to breathe, but enjoying the headiness that being consumed by him ignited. When he pulled back, Quinn stepped forward desperately. She could not resist him, not when they had crossed the line between thought and touch. Tristan's hands moved up the lapels of the coat, skimming her skin beneath it, and pressed against her shoulders, restraining her. His eyes glittered as he gazed upon her, and slowly, Quinn's breathing came under control, and her thoughts cleared. Only when they had both returned to normal did Tristan speak.
You better get some rest. You have a long day tomorrow.
Cocking his head to the side, he seemed to come to a decision.
I'm coming with you.
He announced. No. Quinn shook her head, crestfallen. You can't. It was true for 2 reasons. 1, Tristan could not know where she hid Avery's crystal, and 2, Quinn did not trust herself around him, especially after what had just happened. She needed time to think, space to figure things out. The last thing she wanted was to do something that she would regret.
I don't think I can let you go.
Tristan murmured painfully.
If something were to happen to you.
He trailed off, the fierceness in his voice impossible to miss. Quinn was moved by his concern, by the fact that he was so obviously terrified for her safety. Tristan, she squeezed his arm. I've been a guardian a lot longer than you, remember? I can take care of myself. She realized the error of her words the second they were out, but it was too late to take them back. Avery had been a guardian a long time too, but that hadn't stopped her succumbing to the vampires who had murdered her. I'll be back soon, Quinn promised. Here. She started to shrug out of his coat, but he stopped her.
Keep it.
He smiled sadly.
It has deep pockets, perfect for carrying stakes. Load them up and come back to me in one piece.
Chapter 3. The following morning, Quinn went to see Jack and Ava before setting out for Brookfield. She would be gone a while, and she explained it to them as best she could, promising that she would be back soon. The children were delighted to see her, showing her their new bedroom, and where the swing set Tristan had promised to build would be going in the yard. Saying goodbye was hard, but Quinn could see light at the end of the tunnel. Jack and Ava would be happy here with Camille. It would take time, but it was a happy home, and Camille so obviously adored them that it was impossible for them not to respond. When they had been with Quinn, she had always feared that the guardians might come for them, and she had never been able to relax completely. Camille, on the other hand, had nothing to worry about, save for all 3 children's safety, which was exactly as it should be. With her bag slung over her shoulder, she entered the cathedral determined to speak with Isaiah before leaving. She had made Camille a promise that she would take Monique back to the realm of man from time to time, a promise she could not fulfill without Isaiah's consent. True to his nature, Isaiah listened, letting her explain about her conversation with Camille and the reasoning behind it. I'd like your blessing and your help, she finished.
You have it.
He replied easily. Quinn had already started to protest before his words sank in. I have it? She asked incredulously. Just like that?
Quinn, I have told you before, I think that you have a purpose, one that is greater than all of us. If you believe this is the right thing to do, then how can I disagree?
But, It's dangerous. Quinn had half hoped that Isaiah would disagree and refuse to let her carry out this foolishness, which would let her off the hook. Instead, he was offering not only his approval, but his assistance.
No more dangerous than the 15 trouble-free years Monique has spent out there.
He pointed out logically.
I ask only that you limit her visits to daylight hours, for obvious reasons.
And therein lay the key, Quinn thought. There was absolutely no possibility that they would be attacked during the day. Monique would be in no danger while the vampires were confined indoors. What if we walk into a coven's hideout? Isaiah laughed at that.
Are you trying to get me to forbid Monique to leave?
He asked wryly. A guardian could sense vampires. It was impossible that they would step into a lair without knowing about it. No, she shook her head. This was the truth. She still believed that Monique had a right to visit her homeland. She had just so honestly expected Isaiah to say no, that she had already tried to convince herself otherwise. I'm just surprised.
I would ask that you keep this between us,
he cautioned.
The others may not think it's a good idea.
Of course, Quinn nodded. Thank you. She left then, setting out for Brookfield wearing Tristan's coat over her black jeans and t-shirt. He had been right. The coat did have deep pockets, and Quinn had slipped a stake into each one. Tristan's fear had made her nervous, more so than she had ever felt before, and she hoped that it wasn't a bad omen. She had thought it through, and, as foolish as it might seem, she was determined to hide Avery's crystal with her own. If she were to be responsible for them both, they might as well stay together. She was also itching to check on her own crystal, to see whether Drake had taken advantage of her absence to break into her house, and, if so, to find out if he had discovered the hidden room. She sensed that her crystal was still in the same place, but that didn't mean that it was exactly where she had left it. If Drake had it, it could still be in Brookfield, close enough to her initial hiding place that she didn't sense anything different. No one followed her. The Guardians would never deign to now that she had returned to the fold. They all respected the rules, that the crystal's location should be known to only one Guardian. It was nice not to have to worry about being followed for a change. She was back, one of them again, and she did not have to keep looking over her shoulder. Quinn pulled out her phone and plugged it into the car charger as soon as she was out of the cathedral's range. It wasn't long before a soft ping signaled that she had a message. Lifting the phone to her ear, she dialed her voicemail.
Quinn.
Drake's hypnotic recorded voice said.
We need to talk. Call me.
It was a 2-day drive to Brookfield, so she dialed the number.
Quinn.
His voice sounded identical to the message she had just listened to.
Where are you?
I'm actually heading back, Quinn replied. I'll be there in a couple of days.
We can talk then,
he intoned, cutting the call. Quinn stared at the handset before punching the redial button.
Quinn?
He sounded slightly more animated, almost concerned. You know it's rude to hang up on someone, right? There was silence on the other end of the line. I'm just saying, Quinn continued. You could at least say goodbye.
Goodbye, Quinn,
he said bluntly. But Quinn could have sworn she heard his deep chuckle before the line went dead once more. Arriving home around mid-morning a few days later, Quinn was relieved to find that nothing looked disturbed. The secret room was untouched, and her crystal sat innocently on the shelf exactly where she had left it. She placed the aquamarine beside it without looking at it. Every time she saw Avery's crystal, it reminded her painfully of her sister. Locking the room behind her, she went upstairs to take a much-needed shower. With the crystal hidden, there was not much else to do, but Quinn was loath to leave Brookfield so soon. Sarah would be home from work soon, and Quinn still needed to talk to Drake. She could stay a few days, she thought selfishly. She would be back before the full moon to ensure that Rafe didn't do anything stupid. The second she heard Sarah's car, Quinn went across to visit her. Sarah was overjoyed to see her, and the two women spent a happy afternoon catching up. Sarah, of course, wanted to know all about Quinn's trip, and Quinn felt guilty as she fabricated stories and events that had never happened. "I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling," she admitted eventually. "I won't be around here much."
Are you going to sell the house?
Sarah looked horrified at the mere thought. "No," Quinn set her mug on the table. "I'm going to keep it. I'll be back, from time to time, and it's a good investment."
Good. Then when you get tired of traveling, you can come back permanently.
"Deal," Quinn quipped. As night fell, Quinn headed over to Phil's. She didn't really want to go to Drake's house and risk a run-in with Genevieve, and she figured that he would track her down here.
Quinn,
Phil called from behind the bar.
you're back.
"For now," she grinned, and then, seeing the crowd gathering around the bar, "Can I get a beer?"
Sure.
He nodded. Quinn took a seat at a table in the corner, and a moment later the waitress set a beer down in front of her.
I'll have a scotch.
A deep voice drawled as Drake took a seat opposite her.
Hello, Quinn. How are you this fine evening?
He asked with exaggerated good manners. "I'm very well, thank you," she replied, playing along. "How are you?" Drake smiled teasingly.
Never been better. How was your trip?
"Long," she sighed, dropping the act and taking a swig of beer. The waitress arrived with his scotch, and they fell silent until she was out of earshot. "But productive. I found my niece and nephew."
Well, that's a cause for celebration.
He raised his glass to her. "You wanted to speak to me?" Quinn pressed, setting her bottle back on the table.
Yes. I wanted to know what's going on with you and the male guardian.
"What?" His question was so unexpected that Quinn thought she had misheard him.
The guardian. Tristan, I believe his name was.
Drake continued calmly.
Are you and he in some sort of relationship?
"What? How do you even know about Tristan?"
Answer the question.
He insisted, and Quinn was sure that it was so ingrained in him to do so that he was injecting a certain amount of persuasion into his words. "You know that doesn't work on me," she grumbled, her head still reeling. "And anyway, it's none of your business."
I'm just asking.
"Why?"
Call it idle curiosity.
"How is Genevieve doing?" Quinn smiled sweetly, turning the tables on him.
Genevieve is well.
He replied easily, calling her bluff.
I have no problem talking about her. Now, will you answer my question?
"No." Drake sighed dramatically.
Very well. How long will you be staying in Brookfield?
"A few days, probably. I want to spend some time with Sarah and Todd and—" She trailed off, realizing what she had been about to say.
And?
He arched a dark brow. "And nothing." Quinn was stunned. She had been about to say "you," although for the life of her she couldn't understand why. Drake had been flitting around in her thoughts for days, an itch that she couldn't scratch, but she would be lying if she said that she hadn't looked forward to seeing him again. Not that she would admit it to him. Fortunately, Drake let it go.
I've been doing some investigating. No one that I have spoken to knows anything about your sister's death.
"Well, then you're not speaking to the right people," Quinn insisted, hope flaring in her chest. Drake was actually keeping his word, investigating Avery's murder. Quinn might have a chance to avenge her sister.
We're being overheard,
Drake said suddenly, his voice much lower than before. Quinn froze, using every ounce of her willpower not to look around.
Let's go.
Drake stood in one swift, graceful movement and offered her his hand. Flustered, Quinn took it, his skin surprisingly warm, and let him lead her out of the tavern. It was only when they had walked half a mile that she stopped, turning to fix him with a questioning gaze.
You don't understand,
he murmured, continuing their conversation as if they had not been interrupted.
Killing a guardian. It's not something that would be kept a secret. Many of my people, Well, let's just say this kind of news travels fast.
Quinn pressed her lips together to keep from biting out a scathing retort.
The point is that no one seems to know anything. That's just not possible.
What are you saying? Quinn asked, disappointment weighing heavily upon her.
How sure are you that your sister was murdered by vampires?
He asked bluntly, his emerald green eyes boring into hers. I'm 100% sure, she stammered. Why would you ask that? He seemed to hesitate, as though not sure whether to continue.
I have my reasons,
he said eventually, and Quinn grabbed his sleeve. You have to tell me what you know. Please. She was my sister. Her voice broke at the last, and Drake shook out of her grip, placing both his hands over her shoulders.
I need to speak to a few more people.
He lowered his head so that their eyes were on the same level.
Trust me. As soon as I know more, I will tell you everything.
But...
No. No buts. Against my better judgment, I am prepared to help you, but it's on my terms. Take it or leave it.
He held her gaze, not even blinking. Emotional, Quinn nodded.
Good. May I come in?
He asked when they reached her porch. Quinn had composed herself, and she nodded, turning the key in the lock and stepping aside to allow him access. Technically, he didn't need her permission, but she appreciated his consideration for her privacy. Drake walked through to the living room, seeming perfectly at ease. Would you like something to drink? Quinn called as she passed him on her way to the kitchen. I have some brandy in here somewhere.
I'll have a beer,
he replied, and Quinn raised an inquisitive eyebrow at him.
What? You think I can't drink beer?
It just doesn't seem like your usual style, she admitted, grabbing 2 beers from the refrigerator and padding back into the living room. Taking a bottle, he smiled down at her. Under the heat of his gaze, Quinn shifted uncomfortably. Drake was an enigma, one who threatened to unravel everything she had been taught.
Do you know what I think?
He murmured, still towering over her. What do you think?
I think that I'm the and.
The what?
The and at the end of your sentence. The reasons you're staying in town a while. Sarah and Todd and...
You're totally not the and, Quinn snapped haughtily.
Really?
He narrowed his eyes at her. Really? All she wanted to do was move away from him, but doing so would only prove to him that she was affected by his nearness.
You know, sometimes I think I should just kill you and save myself the aggravation,
he mused, a good-humored twinkle in his eye. Really? Quinn retorted. You want to pick a fight with a guardian?
No.
He smiled.
Not really.
Slowly, deliberately, he placed his beer on the side table, and then he grabbed her shoulders, lifting her into the air as if she weighed nothing and launched them both across the room, to land gently on the sofa. Point taken, Quinn grinned, amazed that he hadn't spilt a single drop of her beer. Getting to his feet, he calmly retrieved his own, before sitting back down beside her. It was surreal, Quinn thought, sitting so close to a vampire and feeling so inexplicably comfortable. You know, in a different life, you and I might have been friends, she murmured without thinking.
I thought we were friends.
You know what I mean?
No, actually I don't.
We can't be friends, Drake, she insisted seriously.
Why not?
He asked, with honest curiosity.
Because someone told you can't be friends with a vampire? Because I was told to kill a guardian on sight? It seems that neither of us is good at following instructions, so why can't we be friends?
It's not that simple.
It is exactly that simple. Do you like me, Quinn?
I beg your pardon? She blushed.
I'm going to take that as a yes, but it's not what I meant. You don't want to kill me, right?
Only sometimes, she grinned.
I'm helping you?
He continued. Yes.
I saved your life.
Yes.
And you saved mine.
We're not friends, she insisted.
We're not enemies either.
His voice had dropped so low that she had to strain to hear the words. He shifted closer to her, dominating most of her vision, and Quinn's heart beat faster in her chest. She froze as he lifted a long finger to her face, but he merely tugged a stray strand of hair behind her ear.
You beguile me, Quinn,
He breathed, his eyes dropping to her mouth. His words were so beautifully spoken that Quinn caught her breath, as his face loomed even closer, his green eyes filling her own. No, she mumbled, pushing herself away from him. She was embarrassed and clutched for an explanation that would make sense. It's not my fault that I can't accept what you're saying, she admitted weakly. Alexei started this war. He slaughtered entire species, innocent creatures. In an instant, Drake's expression turned cold.
Alexei would never have harmed any other creature if they had not sided with the Fae,
He snapped.
They should have remained neutral and not taken a side.
Quinn found this reasoning grossly unfair. They relied on the Fae magic. They had no choice.
Do you really think Eldon would have punished them if they had done nothing?
He laughed.
Come on, Quinn. Eldon, magnificent, all-powerful, lover of every living thing. We both know the war could have been contained between my people and the Fae. And while you are holding Alexei responsible for every god-forsaken thing that has ever gone wrong in this world, best I remind you that Eldon murdered his son.
For someone who has no interest in the quest, you are remarkably well informed of its history, Quinn retorted. And yes, Eldon killed Julian, but he had to. Julian was an abomination.
In what way?
Drake demanded. He should never have existed. Ina broke the taboo.
Yes, Ina broke the taboo, a law created and upheld by fairies, not vampires,
He reminded her.
And yet Ina was never punished for her crimes. Instead, Julian bore the brunt of Eldon's wrath, starting a feud that has spanned millennia. Tell me, Quinn, what do you think would have happened if Eldon had simply accepted Julian and Ina's relationship? If he had allowed them to love each other and live out their lives in peace?
Quinn had no answer to this question, and she reacted defensively. How the hell would I know? It all happened over 1,000 years ago. All I know is King Eldon would have had a good reason to do what he did. They broke the law.
Whose law?
He thundered, his face incandescent with rage.
Eldon's. Why should Alexei obey Eldon's laws?
It was something in the way that he said it, a dark, personal fury that could only stem from one thing. Oh my God, Quinn breathed. You know him. You know Alexei. Drake's face had turned to stone and his hands trembled as he set his bottle down on the table so hard that it cracked in two. Quinn watched helplessly as the amber liquid pooled around the green glass and then dripped steadily onto the wooden floor.
You don't know anything,
he growled, getting to his feet.
And I think you're just about adult enough for the boy guardian who so obviously has feelings for you. He's right for you, Quinn. You have the same beliefs, the same ideals, and you have obviously both been brainwashed to despise something you have never even gotten to know. I feel sorry for you.
Wait! Quinn leapt to her feet as he disappeared into the hall. Drake, I don't want this to be how...
Worried you might lose your one good lead?
He asked darkly. The hall seemed to shrink, closing in on them. Glorious in his fury, Drake was terrifying and larger than life.
Don't worry, Quinn. I'll help you find your sister's killer. But you might want to consider the possibility that it wasn't an evil vampire who did it.
The door slammed behind him so hard that the windows rattled. Quinn slumped back against the wall, feeling horrible. Was he right? A small voice in her head whispered. Drake was certainly not the evil creature she had believed all vampires to be. What if there were more like him? What if everything she had been told was a lie? Drake let himself into his house, not even bothering to switch on the lights. He was furious. furious with Quinn for her narrow-minded superiority, and furious with himself for allowing her to bait him. He had almost lost control around her, and he could not afford for that to happen, for her to discover his secret. He was so on edge that he didn't even notice the figure sitting on the edge of the sofa until she spoke.
Where have you been?
Genevieve pouted, crossing her arms over her chest.
You're back?
Drake was not often caught unawares.
When did you arrive?
Just a few minutes ago.
She lied, her lips curving upward in an inviting smile.
I missed you.
I missed you too,
he replied automatically, stepping into the living room. Easing herself off the sofa, Genevieve coiled herself around him, running one long taloned fingernail down the front of his shirt, hard enough to make him wince.
Show me,
she murmured huskily, and Drake bowed his head to hers. Chapter 4. Isaiah stood alone in the great hall of the cathedral with only his thoughts for company. The arrival of the newest Fae baby was a beautiful reminder of his purpose, the reason he had been chosen for this life. Isaiah had personally known King Eldon, and he had drawn on his passion, as well as his humility. Sliding the heavy silver bracelet off his wrist, Isaiah traced the red tattoo that marked his pale skin. He had been but an ordinary guardian when he was branded as the most lethal vampire hunter of all. Daniel's despair over Emily's death had unleashed a rage in Isaiah, born of compassion, and fueled by the insatiable need to fix something that had been broken. Daniel hadn't always been the hard, unyielding man he was today. He had been trained with Isaiah, taught that kindness and humility were traits to be cherished, by a king who had failed to listen to his heart. Eldon had learned from his mistakes, but Daniel had changed after Emily's death. He would always be Isaiah's best friend, but he would never be the same again. Pale blue veins pulsed on Isaiah's wrist, disappearing in spidery lines below the blood red of the tattoo emblazoned there. It had been both a blessing and a curse. For such a peaceful man, the violent urges were even more difficult to bear. Daniel had always questioned why it was Isaiah who had been chosen as the slayer when he himself was the logical choice. Isaiah believed that it was for this very reason that Daniel hadn't been chosen. To control the slayer instinct was no easy feat. It required strength of a different kind, power of the mind. Daniel, in his rage and the anger that he still held on to, after all these years, would have become a force of destruction. It was better, Isaiah mused, that he shouldered this burden, so that Daniel could perform his duties and not give in to the darkness. He heard the soft whooshing that signaled someone was coming through the gateway, a sound so soft that most guardians weren't aware of it, but Isaiah had spent over 500 years in this cathedral, and he knew its every secret.
What is it, Braddon?
He asked, the silver bracelet firmly back in place.
It's Raina,
Braddon answered.
She wants to see him.
Raina, for all intents and purposes Rafe's sister, given that they shared a mother, was a she-wolf and a member of the lunar pack. Still, Isaiah was surprised that she would want to visit her half-brother. Rafe and Raina had never had much of a relationship. Raina had been born of Vivian and Grayson's union, after Grayson had defeated Rafe's father, but the bad blood between their fathers had ensured that the half-siblings had never seen eye to eye.
Would you like me to bring her in?
Braddon asked.
Yes.
He nodded. The wards were never brought through the gateway, but, as Rafe was still in the infirmary with Channon, Raina would have to come to the cathedral to see him. Braddon did not stay to assist. Having brought Raina through, he disappeared almost immediately.
Where's my brother?
Raina asked immediately. She seemed uninterested in her surroundings, despite the fact that she had never set foot outside the city. Isaiah admired her singular purpose.
He's here,
Isaiah assured her.
but he's not well. May I ask why you want to see him?
He's my brother,
she replied haughtily.
I want to see for myself that he's okay. After what happened to Channon and my mother.
The mention of Vivian broke her strong facade and her face crumpled for just an instant.
Are you all right?
Isaiah asked gently.
Vivian's death was a terrible...
I know what it was,
Raina interrupted.
and I don't want to talk about it with you. I want to see my brother.
Satisfied that she was here with only good intentions, Isaiah acquiesced.
I'll take you to him.
Rafe heard the footsteps approaching and assumed Isaiah was making another of his frequent visits to check on them. Channon was healing remarkably, but Isaiah refused to allow her out of bed, much to her chagrin. She was as stubborn now as she had been as a child, Rafe mused. Before their relationship had grown into something stronger, Channon had been his friend. He had known her whole life, and they had always had a volatile relationship. They clashed as often as they got along, but it worked. Channon challenged him and would not be taken for a fool, and Rafe loved her all the more for it. She was the perfect Omega. It was too bad that Caleb saw it too. In truth, although Rafe had insisted Channon fulfill her duty, it had crucified him to think of her with Caleb. She was the love of his life. It was bittersweet that Channon defying the Alpha's claim had resulted in his own mother's death. Rafe felt as though he had been forced to choose between them. Channon had not stopped apologizing for failing to protect Vivian. Even now she was playing it back, over and over, trying to figure out what more she could have done, if she could have prevented it.
If I had just accepted Caleb's advances,
She muttered.
Vivian might still be alive.
Don't talk like that.
But if I had...
The footsteps stopped outside the door and Channon promptly stopped speaking, her mouth snapping closed. Rafe knew something was amiss when her eyes widened, and he glanced over his shoulder just as Raina took her first tentative step into the room.
What are you doing here?
Rafe demanded. Raina froze where she was, only just inside the small room.
I came to see if you were okay,
she announced. Channon squeezed Rafe's hand, but the gesture was unnecessary. Rafe's next words were no softer spoken, but they clarified his meaning.
You shouldn't be here, Raina. It's dangerous. The Alpha has made it clear that the pack is not permitted to see me.
I don't care.
She was as stubborn as he was, hardly surprising given that both of their fathers had been Alphas. They had inherited their arrogance and pig-headedness.
He will hurt you,
Rafe insisted, in a low, guttural growl. He refused to look at her, but Raina pushed forward, coming to stand on the other side of Channon's bed so that he had no choice, unless he deliberately turned his face away.
What do you want, Raina?
Rafe had killed Raina's father, Grayson, when he replaced him as Alpha. It pained him that he had caused her such grief, but he had never regretted it. It had kept Channon safe from Grayson's clutches.
Our mother is dead,
she announced boldly.
The only tie that we had in this world is gone, and I thought I could finally just forget you ever existed.
There was nothing to forget,
Rafe challenged, not letting her finish. They had never had any relationship. Raina had been born after Grayson had defeated Rafe's father, and he had never been able to accept the offspring of a wolf who had usurped his father's place, in both the pack and his mother's life.
You have always blamed me for your family's collapse.
Raina was getting angry now.
Did you ever consider that I had nothing to do with it?
She sounded almost rueful, as though she wished things could have been different between them.
It doesn't matter,
Rafe countered.
Even if we had bonded as siblings, that bond would have died along with your father the day I killed him.
You know, Rafe, you're not always right,
she snapped.
In fact, sometimes you are so wrong, I wonder how you ever led our pack. Has it ever occurred to you that I didn't hate you for what you did? Yes, you killed Grayson, But you did it to protect her.
She pointed a finger at Shannon, who was trying to act as though she wasn't there.
Oh, so now you're saying you care about Shannon?
Rafe gave a short bark of laughter that, even to his own ears, sounded childish and petulant.
No.
Raina shook her pretty head.
But I did care about my mother, our mother.
This brought Rafe up short. Neither of the siblings noticed Shannon as she hid a small smile, sensing where the conversation was headed.
Might I remind you that when my dad transferred his affections to her...
Raina pointed again.
No offense,
she added, and Shannon shook her head to indicate none was taken.
That he abandoned my mother. He cast her aside as if she meant nothing to him. You were older, you distanced yourself, so you didn't see the toll that took on her. She had learned to love him over the years, probably just as much as she loved your dad. Oh, don't look at me like that. I know you don't want to hear it, but it's the truth. Suck it up.
Rafe looked suitably affronted, and Shannon had to stuff a fistful of her sheet into her mouth to keep from laughing.
He just dropped her.
Raina finished.
Like that.
She clicked her fingers to emphasize her point.
What a dog,
Shannon declared, and Raina nodded agreeably. Rafe gazed between the two of them, dumbstruck.
What are you saying?
He asked, his confusion evident.
What I'm saying is that I never hated you for becoming Alpha.
Raina explained as though speaking to a child.
Although how you treated me after certainly didn't endear me to you in any way.
In his utter confidence that his sister would have hated him for what he had done, Rafe had treated her harshly. Well, not exactly. He had done something worse than that. He had treated her as though she didn't exist. In his newfound status, he had spurned her, and many members of the pack had followed suit. Raina's resentment had grown, and slowly the two had become strangers, sharing a mutual enmity toward one another.
Okay, so you didn't hate me then, but the fact is that we don't get on.
Rafe retorted.
So why are you here now?
Because just when I thought I was free of you, something else occurred to me.
And what was that?
All the arrogance faded from Raina's face, replaced by a deep sorrow.
That you are the only family I have left.
When he didn't respond, Raina inhaled a deep breath and turned for the door.
Rafe,
Shannon whispered, prodding him in the side. Rafe shook his head. He had been so startled by Raina's revelation that he had, temporarily, been physically unable to respond.
Wait!
He half yelled, as he watched his sister's departing figure. She turned around warily.
I'm sorry,
he admitted.
I honestly didn't know. All these years Well, I'm sorry if I made you feel like you didn't matter. Every member of the pack is valuable, and family, well, family is everything. I should have reached out to you. I always thought I was a good alpha. It never even occurred to me that I might be the worst of them all. Maybe it's better that Caleb...
No!
Raina's voice echoed around the small room.
No, Rafe. That's not what I meant. You were a good alpha. The best, from what I hear from the others. Caleb is a monster.
The others?
Not for the first time, Raina looked hesitant.
That's what I came to talk to you about. Caleb has gone too far. He killed Mom, and he won't stop there. None of us are safe. He's evil, and the pack knows it.
Rafe narrowed his eyes. In wolf form, the pack operated on a single consciousness, and he doubted that they would turn on their leader so easily.
Okay, maybe not the whole pack,
Raina admitted, as though reading his thoughts.
But there are a few of us who...
Now it was Rafe's turn to interrupt, and when he did, it was as though his own life depended on it. He stepped forward, seizing her by her slim shoulders.
Raina, listen to me. Do not do this. I don't know who you've been talking to or what they've been saying, but you don't understand the pack hierarchy. He will find out and he will punish anyone who has even thought about defying him. And he's within his rights to do so.
He added gravely.
The pack is not a democratic alliance. It is a society run solely by one man. Caleb is that man, and anything you do that intimates otherwise will be very, very bad for you.
But we can't just let him carry on like this. He's already threatened you, murdered a she-wolf, not to mention what he did to Cassandra.
I killed Cassandra.
Shannon spoke up.
Only because of what she did. I grew up with Cassie. She wasn't a bad person. Caleb treated her like dirt. He used her and then humiliated her in the worst way. He preyed on her animal instinct and then fanned the flames until she couldn't control herself. He's not good for the pack.
She turned back to her brother.
There's nothing you can do,
Rafe reiterated.
Please, Raina, don't get involved with this rebellion or whatever it is. It's not going to work. I'm begging you, just go back inside and tell no one that you saw me. Keep out of his way and you will be safe.
What about you? Word has it you're being brought back in.
She was desperate for him to deny it.
The Guardians should never have let me out. Too many wolves have been hurt because of me.
So you're going to just lie down and die?
It's not like that. Don't you think I'd kill him myself if I could? I can't beat him, Raina. I'm too old, too weak.
Admitting it out loud was almost too much for him.
I won't let you die.
What?
I won't let you die.
She repeated.
At the next full moon, the Guardians will release you into the city. Caleb is going to try and kill you. I won't let that happen.
How do you propose to stop it?
Rafe smiled sadly. Dominic will challenge him.
Dominic?
Rafe's eyes widened. He vaguely recalled that his sister and the young wolf were close, but Dominic was nowhere near a match for Caleb's strength.
Are you insane? Dominic will get himself killed.
We have to try.
Is Dominic the one who's got you wrapped up in this mess?
Give me a little more credit.
Raina sneered.
My father was an alpha, and my mother was one of the strongest omegas this pack has ever known. I can think for myself.
It was hopeless trying to talk her out of it, Shannon thought, although Rafe did his utmost to try and do just that. Eventually, only to set his mind at ease, Raina half-heartedly agreed to stay out of trouble. Giving him an awkward hug, she left.
She's not going to listen to me,
he announced when she was gone. His face was grayer than before.
No, she's not.
Shannon agreed.
What on earth is she thinking? They can't do this.
They have to try.
Her acceptance riled him.
How can you say that?
Because come the next full moon, you and I will be gone.
She spoke with such acceptance it sent chills down his spine. Any hope he had clung to that Shannon would finally concede defeat and go along with Caleb to avoid her own death died at the finality in her tone.
And our pack will be left with a tyrant to rule them,
Shannon continued.
They are the future. Raina, Dominic, and all the brave young wolves who see him for who he really is. Someone has to challenge him. I hope that they do. I hope that they keep challenging him until someone finally overcomes the bastard. A lot of wolves might die before that happens, but it's inevitable. Raina is on the right side.
It wasn't what he wanted to hear, but Rafe couldn't argue with her logic. It was ironic that after years of treating her with indifference, the first real emotion he experienced toward his sister was a fierce sense of pride. Chapter 5. Genevieve lay beside Drake, listening to the steady sound of his breathing, a frown creasing her usually smooth forehead. She had arrived earlier than she had admitted, searching the entire town for Drake. Only when she had become suspicious had she made her way to that bitch's house and finally found him. Genevieve had stayed out of sight as he stalked out of Quinn's home in a rage. Drake was an intense person, but was not prone to emotional outbursts. It was one of the things Genevieve found so attractive about him. She could never really get under his skin. And yet this simple, unremarkable woman seemed to have done just that. Genevieve felt an overwhelming hatred for Quinn. First the attack, now this. Her fingernails dug into her palms. Quinn would have to be dealt with permanently. 2 blocks down, Quinn tossed and turned in her bed, willing herself to sleep. She had a queasy, unsettled feeling in her gut. The fight with Drake had affected her far more than she wanted to admit. It was frightening how important he had become to her in such a short space of time. She felt like she knew him well, and, at the same time, not at all. Heaving a sigh, she rolled onto her back, staring at the ceiling in frustration. A noise downstairs distracted her, and she sat bolt upright, her ears pricked, listening intently. She heard it again, a soft thud, followed by the sound of footsteps. Someone was inside her house. Rolling deftly to the side, Quinn grabbed her steak from the bedside table and then leapt off the bed in one swift movement. She was wearing only Tristan's coat over a pair of bikini bottoms and a vest, but that was the least of her concerns. Making her way soundlessly down the stairs in the pitch-black darkness of the house, Quinn heard nothing but the sound of her own heartbeat ringing in her ears. She paused, a few steps from the bottom, straining her ears. The next second, someone moved below, coming towards her, and Quinn flung herself forward, her body colliding with the intruder and knocking them both to the floor. The steak clattered out of her hand, and Quinn rolled in the direction of the sound, desperate for a weapon.
What the hell?
A shocked voice rang out, and she stopped, her racing heart slowing slightly. Tristan? She fumbled for the lamp on the table and finally found the switch. Flipping it on, she found Tristan sitting near the base of the stairs, sporting a spectacular lump on his forehead. "Oh my God!" A nervous giggle escaped her as she made her way back over to him. "Tristan, what are you doing here?" She offered him her hand and pulled him to his feet. "And how did you get in?" He clutched his head, wincing as he felt the lump.
You gave me a key, remember?
He pulled it from his pocket and dangled it in front of her. Quinn settled him on the sofa and ran to the kitchen to get a bag of frozen peas. "Here." She pulled his hand free and placed the bag on his head. "You're going to have a headache." She felt inexplicably happy to see him, as if by simply being here he had chased away all her melancholy.
What are you doing here?
He asked, taking the bag from her and pressing it down himself.
You didn't hide the crystal here, surely?
"No, of course not," she lied. "I just came to see Sarah. I wasn't far and I thought I'd stop by for a couple of days, but... Why are you so surprised? Didn't you come here looking for me?"
No,
he admitted.
In fact, now I feel a bit embarrassed, actually.
Why?
Because I came here to be closer to you, without actually being closer to you.
He grinned sheepishly.
Does that even make sense?
Quinn gestured at his coat, which she was still wearing because it smelt of him, and she shook her head. "Yeah," she admitted. "It makes sense."
It looks good on you,
he mused, his gaze falling to where the coat fell open, exposing her concave belly. Quinn quickly pulled it around herself. "Do you want something to drink? Something to eat?"
No, I'm fine,
he declined. "Well, I guess you can stay in the spare room," she offered politely, getting to her feet. Tristan followed her up the stairs to the double room that had been intended for Jack and Ava, the same room he had shared with Rafe. Quinn wasn't sure what to say as the tension mounted between them. She was suddenly anything but tired, but they were both too embarrassed to speak. If you need anything, just help yourself, she murmured shyly. Back in her own room, she had just pulled the covers over herself when there was a gentle knock on the door. With butterflies doing the conga in her stomach, she walked over and opened it.
There is something I need.
Tristan's eyes were dark and somber. What is it? Quinn asked, already knowing the answer. The words had barely left her lips when his mouth claimed hers. Quinn didn't want to think. She didn't want to remember all the reasons why she shouldn't be doing this. She didn't want to acknowledge the part of her that secretly wondered if this was simply the best way to drive all thoughts of Drake from her mind. She didn't want to feel anything but Tristan's hard, lean body crushed against hers. Wrapping her arms around his neck, she clung to him in wanton abandon, making it crystal clear that this time she would not resist him. Quinn woke in the morning with the groggy, sated feeling only a night of rampant lovemaking brought. Stretching languorously, her hand encountered Tristan's shoulder, and she turned sleepily towards him. He pulled her closer, still lingering between sleep and wakefulness, and she wriggled against him.
Good morning,
he murmured, his eyes still closed. Morning, she mumbled into his shoulder. When she pulled back, his eyes were open, clear blue as the sky through the window behind him.
How do you feel?
Good, she admitted, and he looked relieved.
We should talk,
he offered, and Quinn nodded. They would have to discuss what had happened, but she needed a clear head. I'm going to take a shower. As she hopped out of bed, Tristan followed her progress, enjoying the glorious sight of her naked body. I'll meet you downstairs in 5, Quinn grinned, before stepping into the bathroom and pulling the door shut. Tristan pulled on his pants, discarded at the foot of the bed, and made his way downstairs. Putting the coffee on, he replayed the previous night's events in his head. He had made love to Quinn before, but last night had been different. She was more passionate than he remembered, but there was something else. Something he couldn't put his finger on. It was almost as if her body had been more invested than her heart. He was still reminiscing when she burst into the kitchen like a breath of fresh air. Handing her a cup of steaming hot coffee, he followed her into the living room. So, Quinn began, let's talk.
I love you, Quinn,
he announced, so out of the blue that she almost sloshed her coffee down her white t-shirt.
Don't say anything.
He held up his hand before continuing.
I don't want you to say anything. Not now. This situation is complicated and I know you're confused. There is so much to consider. I'm confused too. But I'm not confused about that. I love you. I just needed you to know, no matter what happens.
Quinn felt a warm sensation blossoming in her belly and spreading through the rest of her body. Tristan loved her. He was right. It was complicated, and Quinn still wasn't entirely sure if they could ever make it work. But he loved her, and for now, that was enough. Perhaps once she had avenged Avery's death, she could put her sister's memory to rest once and for all, and move on with her life, with Tristan. She wouldn't make him any promises, but she owed it to him to tell him the truth. He had loved Avery too, and he deserved his own closure. Taking a deep breath, Quinn made her decision. I'm going to find Avery's killers, she told him. Her response was nothing he had expected, and he gave a start of surprise.
How?
Not why, she noted, and she completely understood. They both knew why. She had been taken from them, and if there was any chance of justice, they would both take it. You're not going to like it, she murmured, but I need you to trust me. Tristan's response to the fact that she was working with a vampire was suitably outraged.
You can't trust them, Quinn. Have you completely lost your mind? They'll kill you.
It's not they, Quinn insisted. It's he, and he won't hurt me. He saved my life, Tristan.
It's a trap. Do you really think that a vampire would help a guardian? We're the ultimate prize. He's just gaining your trust to make it easier.
I trust him, she said firmly, and you're going to have to trust me. She could tell he didn't like it. The thought of Quinn colluding with a vampire obviously made his skin crawl, but Tristan should know her well enough to know that she would not be dissuaded. She was just as stubborn as her sister had been, even more so.
I want to meet him.
He fired back eventually. I'll see what I can do, she promised, but she seriously doubted that Drake would tolerate a third party getting involved in their arrangement. He was barely even speaking to her. There's something else, she added, her stomach turning as she braced herself to ask him the question she had been dreading. You found Avery's body?
Yes.
He nodded grimly. How sure are you that she was attacked by vampires?
What do you mean?
Are you sure that it was a vampire attack that killed her? Quinn pressed. Drake seems to think it may have been something else.
Oh, does Drake?
He sneered furiously.
Well, Drake didn't find her broken, mangled corpse. She had been bitten, Quinn. Bitten 1,000 times. They tore her to shreds and left her in a pool of her own blood.
Tristan. She reached for him as he spun out of control. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I can't imagine what you went through. Her eyes welled with tears as she thought about the violent, vicious end to her sister's life. But we have to consider every possibility. If vampires attacked Avery, why did they leave Jack and Ava? Vampires were notoriously cruel when it came to the Guardians. Ava and Jack had been found, unharmed, in the room just next door to Avery's body, screaming in their cribs. Murdering a Guardian's children would have been almost as great an achievement as killing the Guardian herself, Quinn murmured.
The council discussed this.
He moaned.
They must have been interrupted. Or they didn't know the children were there.
Maybe, Quinn soothed, still stroking his back, but she didn't entirely believe that. Something was off, and she was determined to get to the bottom of it. She had to know the truth. I need you to promise me that you won't say anything, she asked much later when Tristan had calmed down. His eyes were bloodshot, and all the joy of earlier seemed to have seeped from his body. He sat, stooped and unseeing, on the sofa. Tristan? She pressed.
For now.
He agreed, clearly wrestling with his better judgment.
But so help me, Quinn. If I sense that you are in any danger, I'll hunt him down myself.
She expected nothing less. Thank you. Chapter 6. Rowena finished unpacking their fair equipment, her mind and body exhausted. Balthazar stood alone at the far edge of the encampment, refusing to look at her or even acknowledge her. She couldn't blame him after what he had seen. The sleazy, vile man with the nasal voice and wads of cash who had clambered on top of her. He wasn't the first. Countless nameless, faceless men had used her to satisfy their guilty pleasures, but he had been her undoing. Balthazar was never supposed to find out. Hurting Balthazar was the last thing in the world she had ever wanted. He was kind and considerate, and everything she had done had been for him. His obsession with the search would never be over, and without it, she feared he would never be the same man. So she had done whatever it took to make sure that he could continue. And she had never agreed to marry him, because how could she when she was not worthy of his love? Her vile actions had been performed out of pure selflessness, for him, but they kept her from committing to him in the eyes of God. And so she had deflected his proposals, letting him believe that she did not really want to marry, which was the bitterest lie of them all. Rowena loved Balthazar more than life itself. She had loved him her whole life, and she would love him for the rest of her days. She took comfort in the fact that, despite everything, She had enabled him to fulfill his life's mission. He had found the city, in a large part thanks to her actions, and with that, she would be content. Balthazar could see her, out of the corner of his eye. He was always aware of her, of every move she made, but he could not block out the vision of her in that tent, her soft white thighs spread wide, her hair coming free of its ties. He had retched when he arrived back, over and over until there was nothing left but dry heaving that hurt his insides. She had betrayed him, in the worst possible way. After everything he had done for her, he had sheltered her, kept her safe under his protection. He had allowed her to speak freely when gypsy women were expected to be subservient. Having worked himself into a hateful frenzy, Balthazar gave in to the black fury that had been growing and festering inside him since this morning. Striding over to where Melchior sat, stoking the fire, he waited until he had the man's undivided attention.
"She's all yours,"
he intoned hollowly, gesturing at Rowena. Melchior swiveled around, taking in her shapely form, and a cruel smile split his face.
"You're kidding, right?"
he sneered.
"No,"
Balthazar replied ruthlessly.
"You're right. She needs to be taught some manners. She refuses to be my wife, so she's fair game. Tell the men."
Rowena watched Balthazar moving away from Melchior, a feeling of dread coming over her. Drawing herself up to her full height, she set her jaw stubbornly. She would not go down without a fight. As hurt and broken as she was without Balthazar, they would not break her spirit. The attack came earlier in the evening than she expected. She lay in the back of her truck with her eyes fixed on the canvas flap. She had sent the other women out, insisting they sleep in the main tent. She did not want them to witness this, or worse still, to be drawn into it. When Melchior pulled back the flap, a lecherous grin on his face, Rowena steeled herself.
"What do you want, Melchior?"
She feigned exasperation.
"I just need a little loving, Ro,"
he replied pleasantly. She had always hated that pet name.
"I'm tired,"
she snapped.
"Go and find someone else more willing to share your bed."
"Just give me a couple minutes,"
he coaxed.
"You'll be willing enough."
All the air was whooshed from her body as he clambered in an ungainly manner across her, sitting astride her as if she were a one-trick pony. By the light of her lantern, she could see the mounting excitement on his face, the fact that finally, after all these years of watching from a distance, he could claim her. She slipped her hand beneath her pillow and felt the hilt of the small dagger she had hidden there earlier. As she withdrew it, something caught her eye. The tent flap was pulled open again, and Rowena saw a sea of faces staring into the truck bed. Male faces, all waiting in line. Frozen with horror, she let go of the dagger. There were too many of them. Balthazar had released her into the community with free rein.
"Get it over with,"
she murmured hollowly, turning her head to one side. The night drew on, hours passing, punctuated by the heavy grunts and heaves of the gypsy men. Rowena said nothing. She simply lay there, as still as a corpse, but she never once closed her eyes. It was Jonas who found her in the early hours of the morning. She had tried to get up when they had finally left her alone, but every movement was agony, and so she had simply collapsed back onto the worn blankets, staring unseeingly at the faded canvas.
"Rowena!"
Jonas took one look at her and leapt up onto the flatbed, taking her face in his hands.
"Rowena!"
he yelled again, and it sounded as though he was very far away. Rowena had withdrawn to another place, a place far from here, a place where they couldn't hurt her no matter what they did to her physical body. Jonas's face was screwed up in a panic, his hands assessing the damage, looking for injuries. He looked terrified, and very, very young. For him, she had to come back. She had to comfort him, to reassure him that everything would be okay.
"I'm fine,"
she managed to croak, her lips dry.
"No, you're not,"
He wiped his nose with his sleeve, gently pulling the covers over her naked thighs.
Who did this to you?
It doesn't matter,
she murmured, trying to clear her throat.
Here.
Jonas pressed a bottle of water against her lips, and she drank gratefully.
Thank you,
she said. Helping her into a sitting position, he asked again, his mouth an ugly, grim line.
Who did this?
It's fine, Jonas. Everything's okay. Please don't worry about me.
I'm going to get Dad.
He started to move away, and she snatched at his sleeve.
No,
she cried desperately. A look of horrified understanding dawned on his youthful face.
He knows, doesn't he?
Rowena nodded, tears of mortification springing to her eyes. She had not wept a single tear through everything she had endured last night, but Jonas's kind, compassionate face, so like his father's, crucified her.
Leave it,
she murmured as determined resolution replaced the horror.
Jonas,
she warned.
Leave it, please. Jonas,
she whimpered, but he was gone, launching himself out of the flatbed, his hands balled into fists at his sides. Rowena ignored the pain and crawled to the edge of the truck, climbing out and wrapping a sheet around her.
Dad!
Jonas roared from the center of the clearing, spinning left and right as he searched for his father's face amongst the gypsies who were emerging from various tents and vehicles around camp.
What's wrong, boy?
Melchior asked, rubbing sleep from his eyes. Rowena made an involuntary movement away from him, and Jonas's eyes narrowed.
You son of a bitch!
He yelled, throwing himself at the older man. They both crashed to the ground, rolling a few times as Jonas tried to pummel every part of Melchior's body he could reach.
What in the name?
Melchior grunted as a particularly lucky blow found its mark in his belly and winded him. Rowena came to her senses and launched herself at the flailing pair, grabbing Jonas's arm as he pulled it back for another swing and trying to pull him away.
What's going on?
Balthazar thundered, appearing from the edge of the clearing. Despite everything, Rowena felt weak with relief that he was alone and no gypsy woman followed him. The sound of his father's voice, however, was too much for Jonas, who redoubled his efforts, taking a swing at Balthazar instead. Balthazar dodged easily, grabbing Jonas's arm as it whizzed past him, and pinning his son against him.
Calm down,
he hissed, as Jonas writhed in his arms trying to free himself. His eyes met Rowena's over Jonas's shoulder, and he flinched as he saw how pale she looked, her eyes dull and lifeless, and her blouse torn, exposing her ample cleavage. Turning away from the heartbreaking sight, he hauled Jonas through the clearing and into the surrounding woods, flinging him to the ground only when they were far enough away so as not to be overheard.
What's gotten into you?
He demanded.
How could you?
Jonas gave him a look of utter loathing.
How could you let them do that to her?
Balthazar took a deep breath, exhaling in a sigh.
Jonas, Rowena is single. You know our custom.
Rowena is our family. She's not some gypsy plaything.
I offered her marriage.
Balthazar reminded him coldly.
Over and over again. She didn't want to be a part of our family, so she belongs to the community.
She's a person, not a fucking belonging.
You watch your tongue,
Balthazar growled.
Or what?
Jonas sneered hatefully.
Don't push me, Jonas. This is not a democracy. You're young. You don't yet understand our ways, but you'll learn.
Learn? You really think I want to learn how to treat people like that? Never. Do you hear me? I will never be like you, wasting your whole life on this ridiculous fairy tale, searching for something that doesn't exist. The second I turn 18, I'm out of here, just like all the others. And I'm taking Rowena with me,
he added for good measure.
Have you asked her if she wants to leave?
Balthazar smirked. This brought Jonas up short. Surely Rowena wouldn't want to stay, not after this. But then he thought of all the other women who received exactly the same treatment, and who had never expressed any desire to go anywhere.
And as to wasting my life,
Balthazar continued more gently.
I think there is something you need to see.
Chapter 7. There was no point in staying in Brookfield. Quinn's revelation had changed something between her and Tristan. She trusted that he would not betray her secret, but he needed time to process this new information and come to terms with it. He had already pulled away from her, and the worst was yet to come, Quinn thought grimly, as she lay alone in her bed. Tristan had gone to sleep in the spare room, both of them deciding that they needed to cool their heels and take time to think. Also, after all the talk of Avery, neither of them felt much like being intimate. Quinn also needed to speak with Isaiah, although she dreaded the conversation. What Drake had told her had left a seed of doubt in her mind. Was it possible that Avery's death had been something other than a vampire attack? There was only one way to know for certain, and she still didn't know if she could go through with it. Regardless, they would leave for Somerfeld in the morning. Kicking off her covers, Quinn glanced at the bedside clock. It had just gone 3:30 a.m. She stifled a groan with her pillow. She had been up all night. The soft ping of her mobile phone not 5 minutes later was a welcome distraction. The message was from Drake and said simply, "Meet me at the old train station." She knew the place. It was near the woods that she and Tristan had taken Rafe to during the full moon. Quinn didn't want to face Drake, not after the way they had parted following their last encounter, and certainly not after what had happened between her and Tristan. But she would not have a chance to speak to him again before she left, and he had been right about one thing. He was her only good lead. Sending a hasty reply, she donned a knitted black sweater over a pair of jeans and pulled on her boots. Creeping downstairs, Quinn opened the front door as quietly as possible, and then closed it with the tiniest click. Being a small town, Brookfield had abandoned their rail system several years before, because it wasn't used enough to warrant it. The old station building, however, had been deemed a landmark, and as such it could not be torn down. The lock on the door had long been broken, no doubt by troublemaking teens, and as Quinn pushed the door open, it emitted an ominous creak. She felt the dust billow from beneath her feet as she stamped them to keep warm. "Drake?" she whispered, and a cloud of vapor rose from her mouth. Hugging herself, she ventured further inside, her eyes quickly adjusting to the dark room. "Drake?" she called, slightly louder this time. She was expecting him, so when her body alerted her to a vampire's presence, she didn't react as quickly as she normally would have. But, by the time they had her surrounded, Quinn had a stake gripped firmly in each hand. She pivoted slowly on the spot. 8 vampires, all male, had her hemmed in, none of them Drake.
"We have a message from Genevieve,"
one of the nameless men hissed, and Quinn turned towards the source. "And what message is that?" she asked arrogantly. He didn't answer, but the sadistic grin that spread across his face was all the answer she needed. Genevieve wanted her dead. Knowing she could not fight them off surrounded as she was, Quinn did the only thing she could. She bolted. Running straight at the grimy window to her left, shouldering a vampire out of her way, she tucked her body in as she leapt. Hitting the glass sideways, she held her arms over her face to protect it from the shattering shards. She landed hard on the cracked asphalt outside, her right hip taking the brunt of her fall. She ignored the pain, leaping to her feet and backing up against a wide brick column so that they could only attack her from the front. It took longer than she expected for them to follow. They had not anticipated her reaction. The vampire who had spoken watched her curiously, looking reluctantly impressed, and eyed her stake with slightly more apprehension. Genevieve didn't know she was a guardian, and neither had her henchmen, but Quinn suspected they were fast figuring it out. Now it was Quinn who smiled, determined not to betray her fear. She prayed that they would not attack together, and her wish was granted. one of the vampires nearest her moved suddenly, going for the obvious attack, straight for her throat. Quinn dodged, keeping her back to the column, and, before the others knew what was happening, she drove her stake through his heart. With a snarl of fury, the second vampire lunged at her, and Quinn shoved the graying body of her first victim at him with enough force to slow his attack so that she could deal with the third vampire as he, too, reached her. Dropping low, keeping the cold brick against her back, she flipped the stake in her left hand as she plunged the stake in her right into his thigh, feeling a surge of satisfaction as his battle cry morphed into a howl of pain. As he bent low, clasping his bleeding leg, Quinn rocketed upwards, thrusting her second stake through his chin and up into his skull. It all happened in only a few seconds, and, incapacitated, the vampire slumped down on top of her, but Quinn slipped out from under his dead weight just in time. Reaching across his fallen comrade, the vampire who she had slowed down seized a handful of her hair and dragged her towards him. Quinn shrieked as she pulled away, leaving a clump of hair in his outstretched hand. Enraged, all 6 remaining vampires surged towards her, and Quinn scrambled around the brick column. As she raced towards the train tracks, she heard them moving behind her, but she forced her legs to pump even faster, leaping across the old tracks and skidding to a halt before a low wall just on the other side. She could hear birds chirping in the trees around her, and she risked a glance heavenward, knowing the sun was only a few minutes away.
"You are no ordinary girl,"
said the vampire who had done all the talking thus far. He must be really stupid not to have figured it out by now.
"Genevieve will be interested to know that you put up a fight."
"Genevieve can go to hell," Quinn hissed.
"I'm sure she will, when she's good and ready. You killed one of my best men back there."
He jerked his head over his shoulder.
"I'm going to enjoy this!"
"Wait!" Quinn cried, sensing they were preparing to attack. She held up both stakes so that they were in clear view. "Surely you don't want to kill me before you find out where I got these." She was stalling for time as a faint purplish hue on the horizon signaled the impending dawn. A part of her prayed that Tristan would find her, but she knew that was not possible. Even if he had noticed she was missing, he would never get here in time. Fleetingly, she thought of Drake, who might have figured out what Genevieve was up to if he had checked his phone. But dawn was fast approaching and Drake was not coming to her aid. The 6 vampires moved closer, stepping carefully over the tracks until they were just out of arm's reach. Quinn didn't wait for them to come any closer. Vaulting forward, she aimed for the small space between 2 of them, striking out with both hands as she reached them. She was lucky. The vampire to her right, thinking she was trying to escape, didn't move aside in time, and her stake ran through his chest. Quinn did not have time to withdraw it, and the vampire to her left knocked her arm aside with enough force to send her second stake clattering uselessly to the floor. Weaponless against 5 opponents, Quinn made a lightning decision. Knowing she wouldn't reach the fallen stake before the vampire who stood beside it, she went instead for the one that was still embedded in the graying body of her last victim. She reached it only a second before the others, but it was enough to allow her to twist as her next assailant crashed heavily down upon her, sinking his teeth into her shoulder at the same instant that he impaled himself on the vertical stake. Trapped beneath his heavy corpse, she saw 4 shadows pass over her, as the others towered above her. Quinn could see the sky between their heads, lighter than before, but not light enough.
"You didn't do too badly,"
the familiar voice crooned, and Quinn saw that the vampire was smiling down at her. As he reached a long taloned hand towards her, Quinn struggled helplessly to free the stake wedged between her and the vampire corpse, pinning her to the ground. The weight was relenting as the body slowly turned to ash, but she would never free the stake in time. Thinking wildly of Avery, Quinn wondered if she had felt this helpless when she was finally overpowered by her killers. The vampire's eyes swam before her as he reached for her, and Quinn kept her eyes open, gazing at him defiantly.
Quinn!
Just as she thought it was all over, a roar from her left distracted her, and she whipped her head around to see a blur racing towards them. A second later, Drake materialized, knocking aside two of the men looming over her, including the spokesman who had been a second away from ending her life. The others immediately went to his aid, and Quinn used the distraction to struggle out from under the corpse and get to her feet. The pain in her shoulder was debilitating, but she managed to kick out at the vampire nearest her, getting his attention. As he turned towards her, she staked him savagely. Drake had also dispatched one of his assailants, and only 2 vampires remained. Filled with a renewed sense of hope, Quinn stepped forward to help, but, as she did, she gave a gasp of shock. She had all but forgotten the dawn. However, now, as the sun broke the horizon, its rays lit upon her face, warming her cheeks, and the vampires froze in combat, turning to face their maker as they burst into flames. Quinn stared, wonder-struck, as Drake moved calmly past the burning specters to retrieve her second stake. He came to stand before her, pressing it into her free hand.
Are you okay?
He asked, as Quinn stood motionless, gaping at a vampire who was standing in broad daylight. Chapter 8. Jonas turned on the spot, taking in the beauty of his surroundings.
I don't believe it,
he murmured.
I told you, son.
Balthazar laid his hand on Jonas's shoulder.
Everything is going to change.
Everything?
Jonas stepped away, shrugging off his hold.
Including Rowena?
Rowena made her choice.
She didn't want to marry you.
Jonas spat.
That's not a crime, Dad. And so you cast her out and treated her like a common whore.
If only you knew how close to the truth that was.
Balthazar sighed.
I will not argue with you, Jonas. I have made my decision.
You're a monster,
Jonas hissed.
You may have found the city, but I will only remember you as the man who abandoned the only mother I have ever known. That will be your legacy.
Enough!
Balthazar's hand catapulted forward, striking Jonas across the cheek. The heavy signet ring he wore on his right hand, cutting a clean line across Jonas's cheek. Jonas clapped a hand to the cut, staring at his father through heavy-lidded eyes.
I'll see you back at the truck,
Balthazar said, turning and moving through the veiled edge of the magical boundary between Cliffdale and New Haven. Jonas stood a long while on the crest of the hill, gazing down at the cathedral. It was even more magnificent than his most vivid imaginings. As he watched, the great doors opened, and Jonas ducked down on the ridge, fearful of being seen. And then he caught his breath, because coming out of the doors, along with a laughing woman and 2 small children, was a girl with deep red hair, the color of the bracken that littered their campsite. He would recognize that hair anywhere. He had found her. Monique.
I'll see you back at camp,
he told his father when he arrived at the Chevy.
It's a 5-mile walk,
Balthazar pointed out.
Don't be ridiculous, son. Get in the truck.
I said I'll see you back at camp.
Shaking his head, Balthazar started the engine, which spluttered a few times before finally catching. Revving, he glared at Jonas through the open window.
Maybe the walk will do you good,
he mused.
Come back in a better mood.
And with that, he rumbled out of the trees and onto the dirt road. Jonas waited until the van had disappeared from view, and then he sprinted back to the portal, stepping over the edge of the canyon far more confidently than he had done the first time. At the crest of the hill, he peered down at the cathedral, searching the surrounding grounds. He spotted them meandering through the trees on the far left, and, without any hesitation, he broke into a run. Monique played a few games of tag with the twins and then settled down on the soft grass as her mother pulled a book from her bag.
Why do you love it out here so much?
Monique asked. Camille brought them here once a day to read to Jack and Ava.
It reminds me of home.
Camille smiled.
You know we're still within the city's enchantments, right?
Technically, yes, but it doesn't feel like it.
A breeze lifted Monique's hair and blew it over her left shoulder.
It's nice,
she admitted, giving Camille a rare smile of approval.
Are you guys ready?
Camille asked with exaggerated excitement, and the twins shrieked their agreement. Monique lay back against a tree trunk, closing her eyes to listen. She wasn't exactly sure when she became aware that they were being watched, but her protective instinct over Jack and Ava kicked into high gear, and she cast a frantic glance around. Camille and the children were so engrossed in the story they didn't even notice her get to her feet. A movement caught Monique's eye and she peered through the trees to her left. To her astonishment, a familiar face peeked out at her from behind a wide tree trunk. Jonas placed a finger to his lips, pleading with her not to expose him.
I'm going to go for a walk, Mom,
Monique called.
Okay.
Camille didn't even look up.
Don't go far.
Monique walked right past the tree behind which Jonas was hiding, and he followed her, keeping out of view of her mother and the twins.
What are you doing here?
Monique rounded on him when there was no chance they could be overheard. Noticing the thin cut on his cheek, she added,
What happened?
It's nothing.
He brushed her hand away. He had forgotten all about it.
What are you doing here, Jonas?
Monique repeated.
I saw you and I wanted to say hi.
You saw me?
She raised a single red eyebrow.
You saw me how exactly?
Jonas ran a hand through his hair. This was definitely not going as planned. Monique didn't look thrilled to see him. In fact, she looked nervous as hell. Unable to bear the accusation in her eyes, he dropped his gaze. And that's when he saw it. The ornate white tattoo emblazoned on her pale wrist. Jonas couldn't believe it. There was no way she could have that mark. Unless she were a... No, she couldn't possibly be a guardian. She was just a kid, his age, if not younger.
How old are you?
He asked bluntly.
15.
Monique replied automatically. Jonas shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He had made a terrible mistake in coming here. If Monique was a guardian, and the presence of the tattoo was a pretty good indication that she was, then there was no way that he could ever be her friend, let alone anything more. And if the other guardians found out he was here, there was no telling what they might do to him.
I have to go,
he mumbled, turning back in the direction of the road.
Wait, why?
She grabbed his arm.
I made a mistake coming here.
Why?
Why?
He opened his arms helplessly.
Monique, do you have any idea what I am?
No,
she admitted, casting an anxious glance over her shoulder.
I'm a gypsy.
To his astonishment, she laughed.
Okay, so you're a gypsy? What, like with a caravan and everything?
The amusement in her blue eyes was unmistakable, but she wasn't making fun of him, and she obviously had no idea that the Guardians hated his people.
You don't know about the gypsies?
What about them? I mean, I know they travel around a lot.
We travel for a reason, Monique.
She liked the way he said her name. It sounded foreign and beautiful on his lips.
We've been searching for Somerfeld for 1,000 years.
Her mouth dropped open in an expression of genuine astonishment.
Why?
She was wary now, slowly backpedaling, retracing her steps. All the light and humor had vanished.
I won't hurt you,
Jonas pleaded.
I honestly didn't know you were a guardian. I just wanted to see you. I'm not like the others.
He finished pathetically. Monique stopped, her instinct telling her to run, but the compassionate, kind-hearted, human part of her that had ruled her head for 15 years implored her to stay. Jonas looked like a lost little boy, and cruelty was not in Monique's nature.
I think you should tell me how you got here,
she instructed gently. He explained it then, how he had entered the city, that his father had found it, and that he honestly did not know what their next move would be.
I thought it was a myth. All this time I thought my dad was chasing a dream. Until today.
Monique took his hand in her own, and Jonas smiled, the delicate pale fingers tugging at his heartstrings. His hand was almost twice the size of hers.
What will they do now that they've found Summerfeld?
She asked.
I don't know, but I'm glad that they did. I've been looking everywhere for you.
He admitted, keeping his eyes fixed on their entwined fingers.
And now that I've found you, I don't want to say goodbye. I want to see you again.
She smiled shyly, her lips curling up and pink spots rising on her cheeks.
Are you allowed to leave?
Jonas asked.
I am, actually. Quinn, one of the others. She got permission.
Then meet me.
Jonas was clutching at straws, but even a little hope was better than none at all.
Monique?
Camille's voice called, and Monique leapt up as though she had been burned.
In town. There's an internet cafe.
Jonas whispered urgently.
I'll be there every day after school. Come as soon as you can.
Monique nodded, hearing a branch crunch underfoot, far too close. Turning towards the sound, she saw her mother approaching, holding Jack and Ava by the hands.
Oh, there you are.
Camille smiled.
Didn't you hear me calling you?
No, sorry, Mom.
Monique feigned ignorance. Glancing back at the place where Jonas had stood a moment ago, she found only an empty clearing.
Well, let's get back. These two need to eat something.
Camille turned back towards the cathedral, and Monique followed in her wake. She scanned the trees as they walked, but she saw no sign of the boy who had gone to so much trouble to find her. Chapter 9.
Are you okay?
Drake asked again, having received no response to his first inquiry. Quinn's shoulder was weeping blood, even as the soft wool of her sweater absorbed most of it. Quinn gazed up at him incredulously, at a loss for words. In the light of day, he looked younger, less menacing, and far more human. He was still holding her hand, the stake pressing into it, and his eyes were so close to hers that she noticed flecks of blue in the brilliant green. Suddenly her legs felt weak and he supported her, intending to help her sit, when her legs simply buckled beneath her.
I've got you,
he murmured, holding her around the waist.
You're okay.
Her recent brush with death had drained Quinn of all her energy, but, even more than that, she couldn't bring herself to speak because seeing him, standing out in the sun as bold as anything, was impossible.
Quinn.
He shook her gently, trying to snap her out of her stupor. He could smell her blood, and he breathed slowly through his mouth, trying to block out the sweet scent. You're in the sun, she mumbled eventually, her eyes widening in fear as realization dawned. Oh my God, you're in the sun. I was wrong before. I thought you might be Alexei, but you're not. You're Julian, she gasped.
I think you've lost a little too much blood,
he replied, not unkindly, as he lowered her to the ground. Her shoulder was still bleeding, but it would heal soon enough. Breathing in deeply through her nose, she exhaled through her mouth, gazing up through the canopy of trees. The sunlight filtering through the leaves danced across her face. She had no idea how long she lay there, but slowly the hysteria drained away. Eventually, Drake spoke.
How are you feeling?
She turned to find him sitting a few feet away. Like I just got mauled by a vampire.
Very funny.
Pulling herself into a sitting position, she clapped a hand to her shoulder to stem the slow oozing.
I'm not Julian,
Drake announced, his words echoing through the trees around them. Quinn stared at him, trying to figure out whether he was lying. You have to be. There's no other explanation.
Julian is dead, Quinn. Eldon killed him, remember? So, unless you believe in ghosts, I'm not him.
Julian was the only daywalker ever created, she pointed out.
Really? You believe that bullshit?
He scoffed, once again ridiculing the sacred book and all of its teachings. With a pang, she recalled the day she had told him that Julian was an abomination, and her cheeks flushed with mortification as he continued.
Do you really think that Ina was the only fairy to ever love a vampire?
Quinn's eyes widened in surprise as he continued.
You really don't give my kind enough credit.
You're telling me you were in love with a Fey woman?
I didn't say that.
He sneered.
I said that a Fey woman loved me.
Where is she now? Quinn asked. To her knowledge, all of the Fey were secured within Somerfeld.
She's dead.
She suspected he was telling the truth, or parts of it, at least. How many of you are there? That can walk in the sun?
I have no idea. I've never met another daywalker, but it's not something that we would bandy about. Not even Genevieve knows.
Genevieve, Quinn hissed, and the thought of the vampire filled her with rage, enough to send the blood rushing back to her head. Genevieve set that mob on me. I'm going to kill her. Drake got to his feet too, and Quinn tried to push past him, but in one swift motion he scooped her off the ground again, halting her progress. Put me down.
No.
Put me down, Drake. Now.
You're not going to kill Genevieve,
he drawled. Why not? Because you don't want to lose your girlfriend? Well, here's a newsflash for you. I don't really care about your love life. She tried to kill me. Does that mean nothing to you?
I'm here, aren't I?
He asked. Yes. Quinn nodded. You're here. Thank you, she added suddenly, her anger giving way to gratitude. You saved my life.
Again,
he pointed out wryly. She seemed calm enough, so he set her back on her feet.
You can't kill Genevieve, not only because she means something to me, but because I think she may have information that we need. About your sister,
he added. Do you think she had something to do with my sister's murder? Quinn demanded, the thought occurring to her.
No,
he admitted.
I've already told you that I don't think your sister was killed by vampires, but Genevieve is very involved in the quest, and if anyone knows anything, she should.
Why haven't you asked her then?
She's been away, and she's tricky. I know how to handle her, but it's going to take some time.
So, you're just going to jump back into her bed even though she tried to kill me? A smug smile stretched across his face.
Are you jealous, Quinn?
Don't be ridiculous, she snapped. I'm with Tristan now. Drake's eyes bored into her as though trying to decipher the truth.
Do you love him?
I don't want to discuss this with you, and I should get back. He'll be beside himself with worry. We're leaving today, she added.
Back to the city?
Yes. Quinn hesitated. Drake had saved her life again, and he had proven to her over and over that he could be trusted. There's a town called New Haven. It's a 2-day trip north of here. If you need me, you'll find me there. New Haven was dangerously close to Cliffdale, but Quinn needed to be able to see him, to discuss things. It wasn't safe over the phone.
That's a big secret to divulge to a vampire,
Drake drawled.
Be careful, Quinn. I might start to believe you have a little faith in me.
I'm pretty sure I'm sitting on a bigger secret. She glanced up at the sun again.
You cannot tell a soul,
Drake warned menacingly.
You and I have come to an understanding, Quinn, but know that I will kill you if I have to protect this secret.
I won't tell anyone, she vowed. But you keep Genevieve away from me and away from New Haven. If I see her anywhere near that town, I'll stake her. You have my word. Chapter 10.
Quinn, thank God.
Tristan practically jerked her into the house, relief emanating from him.
Where have you been? I've been worried sick.
Sorry, she prayed he couldn't see the dried blood on her dark sweater. The wound had healed, and she had cleaned herself up as best she could. She held up the brown bag she was carrying. I went to get us breakfast and got sidetracked.
Sidetracked?
I went to say goodbye to Sarah. Why don't you start with this? She dumped the bag into his arms. While I take a shower. The hot water scalded Quinn's skin, a welcome pain that washed away the blood and the taint of the vampires who had attacked her. As her skin turned pink from the heat, she closed her eyes. The sight of Drake standing in the sun burned into her mind. In the fleeting instant when the others had begun to burn, she had felt a fear unlike she had ever known. She had thought he would burn, right alongside them, and it had crucified her. It was still impossible to comprehend that Drake was a daywalker. Even after having seen it with her own eyes, Quinn was having trouble accepting the fact. Mindlessly, she soaped up her hair, trying to isolate how she felt about Drake.
You need any help with that?
A low voice asked, and she jumped, startled. "Tristan," she gasped, ashamed that she had all but forgotten him. She had taken the next step with Tristan, and here she was, less than 48 hours later, thinking about another man. "He's not a man," she scolded herself. "He's a vampire." Still, she shook her head at Tristan, turning away so that he couldn't see the guilt in her eyes. Straight after breakfast, they left Brookfield in separate cars. Quinn was grateful for the reprieve. She didn't want to hurt Tristan, but she needed some time to process everything that had happened. If he sensed she was distant from him that morning, he didn't show it, laughing and joking as he always had. Quinn felt bad for not saying goodbye to Sarah, but she could hardly do so when she had told Tristan she had said her farewell earlier. She figured her friend would assume that she was off on another business trip, and she would be back when she was back. They made good time, but still had to spend one night in a motel. Like a bad cliché, when Tristan emerged from the bathroom, Quinn feigned sleep. Ever the gentleman, Tristan did not wake her. Instead, he climbed into bed beside her and wrapped his arms around her in a protective gesture which made her feel even worse. Arriving at Somerfeld very late in the evening, Quinn did not have the opportunity to speak to Isaiah straight away. Instead, she was informed bright and early the following morning, by a positively euphoric Monique, that one of the Chumana eggs was hatching. Quinn, who was older and wiser than the optimistic girl, knew immediately that something was wrong. Racing over to Kellen's, she found him in the shed in a dour mood. Quinn could see which egg was the cause for concern. A long, thin crack ran along one length of it, from top to base. "It's too soon?" she asked quietly, and Kellen nodded.
They need a few more weeks at least.
Could it survive? Quinn watched as the egg gave a tiny jerk and rolled to one side where it lay absolutely still. Mindful of Monique, who had just entered the shed behind them, Kellen gave an imperceptible shake of his head.
Did I miss it? Has it hatched yet?
Monique asked, grinning from ear to ear. Camille rushed in alongside her, looking frazzled.
Tristan just arrived to see the kids,
she huffed.
I thought I'd come and see if I could help.
Quinn was touched by her offer, but she sensed there was more to it than that. Monique. Quinn got to her feet, pulling the young girl aside. It's not good news.
What do you mean?
The eggs aren't ready. They shouldn't be hatching yet. That baby won't survive.
Of course it will,
Monique insisted, with all the assurance of someone so young, someone who had not experienced loss before. It won't, Quinn murmured as Camille came to stand beside Monique. It's too young.
No.
Monique shook her head in denial.
It's going to be fine. You wait and see.
And with that, she stepped past Kellen and, despite everyone leaping forward to stop her, she scooped the cracked Chumana egg up in her arms and took a seat, depositing it gently on her lap. Camille could hardly fail to have noticed the gasps of horror around her, and she looked hastily between Kellen and Quinn. Neither could take their eyes off the burnt orange egg.
Is that bad?
Camille asked. Quinn looked to Kellen for affirmation.
The hatchling won't survive,
He soothed, eliciting a snort of derision from Monique.
It doesn't matter.
And if it does? Quinn pointed out wryly.
What?
Camille interjected.
What if it does survive?
Quinn pursed her lips to keep from smiling as Kellen stepped forward to explain it to Camille.
Dragons are much like birds. They use the same parental recognition method, called filial imprinting.
Camille looked blank.
Basically, with birds, the hatchling will bond with the first large moving object it sees. It has to be both, because their fellow nestlings are too small, but a tree doesn't move. You follow?
Yes.
Camille nodded, but she was still completely at a loss as to his point.
Well, with dragons, the situation is only slightly different. Once hatching has commenced, the dragon can connect through the egg membrane. As only a breeding mother is ever near the cluster, this would ordinarily be the first large moving form that the dragon senses.
So?
Well, this hatchling's egg has already cracked, and Monique is the first person to handle it.
He trailed off, wondering if Camille would ever catch on. Basically, Monique will be that hatchling's mama, Quinn said. Camille did not respond for a full minute, but her face changed from blind ignorance to understanding to outrage.
What?
She roared. Yeah, Quinn winced. Not exactly the grandchild you envisioned.
It doesn't matter.
Kellen tried to ease her concerns.
That hatchling will never survive. It's too early. I give it a couple of days at most, once it's fully emerged.
You're wrong,
Monique called from her position on the floor.
He's a fighter. Just wait and see.
This thing with the dragons is too much,
Camille whined when the three of them emerged from the shed to speak privately, leaving Monique to the egg.
She's been riding them too.
Really? Quinn realized the moment she said it that her lively curiosity was not the response Camille had been hoping for. Quinn couldn't help but be fascinated. She had never encountered a dragon rider personally, a guardian who could communicate with the fiery beasts and calm them to the point of physical contact without injury.
She burnt her arm 2 days ago,
Camille continued.
She tried to hide it, of course, but I walked in when she was in the bath.
Is it bad?
No,
she admitted reluctantly.
It's small, about the size of my palm. I took her over to Freya, who said it was only a mild burn, but that's not the point.
Actually, it is, Quinn pointed out. Honestly, Camille, if the dragons wanted to harm her, Monique would have been burnt to a crisp. Seeing Camille's expression, she quickly continued. A small burn is probably just a result of nuzzling. You know how when a horse nuzzles your neck, you sometimes end up with a trail of slime across your shoulder? Camille nodded, but it was clear that she didn't consider the comparison a very good one. Well, it's kind of like that, only instead of slime, there's fire, Quinn finished lamely.
What Quinn is trying to say,
Kellen interrupted,
is that they won't hurt Monique. In fact, just the opposite. They'll protect her. And I can prove it, if it makes you feel any better.
I can't believe we're doing this.
Tristan grumbled over an hour later, shaking out his arms and legs as if he were about to compete in a professional sprint. Your sister needs to see it, Quinn reminded him. She was looking forward to seeing it for herself, actually, but she didn't relish the imminent dragon attack. Besides, this is going to work.
Are you ready?
Kellen called from where he stood with Camille, a few feet away. Quinn squinted up at the mountain. She could only barely discern Monique, who was still climbing. A loud flapping sound reached them as a monstrous Orokian, fiercest of all the dragon species, landed on the ledge just above her. Quinn thought Camille might black out right there and then.
Oh, that's perfect.
Tristan groaned. Quinn would also have preferred a less aggressive adversary, but she was too enchanted by what she was seeing to really mind. The Orokian gazed down at Monique as she climbed, completely unconcerned by the Guardian's close proximity. Monique pulled herself up onto the ledge, sitting right beside the giant beast.
Is she talking to it?
Camille squeaked, and, sure enough, Quinn could see Monique's antics as she gestured with her hands, no doubt having an animated, one-sided conversation with the most dangerous dragon on Earth. As they watched, she shifted closer and then, unbelievably, Monique rested her head against the Orokian's powerful back leg. The ugly black head dipped down, and Quinn stared, enthralled, as the blunt snout butted against Monique's head in a sign of obvious affection.
Ready?
Kellen asked again, breaking the spell, and both Quinn and Tristan nodded.
If this doesn't work, you get out of there,
Kellen warned.
Really, Kellen? I thought maybe we'd hang around and let it set our asses on fire.
Tristan retorted.
Go!
The fairy grinned and Quinn shot forward, Tristan right behind her. They ran towards the ledge where Monique sat, and, just before they passed underneath it, Monique let out a blood-curdling scream. Even though it was part of the plan, the terrified sound made the hairs on Quinn's neck stand on end. The screech that followed made Monique's cry sound like a whisper. It reverberated off the rock around them and filled Quinn's head, the sound seeming to go right through her entire body. The Orokian dived straight off the ledge, rocketing down towards them with single-minded purpose. Quinn and Tristan dived to the left only just in time, as a jet of fire blasted the rock where they had stood just a second before.
Son of a bitch.
Tristan cursed, patting his left sleeve which had caught alight.
If she can't call it off, we're in serious trouble.
They had reached the edge of the plateau and there was nowhere left to run. The Orokian had swooped and was now climbing again, its great wings flapping rhythmically. Quinn and Tristan watched as it passed where Monique sat perched on the ledge. As it rose above her, the ugly black body turning in midair to attack again, Monique let out a low, melodious whistle, as if calling a dog. The Orokian's response was immediate. Dropping down slowly, it came to settle back on the ledge beside her, looking for all the world as if it had never left. Tristan and Quinn beamed at one another. That was amazing, Quinn quipped.
Unbelievable.
He agreed, craning his neck to look up at Monique, who was climbing down the rock face again, the hideous beast above watching over her. Having proven a point to her traumatized mother, Monique went straight back to Kellen's shed to check on the Chumana egg. It looked exactly the same as when she had left it.
It takes days to fully emerge,
Kellen explained.
if it hatches at all.
Secretly, he wondered if the hatchling hadn't already died. It was a tragic loss, but all he could do now was focus on the remaining 7 precious eggs. He had moved them closer to the burner and was keeping it lit day and night, trying to ensure that the eggs stayed as warm as possible, and he was setting them one by one in the fire itself, twice a day. The breeding mother would frequently breathe fire over the cluster, and this was the closest he could get to replicating that natural scenario.
Quinn.
Monique caught up to her as she was heading back towards the fountain. She would not put off her conversation with Isaiah again. Yeah?
I was wondering.
Monique began hesitantly.
Do you think we could go into town tomorrow afternoon? I'd like to do some online research on the dragon eggs.
The cathedral had no internet. Piper, the Guardian's official researcher, spent most of her days outside of the city's magical enchantments, connecting to various secure servers that they had set up. Monique, you do know that everything you find online will be a load of hogwash, don't you? If it's reliable dragon information you're after, you should look in the record room.
I know, but I also want to check my emails.
Monique admitted sheepishly. Ah, Quinn nodded. You can't let anyone know where you are, though.
I know. Mom contacted everyone when we first arrived. She said we moved out of town. I promise I'll stick to that story.
Monique. Quinn wasn't sure how to broach the topic, Monique being so young, but she had to hear it sometime. You know your friends are going to get older. They're going to age and get sick. And you're going to be like this for a very long time. Maybe it's better that you just forget about the people you knew before. Monique's lip quivered and Quinn felt rotten. Look, You don't have to cut all ties right away, she offered. Just keep it in mind. Monique nodded tremulously.
So you'll take me then? Tomorrow?
Sure, Quinn agreed, seeing no reason not to.
Are you going to the cathedral now?
Monique asked as they reached the fountain. Yes.
I'll come with you. I'd like to visit the record room anyway. There might be something in there that could help the hatchling.
10 minutes later, Monique was ensconced in the record room surrounded by all the books that Isaiah had fetched for her. Closing the record room door behind him, he took a seat opposite Quinn at the council table.
What is it you wanted to see me about, Quinn?
He asked politely. There was no easy way to say it, so Quinn cut straight to the chase before she had a change of heart. I want you to exhume Avery's body. If Isaiah was surprised, he didn't show it.
That's a very big request. Can I ask why you would want to do such a thing?
Guardians were laid to rest in a small cemetery, just outside the north entrance of the cathedral, although their graves were seldom visited. Guardians preferred to remember how their friends had lived, as opposed to how they had died. They celebrated their lives and did not dwell on the past. Avery's body, however, was there, in a shallow grave with a humble headstone that read only, "Until we meet again." Tristan had chosen the inscription, and Quinn had reluctantly approved. I have reason to believe that Avery may not have been killed by a vampire, she admitted.
Do you know something I don't?
Isaiah asked, his liquid amber eyes never leaving her face. I'm not sure, she replied, but I need to know for certain.
Quinn, I examined Avery's body the night Tristan brought it back here. She was bitten. Vampires killed your sister.
I'm sure you're right, Quinn began, but I'm asking you to do this anyway. She knew what she was asking him to do, and it pained her. Exhuming Avery's decomposed remains was not for the faint-hearted. It gave Quinn the chills just considering it, but she had to know. Steeling herself, she continued, her request not done yet, and I want you to keep it between us. Isaiah drew in a stunned breath.
Quinn, Tristan and your father have a right to know. Avery was just as much a part of their lives as she was yours.
I understand that, Quinn agreed, wholeheartedly. But I don't want to cause them unnecessary heartache. If nothing comes of it, I would prefer them to remain blissfully unaware.
And of course, you are concerned that they will deny your request?
I'm absolutely certain that they would, she admitted. But what if I'm right? She leaned across the table, her eyes meeting his with no compunction. Don't you think we need to know the truth? Isaiah had always admired and respected Quinn, more so than any other guardian, save for Daniel. She was fierce and didn't conform to the rules, but she had more passion, more intuition than any of the others, himself included, and her tenacity was inspiring.
All right.
He nodded eventually, breaking the silence.
I'll do it myself.
I can help, she offered immediately. I don't expect you to do this alone.
And I don't expect you to witness your sister's unearthed remains,
he replied grimly.
Thank you for the offer, but as I said, I'll do it myself.
Chapter 11. Jonas stared at the screen before him, seeing nothing. He had been coming every day hoping that Monique would show, but so far there had been no sign of her. Jonas couldn't believe his dumb luck. Of all the people in the world, he had made a connection with a guardian. His father would throw a fit if he knew, as if things between them weren't strained enough already. Despite Balthazar's confidence, Jonas had asked Rowena to leave the camp, but she had declined.
I can't leave him,
she had murmured under her breath.
And I certainly can't leave you.
I'll come with you,
Jonas had offered, prepared to make the sacrifice if it meant she was okay. Even if it meant leaving Monique, much as the thought pained him.
That's sweet of you, Jonas.
Rowena had smiled indulgently.
But this is my home. This is our family.
How can you say that after what he's done to you?
Your father was provoked,
she admitted.
I hurt him very deeply. I am as much to blame as he is.
What did you do?
He demanded, but she would say nothing further.
Hey!
Monique's voice interrupted, and Jonas started in his chair, gazing up at her in delight.
You came.
I did.
Are you alone?
Not really.
She gestured through the window. Across the street, Jonas picked out her mother and a startlingly attractive brunette who Jonas assumed was another guardian.
They said I have an hour,
Monique explained. She took a seat beside him, and he turned his chair to face her. Jonas was content simply to watch her, but Monique's natural chattiness soon surfaced, and they fell into an easy, natural conversation. All too soon, Monique glanced at her watch, which conveniently covered her tattoo.
I better go before they come looking for me,
she sighed. Her obvious disappointment filled Jonas with hope.
We're having our monthly bonfire tomorrow,
he said.
Please come.
Tomorrow?
Monique frowned.
I don't know. I don't think I'll be able to.
Just try, please. I can meet you here, show you the way.
I'm not allowed out after dark.
That's not a problem. It starts at noon. You can stay a couple of hours and be gone before sundown, please,
he repeated.
I can try.
Monique would not make a promise she couldn't keep. Jonas considered this, and then his face lit up as another idea struck him.
What if I...
Monique!
Too late, they realized that Camille was standing right beside them. Surprisingly, she didn't look angry. In fact, she looked almost amused.
Mom!
Monique blushed.
What are you doing here?
More to the point, what are you doing here?
Camille teased.
I'm Camille,
she added, extending her hand towards Jonas.
Monique's mother.
Nice to meet you.
Jonas shook her proffered hand.
My name is Jonas.
Camille looked between the two of them, her face alight with curiosity. Are you done? Quinn's voice intruded as she punched something into her phone, and Monique cringed. Finishing her message, Quinn slipped the phone into her jacket pocket and glanced up. Her eyes swept over Monique and came to rest on Jonas. She took in the shabby clothes and the overlong hair, and in a split second, she recognized him for what he was. The look that she gave him would have intimidated a lesser man, but, to Jonas's credit, he met her gaze unflinchingly.
Hello.
He got to his feet, respectfully, and extended his hand.
I'm Jonas.
Quinn, she replied softly, her eyes searching his face for any sign that he knew what she was.
It's nice to meet you.
Jonas kept his voice steady, determined not to give her any reason to distrust him.
I was just inviting Monique to a get-together tomorrow. Of course, you're both more than welcome to attend, too.
A party?
Camille's eyebrows practically disappeared into her hairline.
How exciting.
Monique wanted to crawl under the table in mortification. Camille? Quinn smiled. Could you take Monique outside and wait for me there? Monique stalked out before Camille could answer, and she hastened after her daughter, banging into a desk near the door in the process. How do you know Monique? Quinn asked pleasantly when she and Jonas were alone.
We met at a gas station a few weeks ago and then again here.
And this party? Where is it?
In the woods, not far from here. I'm happy to meet you here and I can direct you.
I'm sorry, but I don't think Monique will be able to make it.
Why not?
His disappointment was genuine.
Please, I'd really like her to be there. She's the only person my age I've met here. I'm sure it's the same for her. It's nothing untoward, it's just a bonfire.
You're a gypsy, right?
Yes.
He set his jaw stubbornly, as if waiting to defend himself. What are you doing here, in New Haven?
Just passing through.
He offered the standard gypsy reply. Quinn mused. Either Jonas was exceptionally good at hiding his feelings, or he honestly didn't know who she was. She was inclined to believe the latter. A gypsy could not detect a guardian. The Guardians believed that the gypsy convoy had moved on, but Jonas had confirmed this was not the case. Instead, they were right here, on Summerfeld's doorstep. As much as Quinn didn't want Monique anywhere near them, this was an opportunity to find out how much they knew and why they were hanging around. "I'll think about it," Quinn relented eventually.
I'll be here from 11,
he promised, trying and failing to hide the glimmer of hope in his eyes.
I really want to go,
Monique implored. Camille had gone to fetch Jack and Ava from Tristan, and Quinn was walking Monique back to Kellen's. "You know he's a gypsy?" Quinn suspected that Monique did, but she wouldn't necessarily know what it meant. Isaiah hadn't gotten that far with her studies yet.
Yeah.
Monique confirmed.
So what?
Monique, the gypsies have always searched for Somerfeld. They are a threat to every creature that we are sworn to protect.
Jonas isn't like that,
Monique insisted.
He's nice.
He likes you, Quinn acceded. That's plain to see, and he seems like a nice boy. But the fact remains that he is an enemy of Somerfeld.
I thought vampires were our only enemies.
The gypsies are not as dangerous, and certainly not as cunning, but they cannot be allowed to find the city. Monique stared at her feet, terrified that Quinn would read the truth in her face, that the gypsies had already found Somerfeld. Monique was torn between her allegiance to the Guardians and wanting to protect her friend.
I won't tell him if that's what you're worried about,
she mumbled, crossing her fingers behind her back. Quinn didn't answer.
I think it's a fantastic idea,
Camille gushed when she and Tristan returned with the children. This was exactly what she had wanted, for Monique to have normal teenage experiences.
It's a terrible idea,
Tristan argued.
You want to take your daughter into a gypsy camp, complete with no running water and love potions and all that other voodoo nonsense.
It's not voodoo,
Camille laughed.
It's just herbs and natural remedies.
Not to mention the fact that these people are looking for Somerfeld. They're basically looking for us.
Quinn said that they won't know.
Camille sobered instantly at his ominous tone.
You said they wouldn't know,
she insisted, turning to Quinn. They won't, Quinn assured her. There's no way they would suspect anything, and no way for them to identify us so long as we keep our tattoos covered. She held up her arm, complete with a thick silver bracelet that completely hid any trace of her tattoo. Seeing the expectant, hopeful faces staring back at her, she heaved a sigh. I'll speak to Isaiah. Chapter 12.
I see you found another accomplice in your uncle,
Isaiah teased Monique as they passed through the gateway the following day. Monique grinned up at Tristan, who had agreed to come along at Quinn's request. Quinn preferred to have backup, especially since Camille was coming along too. If things went badly, she would need Tristan's help. Just think of it as an exploratory mission, a way to gather information, Quinn murmured under her breath at him as they approached the internet cafe. Monique and Camille were walking ahead, just out of earshot. Remember, they don't know who we are.
Is that him?
Tristan narrowed his eyes at a geeky-looking kid with glasses, who couldn't have been a day over 12. He clearly didn't like the idea of his niece having a male friend. No, Quinn muttered. And then, as Jonas emerged from the cafe, half a head taller than Tristan, and infinitely more menacing-looking than the bespectacled boy, she murmured sympathetically, "That's him." To Jonas's credit, his manners were impeccable, and he was so obviously delighted to see that they had come. He chatted amiably with Monique the whole way to camp, making sure to include the others too, as he pointed out various plants and bird life. Despite the happy start, Quinn felt the tension mount in her body as they reached the gypsy settlement. Rowena was the first to notice the small group entering the clearing. Her initial happiness that Jonas had brought a friend to the bonfire evaporated as her eyes came to rest on Quinn. She recognized her instantly as the guardian they had followed from the gas station. Her smile died on her lips as she quickly scanned the crowd of gypsies for Balthazar. She spotted him emerging from the trees on the other side of the camp, and lifting her skirts, she quickly ran over to him.
Balthazar,
she gasped, but he cut her dead.
I told you to never speak to me again.
Look, you fool.
She pointed across to where Jonas was introducing the newcomers. Balthazar frowned in confusion, and she hastily continued.
She's one of the Guardians. I saw her at the gas station.
A Guardian? What is she doing here?
She came with Jonas. I think he's befriended the young girl.
Balthazar could not take Jonas to task for bringing outsiders into their festivities. Gypsy parties were open to anyone. The more the merrier. But his son obviously had no idea who these particular people really were, or he would never have brought them. Composing himself, Balthazar pushed past Rowena and crossed the clearing.
Jonas!
He boomed.
Aren't you going to introduce me to your friends?
Jonas searched his father's face carefully, but found no trace of unease. And as long as Jonas kept the Guardian's true identities hidden, there was no reason to worry.
This is Monique,
he announced proudly, drawing her forward. The red-headed girl was beautiful, Balthazar noted approvingly.
And this is her mother, Camille,
Jonas continued. Balthazar clasped Camille's hand warmly.
And her uncle, Tristan.
At this, the only man in the group stepped forward. Balthazar couldn't be sure, but the presence of a heavy metal wristwatch led him to believe that Tristan could well be a guardian. He didn't even bother checking Monique's wrist. She was far too young.
And Quinn,
Jonas finished. There was no mistaking this guardian. Even without Rowena's advance warning, Balthazar would have known. She was beautiful, but her beauty did not fool him. She carried herself with all the assurance of a true warrior, and her eyes were shrewd and distrustful as she extended her hand towards him.
Welcome,
he gushed, with all the charm he could muster.
It's always good to meet new friends.
Thank you for having us,
Camille answered for the group, her natural curiosity getting the better of her as she eyed the food being set out on trestle tables and the colorful garb of the gypsy women.
Would you like to borrow an outfit?
Rowena asked softly, having joined the group.
It does add to the experience.
She smiled politely, even though she could feel the waves of contempt emanating from Balthazar, who refused to acknowledge her.
This is my mother,
Jonas drawled defiantly, enjoying the look of fury on Balthazar's face.
Rowena.
It's lovely to meet you.
Monique threw formality to the wind and stepped forward to hug her. Rowena was unbelievably touched, and she squeezed Monique back.
Come.
She beckoned the three women. Quinn tried to protest, but Camille gave her such a stern look that she reluctantly complied. They headed for a large open tent inside which clothing racks were filled to bursting with brightly colored, albeit rather shabby ensembles.
Let's get you a drink,
Balthazar offered, as he, Jonas, and Tristan watched them leave. Tristan did not particularly want to drink anything gypsy made, but given the awkwardness of the situation, he gratefully accepted a home-brewed beer. Nothing would arouse the gypsy's suspicion more than behaving like an alert guardian, Quinn had told him. They needed to appear relaxed. When the three women finally emerged from the tent, Tristan almost didn't recognize them. Each had a flower behind her ear, and Monique had blooms trailing all down the heavy red braid that was pulled forward over one shoulder. Their outfits were vibrant and sexy. Long, heavy skirts and low blouses that tied up the front, with full, soft sleeves. Tristan didn't think he had ever seen Quinn in a dress before. She looked awkward, and her features were too chiseled to really pull it off, but she still drew the eyes of most of the men sitting around the now blazing bonfire. He could see, though, that through her casual facade, Quinn watched everything. She would not drop her guard. He only wished he could pretend as well as she could. As the afternoon progressed, Quinn could see Tristan relaxing, little by little. Despite what they had thought, the gypsies were entertaining, hospitable, and quick to laugh. They regaled them with stories, and Camille even had a card reading, the results of which she would not disclose, but it seemed to make her happy. "It's all rubbish, right?" Quinn asked Rowena, as one of the gypsy men bore Camille off to dance. "It's just fancy guesswork."
Some of it.
Rowena smiled.
Some people are easier to read than others. Camille is transparent. What you see is what you get. Unlike you.
What do you mean?
Just that you're harder to read. It's a compliment,
she added quickly. Jonas was dancing with Monique. He didn't remember ever enjoying himself this much, and the more time he spent with her, the more she captivated him.
Do you think they suspect us?
Monique murmured, casting nervous glances at Balthazar and the other men surrounding him.
No.
Jonas shook his head.
Good.
She almost tripped as he twirled her.
You can't tell them, Jonas. Ever. If your dad found out who we were, I would never be able to see you again.
He won't find out,
Jonas promised. As the sun lowered on the horizon, Quinn insisted they had to leave. They had already stayed too long and would never make it back before nightfall.
Please, can we stay just a little bit longer?
Monique begged. Camille, who was thoroughly enjoying herself, sided with her daughter.
She's having fun,
she told Quinn and a hovering Tristan.
We won't stay late. Let her have this. Tomorrow she can go straight back to her new life. What is an extra hour or two going to hurt?
1 hour.
Tristan acceded. Quinn rounded on him in surprise.
She's only 15.
He murmured.
I guess she deserves to have a little fun.
Secretly, Quinn thought that the strength of the gypsy ale had played a large part in his change of heart, but she was only too happy to oblige. Monique reminded her so much of herself, and Quinn had always thought the Guardians were too hard on new recruits. It was even worse for Monique because she was still just a child. Lost in her own thoughts, Quinn almost missed the tall figure moving like a ghost through the trees. In the instant that she stepped forward, he was gone, but she could have sworn it was him. Drake, she murmured.
What did you say?
Tristan whirled to look at the same spot she was still staring at. I thought I saw...
The vampire?
I must have been seeing things. She shook her head.
It's not quite dark yet,
he pointed out in agreement. They watched Monique and Camille dancing around the still blazing fire.
Will you dance with me, Quinn?
Tristan asked. Finding no reason to decline, she took his proffered hand, jumping slightly at the jolt of electricity that surged between them when their hands touched. Tristan must have felt it too, because his eyes widened and he stared down at their fingers entwined together.
Quinn.
He pulled her towards him, placing one hand around her waist, while the other kept a firm grip on her hand.
Why are you fighting this?
Fighting what? She feigned innocence. She had been wrong before. Tristan had sensed her distancing herself.
This,
he murmured, drawing her close. He was so familiar, his smell, his warmth, the long length of his lean body. Quinn leaned back slightly, giving herself breathing room. Do you really think we can just pick up where we left off? She asked.
I thought we already had.
He teased, and Quinn felt her cheeks flush before he turned serious once more.
I think we owe it to ourselves to try. And I honestly believe that Avery would want us to be happy.
His words were laden with the sorrow of her loss, but they were also determined. How do you know what Avery would want?
Because she loved you, more than anything.
He replied simply.
Wouldn't you want the same if the situation were reversed? For two people you loved to find happiness again?
He was right, Quinn realized. If Avery and Tristan were here now and the roles were reversed, she would want them both to be happy, to find love again, and to live their lives without any guilt. "Maybe you're right," she murmured, allowing him to draw her close once more.
I don't know about you, but the other night meant a lot to me.
He murmured into her hair. "It meant a lot to me too," she replied automatically. They danced in silence for a few minutes, and then the music changed tempo, and an upbeat song replaced the slow dance number they had been moving to. Smiling, Tristan took Quinn's hand and started to spin her, this way and that, until she was worried she might burst out of her dress. Laughing, they dipped and weaved, his boyish charm so familiar and endearing that Quinn found herself reconsidering every reason she had to doubt their relationship. When the music slowed once more, she turned to make her way back to the side of the clearing, but Tristan pulled her back, and she collided with his chest. His warm arms encircled her waist, and his open, honest face stared down at her. Slowly, Quinn moved her face up towards his. She could feel the rapid rhythm of his heart drumming beneath her fingertips. And then, just as she closed her eyes, a warm hand trailed down her bare back and took hold of her right hand. Before she could even register that both of Tristan's hands were still placed firmly around her waist, she was pulled into a spin, away from Tristan and into Drake's arms. Chapter 13. Quinn hadn't even realized the sun had fully set. Tristan stepped forward angrily, his irritation turning to outrage as he sensed the vampire's presence. But he could hardly attack Drake in the crowd without giving their identities away, and he could not risk Drake reacting violently. There were too many innocent lives at stake. "What are you doing?" Quinn asked, staring up at Drake. She quickly shook her head at Tristan as he took 2 long strides towards them, warning him not to make a scene.
Take your hands off her, demon.
Tristan growled, his hands flexing into fists at his sides.
"She will come to no harm with me,"
Drake replied coolly.
"And I will return her to you shortly."
Let go of her,
Tristan repeated. He could not bear the sight of his mortal enemy's hands on Quinn's body. "Tristan, it's fine. This is Drake, who I told you about. Drake, this is Tristan." The 2 men eyed one another with mutual enmity. "We don't need a scene," Quinn warned. "Tristan, go and find your sister. I think it's time to get going."
What if he...
"Tristan," she hissed, "I can handle this."
If you touch her,
Tristan warned.
"I think we should let the lady decide,"
Drake retorted arrogantly, before sweeping Quinn away through the crowd in an elaborate waltz. "What the hell are you doing here?" Quinn asked, keeping an eye on Monique. She trusted Drake, but she was still responsible for Monique, and she was not sure his resolve could stand the temptation of such a young, defenseless guardian.
"I mean the young redhead no harm,"
Drake murmured, following her gaze. Of course, he had already worked out what Monique was. "What do you want?"
"Have you exhumed your sister's body yet?"
"How do you know?"
"It's what I would do. It's the only way to test my theory."
"I still think you're wrong, but I'll have an answer soon, one way or another. But that's not why you're here," she pointed out. He could have simply called if he had wanted to ask about Avery.
"No,"
he admitted.
"It's not."
Quinn didn't know if it was her imagination, but his hand seemed to tighten around her waist and his long fingers increased their pressure on her hand. Staring at her without a hint of embarrassment, he seemed to be searching for something, and then his usually indifferent expression morphed into one of tenderness.
"I lied,"
he murmured. "You lied?"
"Yes. I told you should be with Tristan. I was wrong. You don't belong with him."
"Really?" Quinn's breath caught in her throat because she knew where he was going, but she posed the question anyway. "And where do I belong?" His lips curled up in a small smile.
"With me."
The words were so direct that Quinn missed a step and tripped towards him. Expertly he caught her, his hands pinning her arms to her side. "You're crazy," she muttered. But she didn't resist as he kept moving towards the edge of the clearing and into the trees. Only when they were deep in the woods did he release her.
"I don't know why, but I cannot get you out of my head, Quinn,"
he admonished, as if it were her fault.
"And I know you feel something for me, too."
His eyes dared her to deny it. "It doesn't matter what I feel," she replied automatically, playing right into his hands. "The point is, I'm a guardian and you're a vampire. Nothing can ever—"
"So, because you have been taught that it's wrong, we should just deny the way we feel."
"I don't know how I feel."
"Yes, you do."
"No," she insisted. "I don't. Besides, you're with Genevieve, and I'm with Tristan."
"Why are you so determined to fight this?"
He pointedly ignored the mention of the others. They were irrelevant. "Because it's wrong."
"According to who?"
"Everyone!" She raised her hands in exasperation.
"You know, Quinn, this is exactly why I abandoned the quest,"
he murmured.
"I was tired of being told what to do, told what to believe, told who to love."
That last part triggered something in Quinn's memory. "Does this have anything to do with her?" she asked. "With the Fey woman who—"
"That has nothing to do with this. I'm talking about you and me."
"And I told you, I'm a guardian and you're a vampire. I'm not having this conversation."
"So that's your decision?"
He sounded angry and oddly disappointed. "Yes," she nodded, unable to meet his eyes.
"You really have been brainwashed."
"I have not. I happen to believe in it all."
"Then tell me,"
he retorted coolly.
"if I was just an ordinary man and you were just an ordinary woman, what would your answer be then?"
Quinn's mouth opened to reply, but no words came out. Drake's question had thrown her, and she honestly didn't have the answer.
"That's what I thought."
He narrowed his eyes.
"I thought you had more backbone than that, Quinn. Obviously, I was wrong." "Go,"
he added, sweeping his arm in the direction of the camp.
"Go and be with your guardian, if that's where you believe you belong."
I'll let you know what I learn about my sister," she muttered as she brushed past him. By the time she returned to the bonfire, Tristan had rounded up Camille and Monique.
"What happened?"
he demanded, striding forward to meet her. "Nothing." Quinn cast a surreptitious glance around. He just wanted to talk.
"About Avery?"
"Keep your voice down," Quinn hissed. Monique was not far behind.
"Quinn."
"Later," she insisted. "We've been too long already. It's time to go." She bade a quick farewell to Rowena, nodding absent-mindedly as the woman asked if she would be seeing them again, before their group set out through the trees. They were less than half a mile from the camp when they heard the screaming. Monique and Camille had their heads together, discussing the day's events, and Tristan and Quinn walked in silence, not wanting to mention Drake in front of Camille, for fear of alarming her. Quinn knew they would discuss it, though. She could tell by the angry set of Tristan's jaw that he would not just let it go. When the screaming began, it was the high cries of a woman, followed by deep male laughter. Quinn turned back towards the camp in alarm.
"Leave it."
Tristan grabbed her wrist. "Someone's in trouble."
"They're gypsies."
He reminded her. The gypsies were none of their concern. Monique and Camille were. Quinn deliberated only a second before making her decision. "Get these two back to Cliffdale."
"Quinn, don't be stupid. It's none of our business."
Go,
Monique interrupted.
Jonas is back there.
She added by way of explanation.
Please, make sure they're all okay.
Quinn didn't wait to hear any more. Sprinting back the way they had come, she heard the screams getting louder as she approached the camp. Bursting into the clearing, she saw the entire gypsy community gathered around the bonfire. Nearby, Jonas was holding back a wild-eyed Rowena, who was struggling to break free of his vice-like grip, her eyes trained on something in the center of the circle.
"Don't, Rowena,"
he pleaded. Quinn stormed through the crush of bodies, pushing men and women roughly aside. When she burst through, the sight that greeted her made her stomach turn. A big, burly gypsy man was beating a woman who couldn't be much older than Quinn. Her right eye was swollen and her lip was split, blood dribbling down her chin. Nobody intervened. Nobody came to her aid. Revolted, Quinn watched as the man drew his arm back for another blow, and an icy rage consumed her. She couldn't allow this to happen. To hell with keeping a low profile. As she took a step towards the couple, a commotion on the opposite side of the fire caught her attention. Drake burst from the edge of the crowd, seizing the back of the gypsy man's shirt and hurling him backward where he crashed into a few bystanders, knocking them to the ground. Quinn was reminded of the night in Phil's bar when he had defended another innocent woman. Stalking over to where the man lay on his back, bewildered, Drake sneered down at him. In his fury, he looked dangerous and nowhere near human. The sight of him alone immobilized the thuggish brute, who held up his arms to shield himself. For a horrifying second, Quinn thought that Drake would attack again, but instead, he dropped his hands to his sides, exercising extreme self-control.
"Touch her again and I'll kill you,"
he growled. Nobody moved. The entire crowd had fallen silent, staring at Drake with varying emotions. The girl whimpered, and Quinn came to her senses. Stepping forward, she gently touched her shoulder before helping her to her feet. "Are you okay?" she murmured, unsure of how to help.
"I'll take her,"
Rowena announced, appearing at Quinn's side. Quinn's eyes found Jonas's and he lowered his gaze, humiliation washing over him. Quinn had just witnessed the worst of his people. Quinn followed Drake as he stalked off. Such was his rage he had not even noticed her. She caught him as he passed a faded red Chevy truck. "Hey!" she called out, before he could disappear into the trees. "That was a good thing you did back there."
"For an evil, soulless creature, you mean?"
he replied sardonically. "I never said that."
"You didn't have to."
Drake.
"Look, Quinn, I get it. But this is exactly why I don't believe in the myths, the fairy tales, the taboo, the quest. What Eldon did was pit species against each other in a war that spanned centuries and resulted in nothing but hatred and death."
"I agree." Her clear voice made his head jerk up. "I agree that Eldon made a mistake in killing Julian. You were right. He did start this war. But I do believe that he realized his mistake, and he tried to end the violence by protecting those who remain. I believe in the guardianship. The innocents who reside within Somerfeld deserve to be defended. If all vampires were like you, there would be no need for the city's existence. But the sad truth is that they're not like you. They want to wipe out the precious few who remain, and I cannot allow that. My blood will not allow it." Drake's eyes were guarded, unreadable, but he stepped closer to her, reaching for her hand. Moving the thick silver bracelet aside, he traced the lines of her tattoo with his finger.
"What if I told you that I have no desire to harm the creatures within the city?"
Quinn fumbled over her words. Drake had proven that he would not harm her, or Tristan, or Monique. He had had enough opportunities to do so, but he had never so much as laid a finger on them. He had even steered clear of Rafe, who was a ward of Somerfeld, the single greatest temptation for any vampire intent on the quest. But he had done all of this at Quinn's request. How could she be sure that, outside her influence, Drake wouldn't make a different decision? She would certainly kill other vampires, although she could never bring herself to harm him. "I can't afford to trust you," she admitted. not with something this important.
Perhaps one day you will,
he replied softly, his fingers still circling her wrist. The sound of soft footfalls interrupted their quiet solitude, and Quinn leapt away from him, pulling down her bracelet. They turned to find Rowena approaching.
I wanted to thank you.
She addressed Drake in hushed tones, as though fearful of being overheard.
Both of you,
she added, nodding at Quinn.
Sometimes when they drink, things get a little out of hand.
It's none of our business, Quinn replied, but I am glad we could help this time. Rowena stared at one, then the other, a thoughtful look in her eye.
Do I know you?
Drake's words took Quinn by surprise.
I don't think so,
Rowena replied hesitantly. Drake took in the high cheekbones and warm eyes.
Jasmine,
he breathed, remembering.
What did you say?
Rowena stepped forward, stunned.
How do you know that name?
He probably heard it from one of the others, Quinn interjected quickly, but Drake's next words put paid to her lie.
You look just like her,
he murmured. Quinn found her heart constrict with inexplicable envy at the fond way he gazed upon Rowena.
You knew her?
Rowena gasped, sounding more delighted than shocked.
She tried to help me once,
Drake explained. The memory of Charlotte hit him with fresh agony, and the smile faded from his lips. Rowena seemed to sense that her ancestor had failed, but, instead of rushing from this place, from an immortal being who should have terrified her, she stepped forward and placed a hand on Drake's arm.
Perhaps one day I will be able to succeed where she failed,
she murmured, before stepping away and disappearing into the shadows. What was that about? Quinn asked when they were alone.
Nothing.
Drake shook his head.
Get out of here, Quinn.
I don't want to leave things like this between us. He finally lifted his dark head to meet her gaze.
Like what?
With you being mad at me.
I'm not angry, Quinn.
He laughed, a low, melancholy sound.
I'm disappointed.
Balthazar had been conspicuous by his absence during the fight at the bonfire. In truth, he had not witnessed any of it. Instead, he had walked through the woods, wanting to escape the merriment that only served to highlight his unhappiness. Rowena's betrayal had cut him far more deeply than he was prepared to show, and despite everything, he found himself craving her presence in his life. It crucified him that the other men in camp had had their way with her. Melchior, in particular, had not stopped boasting of his sexual prowess and was strutting around the camp like a prize rooster. Upon his return, Balthazar heard voices up ahead, and he took refuge behind a wizened old oak tree to listen. The conversation between the female guardian and the man named Drake shocked him to his very core. Drake was a vampire. Balthazar was certain of it. But the fact that a guardian would converse with such an abomination, never mind befriend one as Quinn had so obviously done, well, Balthazar would never have believed it if he hadn't heard it with his own ears. And if she was prepared to give a vampire the benefit of the doubt, then maybe, just maybe, she would be willing to hear him out too. Chapter 14. 2 days later, Quinn walked down the dim passage towards the training room. She found that physical exertion was the only thing that cleared her mind, and it was an excuse to be alone. Tristan was angry with her, that much was clear, although he had kept her secret. She loved Tristan deeply, and her feelings for him had been rekindled over the past few weeks. It was logical that they should be together. Tristan was everything she needed. He was strong and kind, and he had the same values, the same beliefs that she did. Drake was wrong for her on every level. He was cruel and could be as cold as ice, but he also challenged her, and every so often he displayed more compassion than any man she had ever met. To her chagrin, the training room was far from empty. Isaiah had Monique going through her paces, and, to Quinn's surprise, He had roped Blair and Piper in to help. Piper was sparring with Monique in the center of the room, and Quinn took a seat beside Blair to watch.
She's getting better.
Blair nodded towards Monique. To be fair, Piper's not really trying that hard, Quinn mused after a moment's consideration.
Piper's too soft for her own good.
It wasn't an insult. Piper was known for being gentle, but simply a statement of fact. She can be lethal when she needs to, Quinn pointed out. That's what counts. Blair regarded her steadily, her eye dropping to Quinn's naked wrist. She left the wristwatch off within Somerfeld's realm.
I always wondered why you weren't branded.
Blair was thoughtful.
When Garrett was.
Garrett was the youngest of the hunters, his black tattoo appearing only a few decades ago.
I always thought it would be you,
Blair continued.
You have the makings of a hunter. Avery did too,
she added respectfully. Meaning I could still kick your ass in a fight. Quinn grinned. Blair scoffed. How did you feel? Quinn asked. When it turned black. Blair had been a normal guardian for less than a century before becoming a hunter over 400 years ago.
It felt right,
she replied.
The instincts were stronger than I expected, and I knew I would miss the wards given how much time we spend in man's realm, but I just knew it was supposed to be that way. I figure our job is yet another way of keeping them safe, even if it's from afar. The weirdest part was that I had to go and find my new crystal, the one that belonged to the hunter I replaced, and then this new guardian arrives and demands my own. He was pretty aggressive about it.
Quinn laughed. Within their ranks, if a guardian transformed into a hunter, their crystals would change hands. A new guardian could be branded a hunter immediately, but more often than not, hunters emerged from the existing guardian ranks, just as in Blair's case. I don't envy you working with Daniel all day, Quinn remarked wryly, as Isaiah called her over. Blair watched Quinn go. She had always admired her, apart from the 2 years she had turned her back on them. Blair had no ties to the human world. Her parents had been farmers, as had generations of Lindberghs before them, and Blair had grown up in a modest, unassuming farmhouse, surrounded by fields of cane. Together with her older brother, they had explored every inch of their family's land, and Blair could drive a tractor before she could drive a car. She and James had been inseparable, as close as any siblings could be, until he had met Sam, a girl from a nearby farm, the girl he eventually married. At 24, Blair was a bridesmaid at their wedding, through formality, rather than her sister-in-law's desire to include her. James and Sam had occupied a sweet cottage near the main house on the farm, which they would one day take over. Blair had been devastated to lose James's affection, and slowly, Sam had driven a wedge between the siblings, jealous of her husband's devotion to his sister. To be fair, Blair had been a somewhat wild youth, and, on more than one occasion, James had had to leave a bristling Sam to bail Blair out of some or other trouble. More often than not, Blair would convince James to join her, the two stumbling home in the early hours of the morning. It had culminated in a fight causing Sam to issue an ultimatum to her husband. "Your sister or me," she had declared. Blair had seen the panic and the pain in her brother's eyes and realized that he could not choose between them. He was too good and too loyal. She also knew that Sam would not waver in her decision. She would leave him, and it would be Blair's fault. Blair couldn't live with that, and so she had left, leaving just a brief, scribbled note, having made up a story about traveling for a few months. Blair still didn't know if she would have returned eventually. She never found out, because just a few days after leaving her family behind, her tattoo had burned into her wrist, and her traveling had ended at the doors of the Cliffdale Cathedral. She had only ever returned to the farm twice in the centuries since then. Once, simply to gaze upon James's newborn son, a round, pink baby with James's dark, curly hair. She had snuck past Sam, feet up on the couch downstairs, and had paid a short visit to her nephew. Upon leaving, Blair had glimpsed her brother across the fields, instructing the farmhands. He had glanced in her direction, his body freezing at the sight. But by the time he shouted her name, Blair was gone. She could not go back to that life, not ever, and her family would be happy without her. She had cut all emotional ties, or so she believed, and yet she had gone back again, entrusting the farm with her most valued possession. "Blair!" Quinn called loudly, drawing her attention back to the training room. Monique was finished, her face flushed, as she took a swig of water from a ceramic cup. Piper was standing off to the side of the room, smiling at Quinn, who looked excited about something. "You want to test my theory?" Quinn challenged, beckoning Blair forward.
"You're on,"
Blair replied, jogging over to join her. Isaiah backed away as the two women squared off, both raising their arms in a fighting stance. When they moved, he heard Monique catch her breath beside him. Both Quinn and Blair were exceptional warriors, their skills surpassing those of most of the male guardians. They dodged and attacked so quickly that it was impossible to discern where their defense ended and offense began. Piper had crossed the room to stand beside the others as they watched.
"I want to be like them when I grow up,"
Monique breathed, mesmerized.
"I don't think either of us could ever be like them,"
Piper mused.
They are exceptional,
Isaiah agreed.
but then so are you two. I don't know anyone who could do your job, Piper, and there is certainly no one among us who could tame the dragon's hearts as you have done, Monique.
Monique blushed at the compliment.
"Who do you think will win?"
she asked, still tracking the blur of chaos before them. Quinn had landed some heavy blows, but Blair was countering them well, and she caught Quinn with a sharp stab to her chest.
Neither.
Isaiah admitted.
Those two will never concede defeat. They'd fight till the death if I allowed it.
He stepped forward to break up Quinn and Blair's fight, but as Monique watched him go, she sensed that, for the first time, Isaiah hadn't been entirely truthful.
"Who'd really win?"
she whispered to Piper, but the older guardian just smiled, urging her to guess instead.
"Who do you think?"
"Blair. She's the hunter, right? So I'd say she'd probably win."
Piper didn't correct her, but she didn't agree either. Quinn had enjoyed the heat of the fight with Blair, but she'd be lying if she said her body wasn't feeling the effects of Blair's deadly force. Both women grumbled half-heartedly when Isaiah declared it a tie, but in truth, they were grateful for the reprieve. Blair left then to check in with Daniel, and Piper took Monique home. Camille still worried if she was out too long. Bending to retrieve her sweater, which she had discarded before her sparring session, she winced at a shooting pain in her side, compliments of Blair's mean right hook. She took comfort in the fact that, while not exactly hobbling, Blair had definitely been favoring her left leg as she walked out.
I have canceled Monique's training tomorrow,
Isaiah murmured behind her, keeping his voice low. Pain forgotten, Quinn whirled around. Are you?
Yes,
he replied gently.
I must ask that you stay away from the cathedral tomorrow, Quinn. I insist,
he added, as she opened her mouth to argue.
I will find you when I am done, and let you know what I find.
Knowing that to refuse would simply mean that Isaiah would delay exhuming Avery's body, Quinn gritted her teeth and nodded. She woke the following morning after a restless night with an acidic taste in her mouth and a dull, sickening feeling in the pit of her stomach that she couldn't shake. She went to visit Jack and Ava, and then popped in on Freya and baby Sage in an effort to keep her mind off the terrible deed she had asked Isaiah to perform. It was worse for him, she reminded herself, over and over again, guilt washing over her in endless waves at what she had asked of him. It was too late to go back now. Quinn knew that Freya could sense something was wrong, but she didn't push it, allowing Quinn to simply be. cradling the infant to her chest like a talisman. Eventually, when she couldn't bear to sit still for a minute more, Quinn made her way to the cornflower field, enjoying the solitude. She didn't want her dark thoughts to permeate the serenity of the city. A screech in the distance caught her attention, and she followed the sound to see a dragon venturing farther from Dragon's Peak than she had ever seen. Quinn smiled as she noticed the tiny figure broadside its back. Monique was obviously taking full advantage of her day off to indulge in her favorite pastime. Dragon riding, Quinn murmured to herself, still in awe. Was Isaiah right? Was everything changing? One guardian was missing. Another was little more than a child. Quinn possessed 2 of the 12 crystals, and she was consorting with a vampire, her mortal enemy. It had all started with Avery's death. The moment her sister had left this world, Quinn's life had started to unravel, starting with her deserting the Guardians to care for Jack and Ava. Everything that had followed since had only served to add to her confusion. For 100 years she had served Somerfeld and only Somerfeld, putting her own needs aside. She had never thought of it as a burden. It was simply the Guardian way. Now, however, more than ever, she understood the colossal sacrifices she had made. Thinking of those she had sworn to protect, she could not regret it, nor would she let any harm come to them. She thought of baby Sage, and her resolve hardened. She would protect the wards with her life, as she had always done, but she would also find the answers that she was searching for. She had too many questions, and she would learn the truth, if it killed her.
Quinn.
Isaiah's soft voice sounded beside her. His face was troubled, even more so than her own. What is it, Isaiah? Everything else fled from her mind. This was it, the moment of truth.
I completed the autopsy.
He grimaced at the mere memory, and Quinn swallowed down the lump in her throat. She would never be able to repay him for the monstrous task she had asked him to perform.
It was definitely bites that killed her,
Isaiah continued, and Quinn felt her entire body deflate. Drake had been wrong. She had asked this of Isaiah, and for nothing. The vampires who murdered her sister were still out there. I'm sorry, she murmured, getting wearily to her feet. I'm sorry I asked you to do it. I just had to be sure.
It wasn't vampires.
He cut across her, his face deadly serious.
The bites cut down to the bone in places. I examined them closely, and they don't match a vampire's.
What are you saying? Quinn stammered.
The bite marks fit another supernatural profile,
he replied gravely.
A werewolf's. Your sister was killed by wolves.
Chapter 15.
Quinn, calm down.
Isaiah grabbed her by the shoulders and swung her around to face him. Quinn had crossed the entire cornflower field in a blind rage, completely unaware of where she was going. I'm going the wrong way, she murmured, gathering her thoughts. Her emotions were in turmoil, but one word pounded over and over in her head, a mantra feeding her fury. Caleb. I'm going to kill him, Quinn growled, twisting savagely out of Isaiah's grasp and heading in the opposite direction. She had been thinking of the wolf, which was why she had headed towards Lunar Grove, but it wasn't a full moon. Caleb would be safely ensconced in his human home.
You don't know that he was involved.
Isaiah stepped out in front of her, blocking her path. Who else could it be, Isaiah? It was true that Quinn had no proof that Caleb had been involved in Avery's murder, but she didn't like the new werewolf alpha one bit, and, as far as she was aware, he was the only wolf who had been outside of Somerfeld when her sister was attacked. It was a logical conclusion that he would be her primary suspect.
I don't like him either.
Isaiah seemed to read her thoughts.
But we have to be careful. We have to handle this properly.
Handle it? Quinn gave a half-choked sob. There is nothing to handle. That bastard has answers, and I am going to get them one way or another right now.
Quinn, This is bigger than Avery, don't you see? The fact that a guardian had been killed by one of the 10 means that the sanctity of the guardianship has been compromised. We have enemies beyond the vampires.
The frantic tone of his voice scared Quinn, enough to make her pause to listen. Casting a glance over his shoulder, Isaiah shepherded her back towards the woods.
I know you want justice for Avery. Believe me, Quinn, I want the same. I loved your sister. She didn't deserve what happened. But if we react now, without more information, we could risk a war between the wards. We can't afford to start a panic, particularly when the guardianship is so fragile.
What do you mean, a war between the wards?
Think about it. If we retaliate or accuse Caleb of a crime he didn't commit, or that we have no proof of, the whole pack could turn against us.
The pack would never...
Quinn, you proved it yourself. What is the one thing stronger than the bond between the guardians and the wards? The bond of family,
he answered, when Quinn remained silent.
And as much as Caleb is a newcomer, he is the alpha. The pack is his family. They could stand beside him. And if the wolves turned on us, the rest of the wards would be forced to take sides.
The gravity of that statement was not lost on Quinn. 1,000 years ago, King Eldon had placed them in a similar position, forcing them to take sides in a war that almost destroyed them all.
Your need for vengeance cannot come at the expense of everything we protect,
Isaiah finished, his eyes imploring her to understand. And that was the truth of it. Quinn's actions could mean the death of the city's inhabitants. Son of a bitch! Quinn screamed, clenching her fists at her sides. Isaiah, you can't expect me to do nothing, she pleaded. Avery was my sister, my twin. I can't stand by and do nothing.
I'm not asking you to,
he soothed.
I am only asking that you wait. Wait until we have more information, until we have more facts. I will help you, I swear it. I promise you your sister's death will not go unpunished, but I need you to trust me. Can you trust me, Quinn?
She gazed up at him, her eyes hollow and lifeless, the physical evidence of her pain. Yes, she croaked. I trust you.
Good.
Isaiah nodded, releasing a deep breath.
Now, I know you're not in any state to deal with this right now. I want you to go home, lock your door, and get some rest. Stay there until you've got your emotions under control. And when you come out, you act as though nothing is wrong.
But...
No, Quinn, no buts. You cannot tell anyone about this. No other guardian can know.
Isaiah knew he was being hard on her, but he had his own reasons for wanting to keep this to himself. Reasons that he could not share with her. Not yet. How do you propose we find the answers I need?
I'm not sure,
he admitted.
But I will find a way. Just give me some time.
He walked Quinn back through the field, neither of them speaking. It pained Isaiah to know how deeply she was suffering, and worse, that a guardian had been slain by something other than a vampire. But he hid his concern. Quinn needed to be strong now, more than ever, and they needed to find out what had happened to Avery, because something had shifted in their world, and, if they didn't get to the bottom of it, Isaiah suspected things would get a lot worse.
Will you be okay?
He asked, when they reached the edge of the field that bordered the town. Quinn nodded stiffly.
Remember what I said,
he warned. She did. She made her way home and locked the door behind her, leaning back against the frame for a moment to gather herself. She made it as far as the bathroom before she unraveled, heaving the pitiful contents of her stomach into the toilet before collapsing onto her knees. Unable to keep them at bay any longer, the tears streamed down her cheeks, her face crumpling as she sobbed uncontrollably on the floor, curling herself into a tight ball with only the cold floor for comfort. Chapter 16. Anais walked along the pebbled road singing a lilting tune. She took a left at Kellen and Freya's gate and swept up to the front door, knocking gently. The last time she had been here, she had been assisting with baby Sage's birth. The door opened almost immediately.
You're early,
Freya smiled.
Am I?
Anais looked up at the sky, where the sun was climbing steadily.
You are, and I'm delighted. I've been itching to get out there. Harlan doesn't mind you spending the morning here?
Mind? He wouldn't even notice. He's replacing the pipes at Rafe's. They've been rattling for a while, and he says if they're not done soon, the house might flood.
Isn't Rafe staying inside the cathedral at the moment?
Yes, but he'll be back eventually. That's what Harlan says anyway.
Your husband is very kind,
Freya ventured cautiously. Caleb wouldn't be happy with the Fae assisting a man who had been cast out of the pack.
Harlan says that's wolf business,
Anais answered her unspoken question.
He says our obligation is to help everyone who resides in the city, and for now that includes Rafe. I don't like him,
she added, and Freya knew she was referring to Caleb.
Me neither,
Freya shivered. The small living room was uncharacteristically untidy, and Freya dipped her head in apology.
I can't seem to get on top of the housework since Sage arrived,
she admitted.
I remember.
Anais smiled.
It seems like just yesterday that Velkin was a baby.
Velkin was Kellen's protege, a handsome young fairy who wanted nothing more than to care for the wards.
He's grown into a fine young man,
Freya complimented.
Too independent for my liking. He wants to move out and get his own place. He's asked Isaiah to reserve a cottage for him.
Already?
They grow up so fast.
This was saying something, considering how slowly the Fae aged.
And worse, I think he's met a girl.
Really? Who?
Freya's eyes danced with joy at the prospect of motherly gossip, but Anais didn't look half as pleased as she expected.
The new guardian, Monique.
Oh.
Freya adored Monique, but she could see how this wasn't exactly the sweetheart Anais had envisioned for her only son. The lifestyle of the Guardians was hardly conducive to a stable home life, and the chance of Anais ever having a grandchild would be non-existent. The Fae could only conceive within their own kind.
You know, technically, it wouldn't be breaking the taboo,
she pointed out, trying to find something positive to say.
That's hardly the point.
I know,
Freya sighed.
But Velkin is still young, and Monique is very pretty. No doubt it is simply a childhood crush. He will grow out of it,
she insisted.
He should be focusing on the girls in town.
Anais sniffed haughtily.
Marin adores him, and she's the prettiest girl I've ever seen. My son needs his head examined.
Freya knew Marin well. The raven-haired fairy was only a few years younger than Velkin, and a kind and gentle soul. Her mother, Isadora, was an old friend of theirs, and she too had assisted with Sage's birth.
Didn't Marin apply for apprenticeship with Kellen too?
Yes,
Anais nodded.
Kellen said she was a bit too young, that she should reapply in a few years.
There was a hopeful note to her voice. No doubt if Marin was spending her days with Velkin, Anais hoped the two might strike up a relationship.
Let me speak to Kellen,
Freya offered.
I'll see what I can do.
A small cry rent the air, and Freya immediately disappeared into the bedroom, returning with a sleepy Sage. Anais reached for her, fawning over the tiny fingers, apple cheeks, and delicate ears.
It makes me broody,
she admitted, glancing up at Freya.
Why don't you try again?
Anais shook her head sadly.
You and I both know how unlikely it is that we would be blessed with another child. Velkin was our gift, just as Sage is yours.
The Fae were largely infertile since the Blood War, with most couples remaining childless despite every attempt to get pregnant. Freya had always wondered if it was a means of natural population control. The Fae lived a very long time, and if they had been able to populate as quickly as before, the city would soon have become overcrowded. Kellen and Freya had tried for years to conceive, to no avail.
Sage came along when we least expected it,
Freya pointed out.
Harlan says we should simply be grateful that we were able to have Velkin. So many of our friends have never been blessed with a child, it seems greedy to wish for anything more.
A moment passed, broken only by the sweet sounds of Sage's cooing.
You better go,
Anais urged.
I'm here now. You may as well take advantage of it.
Freya didn't need any further prompting. Shouldering her bow and quiver, she gave Sage one last kiss on the forehead.
There's fresh milk in the...
I'll find it.
Anais laughed.
We will be fine. Now go.
Freya walked to the edge of the woods across the cornflower field. She looked back at the house, a tiny part of her wanting to go straight back and spend the morning cuddling with Sage. But she knew she wouldn't. She had been cooped up inside for too long. It was time to breathe some fresh air into her lungs and make herself useful. With the arrival of the Chumana eggs, Kellen was hard-pressed to find the time to hunt. And while Velkin was an excellent shot, Freya was better. Only Kellen could outshoot her with his bow, which was fitting, seeing as he had taught her in the first place. Most of the Fae women performed more traditional feminine duties such as sewing, healing, and making the candles, soaps, and other small items that every household in town required. The men traditionally hunted, farmed, and took care of the maintenance. Freya broke that tradition. She was one of their hunters, her skills too good to be wasted sitting indoors with needlework. She could feel the burn in her legs as she continued through the woods, the toll of having been so inactive during the final months of her pregnancy, and the subsequent weeks spent doing nothing but relish her newfound motherhood, mostly spent between the couch and her bed. She broke into a jog, enjoying the exercise. She moved like a ghost through the trees, barefoot, her long white hair braided tightly against her head, the dull green cape she wore providing perfect camouflage against the thick foliage. Deep within the woods now, she stopped, listening carefully. The pointed tips of her ears pricked for any sound. A sudden rustle to her left and she took flight again, her small feet barely touching the ground as she leaped over fallen logs and ducked under low-hanging branches. There, a small deer, only a few yards away. Freya froze, her eyes locking on the deer as she slowly withdrew her bow. As she pulled back on the string, a branch crunched underfoot and the deer darted to safety, bounding over a small bush and disappearing from view as Quinn walked between it and the whittled point of Freya's arrow.
Quinn,
Freya exhaled, dropping her bow. Immediately assessing the situation, Quinn glanced behind her. Sorry, she winced. I didn't know anyone was out here.
It's not a problem,
Freya smiled.
I've got the whole morning. Is everything okay?
Quinn looked troubled, and it struck Freya that she hadn't seen much of her in a few days. Quinn's face crumpled for just an instant as she turned away, not wanting Freya to see. Everything's fine, she assured her. I was just out for a walk, but I should head back.
Quinn, wait,
Freya called, but Quinn pretended not to hear her. A worried frown on her face, Freya turned back to the task at hand.
Are you quite done?
Kellen smiled up at Freya as she dropped 3 hairs onto the table before him.
I'm done,
she smiled. She had brought down a deer, 2 pheasants, and the hares, all of which would provide a feast for their community tonight.
How do you feel?
Kellen asked.
Useful,
Freya teased. She had twigs in her hair and her braid was coming loose, but her eyes glittered and her pale cheeks were tinged pink with health.
Ready to get back to our child?
Kellen offered her his arm. He was done for the day, too. He had only come into town to check on the meat stores, which, thanks to Freya, were now looking a lot less pathetic than they had this morning. Now he was ready to go back home and check on the Chumana eggs. Freya snuck her tiny hand through his arm, curling it around his elbow and allowing him to lead her.
I've been thinking,
she spoke when they were outside.
Oh dear.
Kellen knew his wife too well.
What is it that you need?
I thought perhaps you might allow Marin to start her apprenticeship early.
Marin?
Kellen knew the young fairy well.
Why?
Anais is worried about Velkin,
Freya admitted.
He's got a crush on Monique.
Ah.
The penny dropped. Kellen was aware of his protégé's budding affection for the Guardian, and he immediately suspected this was Anaïs's attempt at matchmaking.
Sure, I'll let her know tomorrow.
Just like that.
Freya raised her brows. Usually it took a lot more coaxing before Kellen agreed to do something for any reason that wasn't practical.
To be honest, I don't think Monique has even noticed Velkin,
he admitted.
So, in the interest of preventing him from heartbreak, I'd be more than happy to provide a distraction in the form of a beautiful young fairy.
You know Marin is far too young for you, old man,
Freya pointed out teasingly. Kellen opened his mouth to object, but a frantic calling of his name silenced any response.
Speak, and he shall appear,
he said instead, as Velkin skidded to a halt before them.
It's hatching,
the young fairy puffed, placing his hands on his knees as he tried to regain his breath. Kellen and Freya sped off with Velkin panting behind them. They were too late. When Kellen pushed open the shed door, it was already all over. An empty eggshell lay cracked in half on the dusty floor, and, upon Monique's lap, nuzzling her neck with excited squeaks, sat a bat-winged, undersized Chumana hatchling. Chapter 17. Quinn tried to steady her breathing as she sat at the council table awaiting the others. The stress of keeping such a monumental secret was taking its toll. It had been 2 weeks since Isaiah had exhumed Avery's body, and they had learned the truth about her sister's murder. The irony of the fact that Avery had been killed, not by vampires as they had believed, but by wolves, werewolves, to be exact, was not lost on Quinn. The very creatures Avery had dedicated her life to protecting. It infuriated Quinn, who was only just keeping her emotions in check. She shifted in her seat and Tristan cast her a quizzical glance. He could hardly fail to notice how on edge she had been these past 2 weeks. Everyone had noticed.
They'll be here shortly,
Isaiah murmured from his seat at the far end of the table. Quinn couldn't bring herself to look at him. She had kept their horrifying discovery a secret from the other Guardians, at his request, but it was burning a hole in her chest. Tristan glanced across at her again, and she felt once more the guilt gnawing at the pit of her stomach. Tristan, above all others, deserved the truth. Avery had been his wife, the mother of his children. Keeping it from him had taken a massive toll on their relationship. She had pulled away from him these past 2 weeks, and not knowing the reason for her withdrawal had hurt him beyond anything else. Monique watched the two of them with a thoughtful expression on her face. She could sense the tension between them, and her heart ached for her uncle. Quinn had not been herself the past few weeks, and Monique knew whose side she was on. His despair was palpable, and Monique wished she could get away from it. The morbid atmosphere was not the only reason Monique wanted to get back inside the city. She also wanted to get back to Lucky, the hatchling Chumana dragon which had defied all odds and survived, despite hatching weeks early. Quinn hadn't even been to see him yet, Monique thought, as though it was a personal offense. The baby dragon had bonded with Monique while still in its egg, and it followed her around like a wrinkled, scaly, fire-sneezing puppy, much to Monique's mother, Camille's horror. Monique couldn't understand her mother's objection. Lucky was no larger than a Pomeranian, and, with his black eyes, snub snout, and glorious red and orange coloring, Monique thought he was easily one of the most beautiful creatures she had ever seen. It wasn't his fault that only last week she had snuck him out of the shed, and he had set fire to the living room curtains. Quinn heaved a sigh of relief as the great doors of the cathedral opened and the hunters entered the room. Daniel, the Guardian's fiercest warrior, followed by Blair, Garrett, and Liam. They had been out on a hunting expedition, and, from the look of them, it had been a successful one. Even the usually sullen Blair looked positively euphoric.
"Where are the others?"
Daniel asked, glancing at the empty chairs.
Right behind you. They'll be here any minute.
Isaiah answered. Piper arrived only 5 minutes later, but in the end it took another half-hour before Lucas and Braden took their seats. Avery's seat, as always, was the only empty chair remaining.
Let's get to it then, shall we?
Daniel began. Much to Quinn's discomfort, the meeting had been called to discuss the very topic she was trying to avoid: the werewolves. Tomorrow night would be a full moon, and Rafe and Channon, who were currently residing within the cathedral itself, were being sent back into the city to meet their fate. Caleb had killed Rafe's mother, Vivian, during the last full moon, in retaliation for Rafe's disappearance. The Guardians had taken Rafe out of Summerfeld for his protection, against their better judgment, and Vivian had paid the price. There was only one way to ensure that no more innocent lives were lost. Rafe would have to return and face Caleb's wrath. "They'll kill him," Quinn said, for what felt like the 100th time. Every nerve in her body was violently opposed to sending Rafe back inside the city. Caleb had already defeated him once, when he usurped Rafe's alpha title, and the older wolf would not survive a second attack. It was tantamount to a death sentence. "We may as well kill him ourselves," Quinn continued, emotionally. "At least it would be merciful." Nobody contradicted her. To do so would be pointless. Caleb had already proven himself to be a cruel, highly aggressive alpha, and he would not tolerate the competition.
"It will be a great loss,"
Daniel intoned hollowly.
"but there is nothing we can do."
"We can protect him," Quinn pointed out.
No, Quinn,
Isaiah murmured.
"We have discussed this, and there is nothing we can do. It is the pack's business."
"Rafe goes back inside tomorrow morning."
Daniel agreed.
"Channon too."
Quinn fell silent, her heart even heavier in her chest. She had been so focused on her own pain and the tragic reality of Avery's death that she had spent no time with Rafe since finding out. It struck her now how selfish that had been. She was close to Rafe, and he was not only her ward, he had become her friend in the 100 years she had known him. Channon would also likely not survive the night unless she bowed to Caleb's dominance, and Quinn knew the haughty she-wolf would never do that. Caleb would kill her too.
"There is something else."
Daniel changed the subject.
"A convoy of gypsies has taken up residence in the woods, not far from here."
Quinn stiffened, and Monique slunk lower in her chair, trying to make herself invisible. Quinn cast a warning look at Tristan, and then looked to Isaiah. Only the four of them knew that Monique was secretly seeing one of the gypsy boys, and that Quinn and Tristan had been taking both her and her mother Camille into town, frequently, to visit him.
"I can only assume they are the same ones Braden reported a few months ago,"
Daniel continued, oblivious to their discomfort.
"It seems I was wrong in brushing them off as of little concern."
Daniel somehow made his own oversight seem a mere trifle. Quinn wondered how Isaiah would react, but when he spoke, his words were the last thing she expected.
"We are aware that the gypsies have remained in the area."
He nodded sagely.
"Quinn and Tristan have been keeping an eye on them."
"What?"
Daniel and Quinn spoke in unison, although in Quinn's case it was not a question, but a shocked cry of indignation. Isaiah smiled.
"An opportunity presented itself,"
he continued calmly, speaking directly to an apoplectic Daniel.
"A chance to infiltrate their camp and learn more about them. I asked Quinn and Tristan to oblige, and they reluctantly agreed."
That wasn't exactly how it had unfolded, but Quinn knew better than to say so.
"That is preposterous."
Daniel snapped.
"To consort with the gypsies puts us all at risk. What if they discover that these two are guardians?"
He jerked his head in Quinn and Tristan's direction.
"They won't,"
Isaiah replied confidently.
"Do you honestly think the gypsies are smarter than we are? This is a good thing. We have never been able to understand exactly why they search for the city. Now, perhaps we will finally find out their true intentions.
Daniel mulled this over, and then, to Quinn's astonishment, he nodded.
You have a point. What have you learned?
He turned to Tristan.
Not much.
Tristan admitted. He doubted the gypsies' bonfire celebrations were of any interest to Daniel, and he preferred not to mention that his sole discovery so far was the strength of their brew.
Do not forget that the gypsies are dangerous,
Daniel cautioned, and Monique gave a snort of derision.
You have something to say, Monique?
Daniel's eyes bored into hers. Daniel treated every guardian equally, and he made no allowances for age, gender, or how long a guardian had served the city. Quinn had always admired this trait, but now, seeing Monique's cheeks redden under his scrutiny, she felt the need to protect her. Monique is our accomplice, she stated boldly. She befriended a gypsy boy, and it is through him that we came to be accepted into their circle. Monique's eyes widened in horror, but Quinn knew Daniel far better than she did. Daniel did not show surprise or disapproval at this revelation. Instead, he cocked his head, gazing at Monique with a different expression. Daniel was impressed.
Keep us informed,
he instructed. The meeting ended shortly thereafter, and Quinn watched as the other guardians made their way through the gateway. Monique, she called the younger girl back when only Tristan and Isaiah remained. Daniel's going into the city? Quinn asked Isaiah when they were alone.
He needs to rest,
Isaiah confirmed.
He will stay a while.
Quinn had never known Daniel to make use of his Somerfeld home. He seemed to spend every waking moment hunting vampires. She wasn't sure if she felt comfortable having the most formidable guardian of them all watching over her, particularly given what she had been getting up to the past 2 weeks.
I need to check on Lucky,
Monique whined impatiently. In a minute, Quinn consoled her, before turning back to Isaiah. You want to tell me what that was about? I thought we were keeping Monique's visits outside the city to ourselves.
There was nothing else for it. I don't like secrets between us to begin with, but Daniel knowing the gypsies are here changes things. He wouldn't leave them unsupervised, and Monique's secret visits into man's realm would have been found out soon enough.
Fair point.
I hope that you are using your time with Jonas wisely,
he added, and Monique flushed scarlet.
Daniel was right about the gypsies being dangerous.
Jonas isn't.
Monique set her jaw stubbornly. Quinn's fear that Monique was becoming emotionally attached to Jonas seemed to have been realized. Monique, I know you like him, but surely you know that this will never work, she said. Jonas is a decent kid, but he is what he is. The gypsies are not our allies. They are a threat to Somerfeld. Monique bit her lip. It would do no good to dispute it. They would not believe her anyway.
Can I go now?
She asked. Yes, Quinn relented, getting to her feet.
Where are you going?
Tristan asked as she headed, not for the altar but toward the cathedral doors. I need some air.
I'll come with you.
No, she shook her head, feeling guiltier than ever. I won't be long. I'll come and see you when I get back. They both knew she was lying. She had been avoiding Tristan since learning the truth about Avery's death. She couldn't be around him, not while she was keeping something so important from him. Her feelings for him were real, but she didn't trust herself enough to be in his company. She feared that if they were alone together, he would get the truth out of her. Isaiah watched her go, a sad expression on his youthful face. Quinn and Tristan's feelings for one another were painfully obvious, and it grieved him to see them torturing each other like this. But for now, it was imperative that only he and Quinn knew the truth. Quinn drove through the portal and back into man's realm, feeling the pressure lift slightly as she passed through it. The further from Tristan she got, the easier it was to remember the reason for her silence and to justify it. Isaiah was just as determined to find answers as she was, but Quinn believed that he was searching in all the wrong places. Quinn pulled into town and reached for her phone. Dialing the number she knew by heart, she waited for the line to connect. "I'm here," she said. Chapter 18.
So you're dropping out, just like that?
Balthazar Blackman eyed his son intently.
After all that nonsense about wanting a proper education.
Jonas cringed, wishing he could take back every stupid reason he had given his father for wanting to go to school in the first place. He hated it there. The kids were cruel, and even the teachers treated him differently. Unable to bear the smug expression on his father's face, he offered the only explanation that Balthazar wouldn't question.
Things have changed now. You found the city. I want to be a part of it.
This statement brought Balthazar up short. His greatest wish was that Jonas would come around to his way of thinking, that the boy would embrace the search as so many Blackmans had done before him. Jonas's words warmed Balthazar's heart, but he had a nagging suspicion that his son was not being entirely truthful. Their relationship had been strained since that evening when Balthazar had allowed the others access to Rowena. In truth, Balthazar regretted his actions more than he could ever say. He had reacted in anger, and Rowena had paid a terrible price. The sight of her, the morning after, haunted his dreams. Unbeknown to her, he had put a stop to it that very day. When the women went down to bathe in the stream, he had retracted his words, instructing the men in camp that she was once more under his protection. They had not laid a finger on her since, but Balthazar could not bring himself to look at her, and the shame of what he had done to her kept him isolated. He could never take it back, and she could never forgive him. He wouldn't let her. Drawing himself back to his son, Balthazar realized that Jonas had been particularly secretive since meeting that girl, Monique, and her guardian friends. He deliberated. He did not want to alienate his son by accusing him of something that he wasn't even sure of.
Fine,
he conceded eventually.
I'll go into the school myself tomorrow. I'll tell them we're moving away, although I'm sure they won't contest it.
Balthazar was all too aware of the school's disdain for their lifestyle.
You don't have to go back.
Thank you.
I wasn't done.
Jonas braced himself for what might come next. He should have known it wouldn't be that easy. There was always a price to his father's mercy.
What is it?
Your friend, Monique.
Balthazar began, and Jonas stiffened.
What about her?
Where did you meet her?
At school.
Jonas lied. Balthazar hadn't been sure before, but he knew now, without a doubt, that his son was lying. Any girl who was running with Guardians would never be enrolled in the local high school.
Son.
Balthazar kept his temper in check.
I'm going to ask you a question, and I want you to tell me the truth.
His dark eyes held Jonas's for a long moment, and Jonas felt the shackles of his father's deduction closing in on him.
Do you know what those people are?
Which people?
Jonas feigned ignorance, which only served to anger his father even more.
Quinn,
Balthazar replied calmly.
And Tristan, Monique's friends.
The loaded question didn't need any clarification. He had singled them out. He hadn't asked about Camille, only the Guardians. Balthazar knew the truth. What he was really asking was whether Jonas would try to protect them. But he hadn't asked about Monique, Jonas realized, which meant that maybe he didn't know about her. It was something to cling to.
They're Guardians,
he admitted, choosing his words carefully.
You knew?
Jonas nodded.
And when exactly did you plan on telling me?
Jonas changed tack. His biggest fear was that Balthazar would forbid him from seeing Monique.
I thought I could try to get close to them, that I might be able to find a way for us to get into the city.
He trailed off feebly. He had never been much good at lying, and he couldn't think of anything to say that would make sense as to why he hadn't mentioned it. Fortunately, Balthazar was distracted by the seed that Jonas had sown. Why not? He thought. They had found the city. but they knew little of the Guardians themselves. If Jonas could infiltrate their community, they might find some way to achieve their goals without conflict. Jonas sat perfectly still, saying nothing. He felt as though he had thrown his best friend into the flames. He had surrendered the girl he loved, however unwittingly, and he could not take it back. To his utter astonishment, Balthazar dismissed him, with one final instruction.
Stay close to the girl. I want to know everything.
Jonas quickly agreed. Scrambling to his knees, he backpedaled, grateful to have escaped so lightly.
And Jonas,
Balthazar added as he turned to leave.
This conversation stays between us.
As Jonas walked away, his mind troubled, Rowena approached him with a small smile.
He said yes?
She asked, her eyes dancing. Jonas tried to assume a carefree expression.
He did.
I told you he would.
I don't understand why you still defend him.
Jonas sighed.
How you can even see any good in him after everything he's done to you?
You are still young, Jonas,
Rowena pointed out. Unlike the others, she didn't mean it as an insult, or speak down to him. She understood the naivete of youth only too well, and she loved Jonas dearly.
You wouldn't understand.
Rowena was bitterly afraid that Jonas would learn the truth about why she and Balthazar had parted ways. She did not regret what she had done. Selling her body to willing men had been the only way to ensure that Balthazar could continue with the search. If she hadn't done it, the gypsies would never have made it this far. But even so, she didn't want Jonas to know. He was as good as her son, and she couldn't bear for him to be ashamed of her. She was eternally grateful that Balthazar, despite his fury, had not outed her. She was also pleasantly surprised that although Balthazar had proclaimed her common property for the gypsy men who would have their way with her, they had not touched her again since that first night. Hopefully, after her pitiful performance, they had deemed her to be unworthy of their attentions. Rowena prayed it would stay that way, but she knew that whatever happened, she would deal with it. It was a small price to pay for the depth of her betrayal, and nothing the other women in camp did not endure. Jonas didn't press the issue. He knew Rowena would tell him nothing more, and, in truth, he was relieved. As much as he wanted to get her as far away from here as possible, the thought of leaving Monique crucified him.
What's wrong?
Rowena asked suddenly, her eyes narrowed.
Nothing,
he answered, far too quickly. Rowena looked back to where Balthazar sat, her face pinched in thought, and then she lifted her head in comprehension.
He told you about the Guardians,
she breathed. Of course Rowena would know. Jonas thought darkly. She knew everything. The difference was that he trusted her, far more than he did his father. Rowena would understand.
No,
he admitted, his eyes downcast.
I already knew.
Oh, Jonas,
she wailed, sensing the reason for his distress.
Why didn't you say anything?
I don't want her to get hurt,
he replied simply.
Did he give you a hard time?
She inclined her head at Balthazar.
No, but he wants me to spy on her.
Somehow that was worse.
I'm sorry.
There was nothing else she could say. She couldn't disagree with Balthazar. She saw the logic of his plan. But she didn't take any pleasure in the pain it caused Jonas.
It's not your fault.
Jonas had never been in love before, but the more time he spent with the young guardian, the more he was convinced that his feelings for her ran deeper than a simple schoolboy's crush. Monique enchanted him, captivated him, and he couldn't seem to get enough of her company. It was madness, considering their families despised one another, and especially now that his father wanted to use him as a weapon against her people, but he couldn't help the way he felt. Rowena noticed his expression soften as he became lost in his own thoughts, and her mouth turned up in a knowing smile.
When are you seeing her again?
She asked softly. Jonas started, and then flushed guiltily.
Tomorrow,
he answered eventually.
She's meeting me in town. The others have agreed to let us watch a movie, alone.
You do know that you won't really be alone.
She pointed out, and he nodded irritably.
Well, be careful. It's important that you don't let on, that you know what they are.
Rowena,
He called as she turned away.
do you think maybe we're wrong about them? That maybe if we...
No.
She shook her head vehemently.
They will never accept us, Jonas. I'm sorry.
Chapter 19. Quinn sensed Drake the second he walked into the diner. She was near the door and lifted her head to watch as he approached. His dark hair was in stark contrast to his fair skin, and his green eyes gave nothing away, no sign that he was pleased to see her, or otherwise. Reaching the table, he towered over her, and she had to crane her neck to look up at him. "Thanks for coming," she said, as he dropped onto the seat opposite her.
Don't I always?
He mused. They had met a handful of times during the past 2 weeks, unbeknown to the other Guardians, but their conversation had not changed. Quinn hoped Drake would be able to help her learn the truth about the circumstances revolving around Avery's death, but she also enjoyed having someone to talk to. If Drake suspected that Quinn was using him as an outlet for her emotional turmoil, he didn't say anything, but it was obvious to both of them that they were not getting anywhere. The waitress bustled over, straightening her skirt.
"What can I get you?"
she asked Drake, giving him the same dazzling smile she always reserved for his arrival. Quinn fought the urge to roll her eyes. It was no wonder ordinary humans were such easy prey for vampires.
I'll have the same.
He gestured at Quinn's coffee mug. Quinn noticed he didn't smile back.
How are you?
He asked Quinn as the waitress walked away. "I'm fine." Drake probably saw through her lie, but he didn't contradict her.
What have you learned?
Nothing new.
Have you questioned the wolf?
Quinn had told Drake about the wolf bites that had killed her sister. She was still embarrassed when she remembered. It had been the very same night that Isaiah had told her. Quinn had spun wildly out of control, and, in desperation, she had fled Summerfeld, finding herself drawn to the one person she could confide in.
Quinn?
Drake asked, opening her car door. She had called him and asked him to meet her, but in the space of time it took him to reach her, she had finally snapped. Overwhelmed with emotion, she sat slumped in her car, in the middle of nowhere, crying, her stomach aching and her body heaving with exertion.
Quinn!
He called her name, louder this time, and then he lifted her out of the car as if she weighed nothing. "You were right," Quinn sobbed, uninhibited, into his shoulder. He held her in his arms, stroking her back and saying nothing as the truth spilled from her lips in violent, frantic sobs. He showed no satisfaction in the fact that he had been right all along, and Quinn sensed that he took no pleasure in her pain. She cried for an hour, the minutes passing so infinitely slowly that she thought she might never stop. She was so caught up in her grief she was almost oblivious to the slow tensing up of his body, but she could tell that he didn't know how to handle her like this. A small part of her registered the rage swelling inside him, and she clung to him even tighter. Finally, she raised her head. Her lips felt dry and bloodless as she spoke the only words that mattered. "I have to find whoever did this, Drake. I have to. Please." Her voice was softer than a whisper. "Please help me." He had given her his word. In her self-absorbed state, she barely registered his other words when he said he would do this for her, despite the fact that it would mean going against his own kind. That aiding a guardian was incomprehensible, but that he didn't care. It didn't matter to him that she was a guardian. He would help her because he couldn't bear not to. The only thing Quinn registered with blazing clarity was the fact that he had said yes.
The wolf.
Drake's voice echoed again, and Quinn shook the memory from her mind.
Have you questioned him?
"No," she answered. "I can't. Not yet."
Why not?
"It's complicated."
Quinn,
he began, in a condescending tone.
your sister was killed by a wolf, or wolves, and the only known wolf to have been outside of Summerfeld at the time is now within the boundaries. Don't you think that's probably a good place to start?
He's not going to tell me anything. He's an asshole, she added. Drake didn't hide his smile.
You're starting to sound like a vampire.
Don't say that. She was deadly serious. They both fell silent, musing over the fact that while they might be friends, they were still on opposite sides of a war that had spanned centuries, and they were destined to be enemies.
I could make him talk,
Drake said after a long moment. Quinn didn't bother trying to hide her shock. What are you saying?
I think you know what I'm saying.
I couldn't. She shook her head, wishing she sounded more sure of herself. You're a vampire. I could never.
Never what? Remove a ward from the city? Leave him at the mercy of someone like me? Do I need to remind you that this beast may have murdered your sister?
No. Quinn slammed her mug down on the table so hard that a few heads turned in their direction. No, she continued, lowering her voice drastically. Of course you don't. Her anger was palpable. But I trust Issa. She trailed off, shocked at her own daring. She had almost revealed Isaiah's name. Despite their frequent conversations, Quinn was careful to never disclose any Guardian information. Drake smiled lazily, amused by her discomfort.
Still don't trust me, I see,
he drawled. It's not that.
It's exactly that. I'm not offended,
he added lightly.
Perhaps one day you will realize that I'm not a threat to you or your precious city. Until then, keep your secrets. God knows I have enough of my own.
Is there anyone you could talk to? Quinn changed the subject, desperately. You mentioned Genevieve might have answers. Even speaking Genevieve's name filled Quinn with rage. Drake had not seen Genevieve since she had orchestrated the attack on Quinn, but he had convinced her that Genevieve might be useful.
I cannot speak to Genevieve without telling her where I am,
he pointed out. This presented a problem. There was no way they could allow Genevieve near New Haven. The town was too close to Summerfeld.
It is also unwise for you to return to Brookfield. Genevieve believes you to be dead, and I think it is best we keep it that way.
But surely when she learns that all those vampires were killed, she'll know that I survived and what I am. Unless you're planning on telling her you killed them all?
She won't find out they're dead. The people she asked to take care of you were of little consequence to her, and she won't be following up to check on them. Genevieve is powerful and impulsive, but not thorough. Believe me, in her mind, it's over.
Will you bring it up with her? She sent the message from your phone. She knows I came there to meet you, so surely she must suspect we were friends.
She suspects we were lovers,
he replied bluntly.
And with you gone, she will assume I have moved on.
Quinn didn't know how to respond, so instead, she fell silent.
Here you go.
The waitress was back, depositing a steaming cup of coffee before Drake. Thank you, Quinn responded, realizing Drake wouldn't show gratitude. Crestfallen, the waitress hurried off. You should be more polite, Quinn grumbled.
Why?
Forget it.
Can I ask you something?
What? She asked warily.
Why am I here?
What do you mean?
You keep calling me to meet you, but we aren't actually getting anywhere.
We will. We just need to...
Genevieve might have answers.
Okay, so?
So why haven't you asked me to leave? To go and speak with her?
The thought hadn't even occurred to Quinn. It made perfect sense, but instead, Quinn had kept him here. He had arrived of his own accord, but she had not wanted him to leave after the gypsy bonfire. Drake had become a source of comfort, the only other person in the world in whom she could confide, other than Isaiah, the only other person who knew the truth. He was watching her, expectantly, waiting for her answer. I don't know,
Maybe you've come to enjoy my company,
he pressed.
more than you care to admit.
They had not discussed what he had said to her at the bonfire. Drake had admitted to feeling something for her, and while she couldn't deny she felt something for him too, she had made it clear that nothing could ever happen between them. I don't want to talk about that, she said now, keeping her eyes downcast. Drake signaled for the bill, and she felt oddly deflated. She sipped her coffee as the waitress approached, lost in her own thoughts. Not really paying attention, it took a moment or two before she realized what she was seeing. As the waitress stretched across the table to set the bill down before Drake, the sleeve of her uniform pulled up, exposing 2 perfect puncture wounds on the inside of her arm, just below her armpit. Drake looked up at her as he handed back the cash, not noticing Quinn's quiet fury. When he did turn back to her, his eyes widened in surprise at the hard expression on her exquisite face. You fed on her? Quinn hissed, the second the waitress was out of earshot. To his credit, he didn't deny it, nor did he look particularly concerned.
I did, actually. Her blood is surprisingly bitter for someone so sweet.
Quinn blanched.
You're unhappy,
he remarked dryly, cocking his head to one side. I'm disgusted, she retorted.
Of course you are,
he sighed.
You know, this perpetual disappointment is becoming tedious. It takes all the fun out of our relationship.
She's a person.
She's a food source.
He was completely detached, devoid of any emotion. You don't feel even the slightest bit guilty?
For what? I'm a vampire, and in case you haven't noticed, she's still alive.
She serves us almost every day.
Yes, and I tip her very well for that service. In fact, I reward her very well for all her services.
The sexual innuendo was impossible to miss, and Quinn felt the blood drain from her face. Drake wasn't sure what made him say it, but he felt an uncontrollable need to pull Quinn from her high horse. Of course, he hadn't done anything other than feed on the girl. He wouldn't lower himself to being physically intimate with such a pitiful human, but he was tired of Quinn's constant disapproval. Let her think the worst of him if she was so determined to keep him at arm's length. Quinn fought the urge to get to her feet and storm out of the diner. She needed Drake's help and his confidence. She would go crazy if she lost her only outlet for everything that was going on around her. Besides, he spoke the truth. He was a vampire, and he needed blood to survive. It's none of my business, she said eventually, and Drake realized that this was the closest thing to an apology he would get. It irked him that she denied her real feelings. He could sense that she was angry and possibly even a little jealous, but she refused to admit it.
You're keeping me in this flea-infested little town. The pickings are slim.
As I said, she replied, feigning nonchalance. It's none of my business, but you're right. It's high time you spoke to Genevieve. Steeling herself, she got to her feet and gazed down at him. I think you should go back to Brookfield. Chapter 20. Much to Quinn's chagrin, she had to spend the following morning in Tristan's company. It was unavoidable as they had to accompany Monique on her date with Jonas. Quinn felt like the worst kind of person as she and Tristan snuck into the movie theater just after the opening credits began, moving quietly and taking a seat at the very back. It took a moment for her eyes to adjust to the dark after the bright sunshine outside, but she soon spotted Monique and Jonas a couple of rows ahead. Actually, Quinn could only really see Jonas, his mop of unruly black hair instantly recognizable. Jonas was so tall that, even seated, he towered above everyone else, completely obscuring the view of the screen for the teenage girl behind him. All Quinn could see of Monique was the very top of her head, barely visible behind the high back of the theater seat.
I swear I feel as though I'm reenacting a scene straight out of a cheesy movie.
Tristan grumbled. Quinn felt the same. She hated betraying Monique's trust, but she had made a promise to Camille to keep her daughter safe. She was also acutely aware of Tristan sitting beside her. He seemed relaxed and perfectly at ease, even though things were strained between them. Taking advantage of the fact that she couldn't avoid him in here, Tristan very deliberately took her hand, entwining his fingers through hers. She so badly craved his touch that she didn't pull away, and when he reached up his other hand and pulled her head toward him, she rested it on his shoulder.
You want to tell me what's going on with you?
He murmured into her hair, his voice so low that only she could hear it. She owed him an explanation. They had started something, and then, inexplicably, she had pulled away. She wished she could confide in him, and she felt a surge of anger toward Isaiah for asking her to keep such a mammoth secret. Turning to gaze up at him, she shook her head sadly. I can't. Not yet.
Is it me?
No. This time she shook her head so hard that her hair whipped across her face.
But there is something going on.
Quinn knew that to deny it would be foolish. Yes. Hopefully it will be over soon, but until then I can't tell you anything. I'm sorry. She wondered if he would press her for more information, but he simply stated,
As long as we're okay?
We're okay, she promised, smiling, before laying her head back down on his shoulder. So lost in her own thoughts, Quinn didn't take in any of the romantic comedy playing out before them. But when a scuffle broke out halfway through the movie, she was on her feet in an instant. A tall, thuggish boy with slitty eyes had confronted Jonas, and, grabbing Jonas by his brown leather jacket, the bully shook him menacingly. Tristan was on his feet too, as Jonas pulled back his arm and sent the slighter boy sprawling into the lap of the girl behind him. Quinn lost sight of them for an instant as dozens of theater-goers got to their feet, and by the time she reached the end of the aisle, she saw security marching Jonas and the other boy from the theater. Monique, following in their wake, gave Quinn a filthy look as she passed. Once outside, Quinn quickly intervened as security marched the two boys toward the mall's central management office. Excuse me, she called, halting their progress. What's going on? Only Jonas didn't look up at the sound of her voice. He kept his head down, staring unseeingly at the tiled floor. That's my niece and her friend you have there, Quinn added, gesturing at the two of them.
Your niece and her friend started a fist fight in the theater hall, as you well know,
the aging security guard replied curtly. Quinn was impressed by his astuteness. He must have witnessed her and Tristan inside the dimly lit room.
We didn't,
Monique retorted furiously.
He did.
She glared hatefully at the other boy, and then, turning to Quinn for support, added,
He was muttering and name-calling the whole way through the movie. He even threw food at us.
Is that true? Quinn demanded of the other boy, who scowled.
He was blocking my girlfriend's view?
He was,
a new voice agreed petulantly. Quinn recognized her immediately as the teenage girl who had been sitting behind Jonas in the theater. Unlike Monique, she was completely unperturbed by the aggressive turn of events. No doubt she thought her boyfriend a hero for his childish display of teenage machismo. So you threw food at them? Quinn asked dryly.
Who threw the first punch?
The security guard insisted.
I did,
Jonas admitted, speaking for the first time. Quinn wished he sounded a little more apologetic.
Only because he grabbed you,
Monique interjected, as the security guard came to his decision.
You!
He jabbed a wizened finger at Jonas.
You're coming with me.
Monique,
Tristan called, as she made to follow Jonas.
We're going home.
Despite the unfairness of the situation, Quinn didn't contradict him. Their only priority was keeping Monique safe. But Quinn still watched as the other boy sauntered off, wishing she could wipe the smug look from his face.
I'm going with them,
Monique exclaimed.
I saw it all happen. I need to tell them it wasn't Jonas's fault.
You have told them.
Tristan reminded her.
Now leave it alone. This is his business. We're getting out of here now.
I'll meet you at the car, Quinn murmured. I'll make sure he's okay, she added in an undertone to Monique, who sagged in relief. Quinn made her way towards the administration offices. On her arrival, she found the gray-haired security guard explaining what had happened to a prim, weasel-faced woman who kept casting looks of ill-concealed disdain at Jonas. Jonas sat perfectly still in an uncomfortable-looking chair carrying an air of resignation about him, as though this was perfectly acceptable. "Excuse me," Quinn interrupted the older man's long-winded narration. "I'd like to remind you that there were 2 boys involved in this incident, one of whom you allowed to simply walk away without any consequences."
He started it,
the security guard retorted, jabbing a slim finger over his shoulder in Jonas's general direction. Actually, he didn't. The other boy grabbed hold of him first. Jonas simply retaliated, as I'm sure we all would.
"We've called the police,"
the woman replied curtly.
"They will get to the bottom of this."
"The police?" Quinn gaped, and Jonas's shoulders stooped even lower. "You can't be serious?"
"I do not have time to deal with hoodlums,"
she explained, as if the entire situation was beneath her.
"If it turns out the boy was not in the wrong, we will not press any charges. He will, however, probably have to pay a penalty for disrupting the peace. As far as I know, there was no damage to property."
She turned to the security guard for validation, and Quinn gave a snort of derision. Damage to property? It was a petty squabble.
"Be that as it may, we have to set an example. We will not tolerate this type of behavior."
"Fine," Quinn sighed, turning finally to Jonas. "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
He nodded. "I'm going to wait with him," Quinn announced to the room at large. Jonas might not be her responsibility, but he was a minor, and she would not leave him alone to deal with this. "Can I call your parents?" she added quietly as she took a seat beside him.
I suppose I'm going to have to, eventually.
"I'll do it. I'll explain it wasn't your fault."
Thanks.
He gave her the number and then fell silent once more. "It's a misdemeanor. The worst you'll get is a small fine," she reassured him, before calling his father. Balthazar cursed as he hung up the phone. Before he met Jonas at the local police station, he would have to put his pride in his pocket. As he approached Rowena's truck, a few of the gypsy women surrounding it scattered. His dark mood had been festering through the camp, and nobody wanted to be around him or risk having his irascibility taken out on them.
"Rowena,"
he grunted as he reached the back of the truck.
"Balthazar?"
As she lifted the flap, Rowena's heart soared, and for one crazy moment she believed that he had come to take her back. Then she saw the grim set of his mouth, and her expectant expression collapsed.
"What is it?"
she asked. He wouldn't be here if it wasn't serious. Nowadays he acted as though she didn't exist.
"It's Jonas. He's at the police station. It would seem he got himself into a fight at the mall."
Rowena knew the look on his face well. Balthazar was furious.
"It may not have been his fault,"
she replied pointedly.
"You know how other kids treat our own."
"The Guardian called me. Apparently she witnessed the whole incident. She says it wasn't his fault." "Well, then why are you in such a foul temper? Even more so than usual, I mean,"
she added spitefully. Balthazar shifted uncomfortably.
"Jonas has been charged a penalty for disturbing the peace."
He let the implication hang between them, not wanting to come out and ask her directly. Rowena realized in a flash why he had lowered himself to speak with her.
"You need money,"
she remarked dryly.
"Well, that's ironic."
She leaned into the truck bed and retrieved a wad of cash from her pillow slip. Balthazar hesitated. The money she offered him was tainted, a symbol of her betrayal. But she was right. He needed it.
"Take it,"
Rowena snapped,
That's too much.
It's everything I have. Use it well. There won't be much more for a while.
The annual fair had come and gone, and as they had settled in the area, there would be no other opportunities to make money for some time.
How will you survive without your guilty pleasures?
Balthazar sneered.
You have made sure that I am kept busy enough.
Her dark eyes flashed, and Balthazar stepped away from the accusation reflected in their depths.
Take it.
She hissed, jabbing the money at his chest.
It was meant for you.
Snatching it from her, Balthazar spat viciously at the ground near her feet, and then shoved it into the pocket of his tattered jeans.
I hope you're proud of yourself,
Balthazar snapped, when, after completing a mountain of paperwork and paying a hefty fine, Jonas was finally released with no formal charge laid against him.
Considering you were trying to impress the Guardians,
Balthazar continued,
I would think you might behave in a more civil manner.
I told you I didn't start it, Dad.
This was technically true, but Jonas knew he could easily have ignored the other boys' taunting. He had spent his entire life learning how to switch off. The truth was that Jonas had been itching for a fight. Thanks to Balthazar, what should have been a pleasant evening with Monique had become nothing more than another betrayal of her trust. And, as he couldn't lash out at his father, he had seized the opportunity to act out some of his frustration.
He didn't hurt you, did he?
Balthazar suddenly asked in afterthought. Jonas laughed out loud.
I'm fine,
he drawled. Chapter 21. Back in Somerfeld, Quinn went in search of Monique.
She's out back,
Freya told her when she reached the fairy's house.
But I wouldn't go out just yet. She's in a foul temper.
She doesn't understand how dangerous it is for her to be associating with the gypsies, Quinn grumbled, accepting Freya's offer of tea.
Her heart rules her head,
Freya agreed.
But it's not such a bad thing.
How can you say that?
Because of Ina and Julian,
Freya replied simply, taking a seat opposite Quinn.
They fell in love. It was that simple. And if they had simply been allowed to love one another, none of this would ever have happened. We would all still be living side by side, with no fear of threat or attack.
I find it hard to believe that the Fae and the vampires ever lived side by side, Quinn commented skeptically.
That's because you were brought into our world as it is, in the midst of a brutal and bloody war. Before Eldon and Julian divided our people, we were all one community. The vampires were always the darkest of us because they required human blood to drink. But they were kinder then, influenced by Eldon's compassion. Some even believed that Eldon used his magic to grant them the gift of persuasion, so they could feed freely and compel their victims to forget.
But you don't believe that? Quinn interrupted, hearing the skepticism in Freya's voice.
No,
she admitted.
Eldon upheld the taboo. I don't think he would have broken it and then punished others for the same crime. I think the Fae simply prefer not to believe that the vampires were born with their own gifts. They had their own laws back then, too. They didn't kill their human victims, and the few who did were dealt with.
Hearing you speak like this, Quinn shook her head. Friendships between vampires and fairies. It seems so unreal. She thought of her own friendship with Drake, and realized that it might not be that difficult to imagine.
Oh yes,
Freya smiled.
Despite their darker nature, the Fae loved the vampires just as much as the other species. In fact,
she recalled,
I believe one of Eldon's chief advisors was a vampire, Lucian, I think his name was.
She trailed off for a second as though trying to remember, but then shook her head.
Anyway, once the war broke out, the vampires embraced their darkest side, spurred on by Alexei. They stopped feeding and starting killing without consequence. And of course, they started hunting us down, slaughtering anyone who had stood beside Eldon.
So he created the city, Quinn murmured. She was struck, yet again, by how imperfect Eldon had been. It's all so senseless, she continued. Surely we can make things right. Eldon is gone. He died for his mistakes. Julian's death was avenged. Why can't it all stop?
Alexei will never stop. Everything I am telling you existed a long time ago. It's not the same now. Vampires have been created to hate the Fae. Alexei has poisoned their hearts against us. We can't go back.
The image of Drake swam in Quinn's eyes, and she only just stopped herself from correcting Freya. Surely Drake was proof that she was wrong. If he could see past the feud, then who was to say that there weren't others like him? What if there was a way for the war to end peacefully? I had better go and check on Monique. She changed the subject, getting to her feet.
Be kind to her,
Freya pleaded.
Remember, she represents the very thing that separates us from the vampires. She listens to her heart. To try to change, that would make us no better than the monsters Alexei has created.
Quinn found Monique sitting cross-legged on the floor of Kellen's shed, in an uncharacteristically bad mood. Lucky, the baby Chumana dragon, hopped around her, eventually leaping onto her lap in an effort to get her attention. His sharp claws scratched her legs, even through the thick leather pants she had taken to wearing. Absent-mindedly, Monique scratched him just behind the ears, and he emitted a low growl of contentment, curled himself into a perfect circle, and promptly fell asleep. She hated what had happened at the mall. Monique was no fool, and she could hardly fail to notice the way people stared at Jonas in public, with disdain, and even a little fear. Jonas looked dangerous, but he wasn't. He was kind and clever, and Monique cared very deeply for him. She saw past his shabby clothing and his rough manner to the person beneath it all. She didn't believe what the other guardians told her. Jonas was no threat to her, or to the city. She would know if he was. Hey! Quinn entered the shed and sat down beside her.
How's Jonas?
Monique asked immediately, desperate for information. He's fine. I phoned his dad and he's on his way to collect him. Quinn reached over and stroked Lucky's scaly head. The sleeping dragon didn't stir.
I suppose you're going to tell me to stay away from him too?
Who told you to do that? Tristan? Monique nodded in confirmation. Well, I'm going to go out on a limb here and disagree with your uncle. Beside the fact that I doubt anything any of us could say would change your mind about him, Jonas is a nice boy.
But...
Monique pressed. But the gypsies are dangerous. Don't look at me like that. I'm on your side. I know that Jonas means a lot to you, but you can't let your feelings for him cloud your judgment. If the gypsies ever discovered the location of the city... Quinn trailed off, letting the significance of her words sink in. Monique stayed silent, her face burning. Jonas had already discovered the portal, had been within Cliffdale's enchantments, and Monique had kept it a secret.
What harm could they really do?
She asked eventually.
Even if they managed to find us, they couldn't enter the city, not without a guardian to take them through the gateway. And they're only human. It's not as if they could overpower us.
Gypsies are manipulative and very crafty. They wouldn't use force, but there are other ways to best even the strongest enemy.
Like what?
Like taking a hostage. Quinn turned to face her, her expression deadly serious. Do you have any idea how far we would go if your life was at stake? Monique blushed again under her scrutiny.
They won't find us,
she stammered, praying that Jonas was truly the person she believed him to be, and that her faith in him was justified, because if he betrayed her, the consequences could be catastrophic.
I want to see him, just to check that he's all right,
she murmured as Quinn got to her feet. Let things blow over. His father sounded pretty upset. Give it a couple of days and I'll take you to him myself. And I'm sorry for being there, for chaperoning. Monique shrugged.
I knew you would be.
Quinn headed back to the cathedral, all thoughts of Monique and Jonas forgotten in the wake of what was about to happen. "We're really going to do this?" she asked, as her gaze fell over Rafe and Channon, standing slightly apart from the others. Tonight was the full moon, and the two wolves were being sent back inside the city. The incident at the mall this afternoon had been a welcome distraction, but now reality had asserted itself.
We are.
Isaiah confirmed sadly.
It's not our...
I swear, Isaiah, if you say it's not our place one more time, I'm going to punch you in the mouth, Quinn snapped. Piper's mouth dropped open, but Isaiah simply smiled.
Fair enough.
He chuckled. As Rafe passed him, Isaiah placed a hand on the wolf's shoulder.
Good luck,
he said kindly.
to both of you,
he added, smiling at Channon, whose amber eyes were shimmering with unshed tears. They made a fine couple, proud, strong, and fearless, their only concern being for each other.
Thank you.
Rafe nodded, meeting Quinn's level gaze as she took his hand and led them back through the gateway. Where will you go? Quinn asked as they stood in the late afternoon sun. The fountain gurgled peacefully behind them.
Lunar Grove,
Rafe replied immediately.
We may as well get this over with.
Good luck, Quinn echoed Isaiah's words. Rafe looked set to leave, but then he stopped, swinging back around to face her.
Thank you,
he said softly.
for everything.
A lump formed in Quinn's throat, and all she could do was nod.
Yes, thank you,
Channon echoed. Quinn waited until they were out of sight before walking slowly down the street to her house. She seldom wore her guardian garb. It was only really the hunters who made use of theirs, but the act of donning the black cargo pants, tank top, and heavy black boots calmed her. She would not need a stake, but she pulled a crossbow from the back of her closet and slipped a small, silver-hilted dagger into her belt. As night fell, she refrained from turning on her lamps, not wanting anyone to know she was home, or to notice when she left. Chapter 22. Drake let himself into the dark house, tossing his keys onto the small table in the hall. He had made good time, driving way too fast in an effort to get as far away from Quinn as quickly as possible. He had thought that the more space he put between them, the easier it would be to get her out of his head, but sadly, that had not been the case. Hearing Genevieve moving around upstairs, he mentally prepared himself. He could not confront her outright. It would do no good to arouse her suspicion, and, if Genevieve suspected that he was looking for information that might be used against the council, not even her adoration for him would stop her from informing them. Upstairs, Drake found her wearing nothing but a wicked smirk, and she wasn't alone. A sleek, sinewy vampire, also naked, was sprawled across his king-sized bed. As Drake entered, his mouth turned up in an insolent smile.
Is this him?
He asked arrogantly. Genevieve, a lover of games, feigned dramatic surprise.
It is,
she sneered. Drake could sense the excitement radiating off her, and the smell of sex hung cloyingly in the air. In the corner of the room lay the body of a woman, naked and very recently dead. Blood oozed from multiple bite wounds all over her body.
Welcome home.
Genevieve picked her way across the room like a cat, avoiding items of discarded clothing. Weaving into his arms, she kissed him full on the mouth, her eyes glittering with sadistic malice. Drake heaved a weary sigh. He was not in the mood for Genevieve's games. She cared nothing for the vampire she had just spent the afternoon screwing. It was Drake's reaction she was interested in. This was her way of getting back at him for neglecting her. She wanted him to fight for her, to display his power and then possess her. and in order to remain in her favor, he would have to do just that. Placing his hand on her waist, he pushed her aside, not hard enough to really hurt her, but enough to satisfy her masochistic craving.
What is your name?
Drake demanded of the stranger, his eyes glinting malevolently.
That hardly matters.
The youth sneered.
Let's just say that I'm your replacement.
Faster than a striking cobra, Drake moved across the room, seizing the younger vampire by the shoulders and sinking his fangs into his neck. It was all over in a matter of seconds. Ripping through flesh and bone, Drake decapitated the nameless fool who had disrespected him in his own house. Dropping the severed head on the already blood-stained carpet, Drake used the cotton sheet to wipe his mouth before tossing it, along with all the other linen onto the floor, leaving only the bare mattress.
You're going to get this cleaned,
he growled, turning back to Genevieve. Her body glistened with sweat and her makeup was smudged beneath her eyes. She looked wanton and unbelievably desirable, but it still took every ounce of Drake's willpower to yank her against him and cover her body with his. Hours later, Drake sat at the kitchen table. Despite the weariness that had settled into his very bones, sleep evaded him. Genevieve, on the other hand, had fallen into a sated slumber, surrounded by the carnage of the day's events. He wondered idly what Quinn was doing now, and then cursed his own naivete. No doubt she was tucked up in bed with Tristan, the guardian she had chosen over him. He had been foolish to confess his feelings for her at the bonfire. She would never defy the Guardians, and she would never look at him in that way. Her loyalty and her passion were too strong. Still, he would help her. It was why he had stayed when she needed him. He would find her sister's killer so that she could know peace, and then he would let her go. Steeling himself, he placed one foot on the stairs when there was a knock on the door. Frowning, Drake moved to the window beside the front door and peered through the curtains. Standing on the porch, in a dress which he had last seen her wearing at a party during the Prohibition, stood Lenora. Opening the door, a small smile played about his lips.
Lenora, to what do I owe the honor?
He leaned against the doorframe and crossed his arms over his chest.
You came looking for me, remember?
As always, her fangs were fully extended. Lenora so seldom ventured out in public that she never bothered to hide them.
Do I even want to know how you found me? Probably not. Now, are you going to leave me standing out here like some abandoned prom date, or are you going to let me in?
Genevieve is home.
Oh, how lovely. I haven't had a good old-fashioned catfight in forever.
Chuckling, Drake stepped aside. Larger than life, Lenora swept into the living room, her eyes missing nothing as she scrutinized every inch of her surroundings.
It's very quaint.
Oh, you know me. I've always been a simple man.
You, my love, are anything but simple.
I would agree,
Genevieve announced, and they turned to see her coming down the stairs, her fangs bared.
You're looking well, Lenora. I wouldn't put you at a day over 60.
Genevieve,
Lenora replied pleasantly, her gaze roaming up and down Genevieve's naked body.
Good on you for not being ashamed of your body type,
Genevieve hissed furiously, and Drake stepped between them, trying to compose himself.
Ladies, let's all try to get along, shall we? Lenora, may I offer you something to drink?
Wine, please. Red, if you have.
Drake moved into the kitchen and poured 3 glasses. When he stepped back into the living room, Lenora was examining a small Monet on the far wall. Genevieve had covered herself in a thin cream blanket and was eyeing the older woman hatefully.
I still love this painting,
Lenora announced, blissfully unconcerned.
I remember the day I gave it to you. It feels like just yesterday.
Genevieve choked on her wine.
She gave it to you?
Drake didn't answer, and, satisfied that she had struck a nerve, Lenora turned her attention to a larger painting on the opposite wall. Wrinkling her nose, Drake saw her eyes flick to Genevieve. It was apparently obvious that the painting was more to Genevieve's taste.
Oh dear, this is rather vulgar, isn't it? It cheapens the room. Much like you do, dear,
she added over her shoulder. Drake grabbed Genevieve's free hand in a vice-like grip just in time and held her in place.
Lenora, that's enough,
he reproached.
I'm only playing. You really shouldn't be so sensitive, Genevieve. Besides, I don't want to upset the apple cart, not when I've come to stay.
Stay?
Genevieve laughed.
Yes, stay,
Lenora purred.
It's been so long since I saw either of you.
She winked deliberately at Drake.
I thought it would be nice to spend some time together.
After everything she had done for him after Charlotte's death, Drake could not deny Lenora his hospitality.
I do not want that bitch in my house,
Genevieve hissed. She had fled upstairs in a fit of rage, and Drake had followed her.
I have enough on my plate, and in case you've forgotten, my brother is still missing.
She is my guest, Genevieve.
Drake deliberately ignored the reference to Sebastian.
And I hardly think you have the right to protest after what I discovered in my bed this evening. Unwanted house guests seem to be the flavor of the day.
That stupid boy meant nothing to me,
she countered.
Whereas you and Lenora have a history.
Exactly. History. There is nothing between us now. You.
He smiled indulgently down at her, pushing a lock of blonde hair off her face.
Are the only woman in my life now.
I don't want her here. I don't care what she did for you all those years ago. You don't owe her anything.
On the contrary, I owe her a great deal. I will not send her away.
When she finally realized that nothing she said would change his mind, Genevieve had stormed out into the night claiming she needed to hunt. The cadaver upstairs was proof that this was not the case, but Drake let her go. He knew she would be back soon enough. Her jealous nature would not allow her to leave him alone with Lenora for long.
What are you up to, Lenora?
He asked, when they were alone. They both knew she wasn't here for a simple visit.
I've come to help you, actually,
she replied.
You're up to something, and based on the questions you were asking, it's dangerous.
I'm not up to anything.
He retrieved the bottle of wine from the kitchen and refilled their glasses. Genevieve's remained untouched on the coffee table.
How is your guardian friend?
Not entirely pleased with me.
The women in your life generally aren't.
It's not like that.
It's exactly like that,
she snapped.
Give me some credit. I'm not as self-absorbed as Genevieve. I know you, and despite your aversion to the quest, you would never help a guardian, not unless you had feelings for her.
Drake didn't argue because there was no point in denying it.
She cares for you too?
Lenora pressed, her tone softer. When he didn't answer, she sighed.
She's fighting it, isn't she? All that guardian superiority, it's enough to make me sick to my stomach.
She's a good person.
Aren't they all? You will never be happy with her. You know that, right? She cannot fight her nature, and being near her only puts you in danger. She will turn on you, eventually. Her blood will prevail.
Why do you despise them so much?
He asked.
You have no interest in the quest. So what inspires this hatred of Summerfeld's protectors?
They hunt us. They kill our kind, regardless of our beliefs. Isn't that enough? I have no interest in finding the city, but do you think a hunter would stop to listen? Would spare me? Never. The Guardians paint us all with the same brush.
Quinn doesn't.
Oh, so she has a name. This Guardian who has bewitched you. Listen to me, Drake. You stay away from her. I will not let you die for their cause.
I made her a promise.
To find her sister's killer?
Yes.
He sighed, swilling his wine in his glass and gazing into the ruby liquid as though he might find the answers he needed inside.
Once my promise is fulfilled, I will leave her alone.
For good?
He met her gaze hollowly.
Yes.
Well, in that case I will help you. And when this is over, I can go back home, content in the knowledge that you will be safe.
I don't suppose I could talk you out of it.
He mused.
Your being here doesn't make my life any easier.
Lenora laughed gaily, and then turned serious once more.
There is another reason I'm here,
she began, uncharacteristically hesitant.
It would seem that Genevieve's brother has gone missing.
Drake kept his expression deadpan.
I didn't think you'd care about Sebastian's whereabouts.
He mused lightly.
I don't,
she agreed.
But in his absence, a new council member has been appointed to take his seat.
That is of little concern to me.
A new council member meant nothing, just another enemy of the city.
Actually, it does,
Lenora murmured, her face somber.
It's Charlotte.
Drake recoiled as if she had physically struck him, the air driven from his lungs. Even now, after all the years that had passed, it pained him to hear her name. Charlotte had been his greatest failure, and his greatest regret, for centuries. He had known of her devotion to the quest, but he had believed that she would tire of it, as he had. Obviously, that was not the case. If what Lenora said was true, Charlotte now held a position of power, with all the might of the vampire race behind her. The thought alone was terrifying.
She is advocating that vampires stop seeking the city and devote themselves entirely to hunting down its defenders.
Lenora's husky voice interrupted his musings.
You are placing yourself in a very dangerous position. If Charlotte is hunting Guardians and you are helping them, it is only a matter of time before your paths collide.
Charlotte is not stronger than me,
Drake growled.
It is not your body I am worried about,
Lenora retorted fiercely.
It's your heart. I know the grief you endured after losing her. How can you be sure that you will not hesitate, or worse, join her?
I will never join the quest.
Not even for Charlotte, the girl you loved so deeply that losing her almost destroyed you? Are you certain that your feelings for the Guardian can withstand Charlotte's memory?
He could not answer because to do so would be a lie. He was not ashamed to admit that he had feelings for Quinn, but he had loved Charlotte more than life itself, and Lenora knew it. When she had found him, he had been a broken shadow of the man he once was. It was Lenora who had helped him recover, had encouraged him to harden his heart in order to move on. For Lenora, it was a bittersweet and selfless action. The Drake who she had met was vulnerable and felt deeply. Charlotte had exposed a very human side of him, a side that Lenora believed was his true essence. She had known him before Charlotte as a cruel, merciless creature who despised almost everybody, and she far preferred the man he had become through loving Charlotte. But she also realized that he would not survive unless he changed. His grief would overwhelm him, as hers had almost done. Lenora had loved and lost too, and she knew from experience that the only way to survive was to not feel anything. It had worked. Drake had healed, met Genevieve and moved on, but every now and then, Lenora caught a glimpse of the compassion he had locked away in the deepest part of him. She could see it now when he spoke of Quinn. In time it would weaken him, break down his resolve and expose his vulnerability. Lenora could not allow that to happen. Chapter 23. Quinn headed down the cobbled street, keeping to the shadows. As she rounded a corner, she caught a glimpse of Tristan heading in the opposite direction, towards her house. She ducked behind a lavender hedge, waiting until the sound of his footsteps had all but disappeared, before continuing on her way. She didn't call for the unicorns until she had crossed the cornflower field and entered the woods on the opposite side. She couldn't afford for anyone to overhear her. Emitting a low, melodious whistle, she waited, ears pricked for the faintest sound, and after a while she heard the unicorn approaching. To her surprise, it was Zinnia who answered her call. The dominant mare did not leave Primera's side often, and in the 50 years she had ruled alongside him, Quinn could not recall her ever answering a summons from either guardian or fae. "Easy, girl," Quinn crooned, stroking Zinnia's broad neck. The mare was quivering, and she stamped the ground in obvious distress. Murmuring gentle nonsense in an effort to calm her, Quinn threaded her fingers through the mare's mane and slowly lifted herself up onto her back. Zinnia reared up immediately, almost unseating her. "Whoa!" Quinn leaned forward over her ears, trying to steady herself. One by one, ghostly shadows appeared around them. The entire herd had surrounded them, snorting, stamping, and whinnying desperately. Quinn quieted her own fears, urging her mount forward. She had never known the unicorns to behave like this. When Zinnia finally responded to the pressure of her legs, Quinn was astounded by the breakneck pace at which they hurtled through the trees. Her crossbow banged painfully against her back with every stride. By the light of the full moon, she could see immediately that they were heading in the wrong direction. Over and over, she tried to steer Zinnia in an easterly direction, her legs aching with her efforts. But the mare would not be swayed off course. They were galloping near the waterfall when Primera joined them. Hurtling in from the right, he raced beside them, his eyes rolling frantically. At least 3 hands taller than Zinnia, Quinn could see his ears flattened against his head. The herd fanned out behind them, thundering towards something that Quinn feared she wouldn't want to see. When they finally came to a halt, Quinn's cheeks burned from the wind that had whipped at her face during the journey. "Oh no," she gasped as the unicorns converged around her. The pale form that lay in the long grass was barely recognizable, but Quinn knew immediately what had caused such distress among the peaceful herd. Crouching beside the mangled body of a newborn foal, Quinn felt the bile rise in her throat. The dazzling silver coat was stained crimson with blood. Swallowing, Quinn clenched her jaw and examined the small corpse. As she reached over to lift the foal's head, Primera let out a desolate whinny. "It's okay," Quinn spoke gently, her heart breaking. The foal could only be his. Primera was the herd's sole breeding stallion. Glancing around, she thought she could identify the mother, too. Her stomach was still slightly distended, and she was clearly weaning, and visibly devastated. The other mares congregated around her, nudging her shoulders and offering silent support. Turning away from the pitiful sight, Quinn once again reached out and lifted the sweet head. The spiraled horn was only a few inches long, and the mane still had the soft, fluffy texture of a newborn. The foal couldn't be more than a week old. Lowering her gaze, Quinn noted a gaping wound in the foal's neck. There were also bloody gashes across the hindquarters. Breathing slowly in through her mouth, she slowly lowered the foal's head back onto his shoulder, leaving him peaceful in death, and got to her feet. A cold fury was washing over her, starting in her head and making its way down her spine, consuming every part of her. Turning back, she met Primera's anguished gaze and made her decision. In a few short strides, she vaulted onto the stallion's back. If the foal's death was anything to go by, she might already be too late. She needed the stallion's unprecedented speed. Quinn had never known anything like it. There was a reason Guardians didn't ride the strongest unicorn in Summerfeld, other than the fact that he wouldn't usually tolerate it. It was dangerous. Primera streaked east so fast that it seemed his hooves didn't even touch the ground. Quinn felt as though they were flying, united in a common goal. As the lunar grove came into view, Quinn pressed her heels into Primera's flanks, and he sped up, moving even faster than before. Unlike Zinnia, Primera responded instantly to every touch and signal Quinn gave him. She set their course diagonally until they were skirting the edge of the grove, the trees blurring into one solid line beside them. Quinn pulled Primera back, slowing him enough that she could leap safely from his back. She still hit the ground hard, rolling 3 times before she managed to stop. Primera continued on, hurtling away from the dark woods. Quinn had been on her way here when Zinnia had taken her in a new direction. Regardless of what the other guardians said, Quinn wasn't about to let another ward die. She had only come to protect Rafe, but what she had just witnessed made her even more certain that the only way to truly do that was to take Caleb out of the equation. Pulling the crossbow from her back, she loaded the first arrow, keeping the bow at chest height as she placed one foot in front of the other. Her dagger was nestled in the sheath on her belt, easily accessible. She moved through the woods, becoming more anxious by the minute. It was too quiet, too still. Quinn doubled back and moved further north, towards the most remote part of Lunar Grove. The moon shone brightly above her, filtering through the trees and setting every shadow skittering towards her. Quinn heard howling in the distance, and she broke into a run, leaping fallen logs and boulders as the wolves' chorus grew louder, letting the sound guide her to them. Then the pack was moving, away from her, and she increased her pace as she tried to follow them. They were moving quickly, and she cut through the trees, hoping to head them off. One particular wolf's deep, guttural timbre caught her attention. It could only be Caleb. She finally found them, forming a rudimentary circle before a small crag which overlooked a narrow stream. The pack had ventured very near Giant's Castle, and Quinn crept through the trees, trying to get ahead of them. She spotted Caleb, his tawny coat a dead giveaway. A slightly shorter wolf than Rafe, he was far stockier, and powerful muscles rippled beneath his coat. Fresh blood stained his muzzle, gleaming black in the moonlight. The sight of the blood sickened her, and the horrendous image of the foal's body swam in her mind's eye. As Quinn watched, Caleb threw back his head and howled, the amplified sound in such close proximity almost unbearable. A movement in her peripheral vision distracted her, and Quinn turned to watch as Rafe slunk out from behind the crag, his yellow eyes glowing brightly. Channon followed closely behind him. The two male wolves circled one another, engaged in a deadly dance that could only end one way. Quinn slowly lowered herself onto one knee, lifting the crossbow and peering through the sight. She fixed her aim on the red wolf, following his progress. About to pull the trigger, she stopped herself only just in time as Rafe's gray form moved between her and Caleb. Cursing, Quinn waited until he had moved away, and then she took aim once more. She could feel her heart hammering in her chest, and her palms were slick with sweat. Killing a werewolf went against everything she stood for. The fact that Caleb was cruel and vicious didn't change the fact that he was a ward of Summerfeld, and the wolf's blood in her system fought to protect him. Also, if she killed Caleb, Quinn would never find the answers she was looking for. She would never have the opportunity to question him about Avery's death. But Avery was gone and Rafe was still here. She wasn't able to save her sister, but she could save her friend. Too late, Quinn realized she had missed her opportunity. Caleb had moved out of the line of fire, and she would have to wait for him to circle around again. She counted the breaths as she watched, waiting for another opportunity, but it didn't come. Caleb attacked, suddenly and without hesitation, going straight for Rafe's throat. Rafe leapt forward to meet him, and then the two were locked in a deadly duel, twisting and snapping as each tried to gain the upper hand. Staring helplessly through the crossbow sight, Quinn realized she would never get a clean shot. They were moving too fast, and she could just as easily hit Rafe. Rafe's snarls slowly morphed into yelps of pain, and Quinn cast the crossbow aside as she scrambled to her feet and rushed forward. Channon's howl of fear rent the air as Quinn reached the place where Rafe and Caleb were fighting, but as she pulled back her leg to kick out at the red wolf, she was shoved aside with great force. Swiveling around, her eyes widened in shock. At first, The traditional garb led her to believe it was Daniel who had intervened. But then the light of the full moon lit upon the silver-gray hair, and she realized that it was Isaiah, naked from the waist up. As she watched, he turned, grabbing Caleb around the midsection and hauled him off Rafe, who Caleb had finally managed to pin down. Caleb issued a yelp of surprise as Isaiah threw him bodily into the crag of rocks. Unbelievably, Isaiah held no weapon, but Quinn still cringed away from the terrifying sight of him. There was no warmth in his amber eyes as he faced the red wolf, and his pale skin gleamed white. He barely seemed human. Caleb, redirecting his fury, launched himself at Isaiah, and Quinn shouted out a warning as he soared through the air. She lost sight of Isaiah as the wolf collided with him, knocking him to the floor. Isaiah grappled fiercely, keeping Caleb at arm's length as his fangs gnashed together time and time again, saliva flying from his jaws and into Isaiah's face. Only inches separated them, and the muscles in Isaiah's arms bulged with the effort of restraining him. Quinn moved forward, desperate to help, but the wolf pack stalked between her and Isaiah, forming a formidable line. Their message was clear. They would not harm her, but she was not to interfere. What happened next obliterated all other thoughts from Quinn's mind. Despite his hopelessly defenseless position, Isaiah suddenly flung Caleb off as though the wolf weighed nothing. Getting to his feet, an eerie calm came over Isaiah, and he moved with purpose towards Caleb, who was back on the offensive. This time, when Caleb struck, Isaiah deflected him easily. Too easily, even for such a highly skilled guardian. Quinn watched, entranced, as he spurned Caleb's every attempt with almost no effort. Quinn could have sworn that Isaiah was intentionally holding back. Eventually, tiring of the ceaseless onslaught, Isaiah moved, faster than Quinn could believe possible, and encircled Caleb's throat in his powerful arms. The wolf's back legs dangled over a foot off the floor.
Enough,
he growled menacingly, exerting just enough pressure that Caleb yelped in pain. The pack whined, in unison.
You cannot defeat me, Caleb,
Isaiah continued.
I was created to protect you, but I am more than equipped to destroy you. You will leave this place, and you will never attack Rafe again. Do you understand?
He gave another ruthless twist of his arm, and Caleb's eyes rolled wildly in his head. Isaiah released him then, shoving him savagely aside. Caleb glared hatefully at him, but Isaiah paid no heed, turning instead to Rafe. Bending over his prostrate form, Isaiah moved his hands gently over Rafe's body, searching for injuries. The infinitely gentle way he handled the wounded wolf was in such stark contrast to the terrifying violence he had just displayed that at first, Quinn didn't notice the dark form creeping up behind him. This time she didn't hesitate. As Caleb hurled himself toward Isaiah, Quinn threw herself forward, pulling her knife from its sheath as she went. Isaiah turned, a moment too late, and Caleb landed heavily on top of him, the force knocking him to the ground once more. Quinn met Isaiah's gaze over Caleb's shoulder, her hand still gripping the handle of the dagger she had run through the wolf's shoulder. The explosion that followed had Quinn clapping her hands over her ears in a desperate attempt to drown out the noise. The entire wolf pack was howling, one long, mournful cry after another. Isaiah cast Caleb's lifeless form aside, and Quinn, still lying across his back, toppled to the ground, knocking her chin painfully on a small rock. The taste of blood in her mouth was the least of her concerns. Rafe had finally managed to get to his feet, his gray coat sticky with blood, and Quinn quickly shepherded him and Shannon back toward the rocky outcrop, leaving Isaiah to deal with the pack. Within minutes, the cacophony died down. Quinn busied herself checking that Rafe had sustained no life-threatening injuries, but she was desperate to know what was going on. And then there was absolute silence. Quinn hadn't heard the wolves leave, but she could sense that they were no longer there. Without warning, Channon bolted, dodging out from the rocks and hurtling into the night. "Channon!" Quinn yelled, scrambling after her. But it was no use. Channon was gone, and standing alone beside Caleb's body stood Isaiah.
Quinn, what did you do?
His expression was hard, and he was shaking with emotion. It was the last thing she expected. He was going to kill you.
He was going to try again. I knew he would, and I was ready for it. Of course he wouldn't listen to me the first time. It was inevitable that he would make one last effort to kill me. When he failed, he would have realized that he had no choice but to obey.
Quinn thought back to the moment that Caleb had hurled himself at Isaiah. She didn't see how Isaiah could have defended himself, and she found that she didn't care. "Well, he's gone," she said, "and I'm not sorry. Besides, you're a fine one to talk. What happened to all that preaching about not getting involved in pack business?" Despite himself, Isaiah smiled.
I am obliged to guide us on the right course,
he explained.
But I could not stand back and allow our friend to die.
Well, neither could I. I guess you and I are more alike than we thought.
Of that I have never had any doubt,
he replied enigmatically. What will happen now?
You killed the Alpha, leaving the pack with no hierarchy, and they cannot function as a unit without one.
Couldn't we just reinstate Rafe?
It doesn't work like that.
Will they be furious with me? The thought that the pack she held so dear might turn against her was crucifying Quinn.
No. You are still their guardian. They will not turn on you, but they will need a leader. With any luck, one of the younger males will try and assert dominance before the night is out.
As if on cue, the mournful lament in the distance transformed, becoming deeper and more guttural. The sounds of snarling reached them, even from here.
Leave it,
Isaiah ordered, as Quinn took a step toward the sound.
They need to resolve it their way. We have done enough.
Quinn's eyes came to rest on Caleb's body, a sense of sadness coming over her. Any information he may have had regarding Avery's death was gone. There's something you should know, she told Isaiah, leaning over and pulling her dagger from the wolf's shoulder. Caleb killed a unicorn foal. Isaiah made a choking sound.
That's not possible.
I saw it with my own eyes, Quinn countered, though she could still scarcely believe it herself. The herd is in a state. His mouth pressed together in a grim line.
We will go to them. But first, we need to make sure that Rafe is all right.
Together they waited with Rafe until the sun came up. The sounds of ferocious fighting slowly dwindled, and Quinn wondered which wolf, if any, had triumphed over the pack tonight. She could think of a few younger males who might overcome their packmates, none of whom came close to Rafe, but all of whom would make a better alpha than Caleb, in her opinion. She pinned her hopes on Dominic, a fully grown, agile young wolf who had always enjoyed a good relationship with Rafe, and who was rumored to be dating Raina, Rafe's sister. It occurred to Quinn that Vivian's death would have affected Raina just as badly as it had Rafe, and she felt a twinge of guilt that she had been too preoccupied with her own problems these past few weeks to reach out to the girl. As the sun rose over the hills in the distance, Rafe slowly transformed and, in human form, got unsteadily to his feet. His injuries were extensive, but he would live. Quinn supported him on one side and Isaiah on the other as they picked their way over the rocks, their progress laboriously slow. Quinn was focused on the ground ahead, and initially she didn't notice Rafe lift his head.
You,
he breathed in disbelief. Quinn jerked up to find Channon emerging from the trees. Her naked body was filthy and covered in blood, and more seeped from her left ear, the top of which had been ripped off. Wordlessly, she moved to the stream, washing the blood from her mouth and chin. There was a pride to her stance that Quinn had never seen before, her head held higher, and her back straighter than before. Despite her small frame, she seemed larger than life. Only when she finally approached them and Rafe dropped to his knees in the dirt before her, did comprehension dawn on Quinn. Stunned, she turned to Isaiah, who nodded in confirmation. Channon had just become the new alpha. Chapter 24. Hundreds of miles away, Charlotte watched another wolf shift slowly back into human form. Her childlike face showed no hint of compassion for the agony that accompanied his transformation. Only when the muscular, golden-haired man lay gasping on the cold floor at her feet did she compose her features into an expression of empathetic concern.
"Welcome back, Tane, my love,"
she crooned, placing a blanket across his shoulders. Tane threw the blanket off, getting to his feet. Without a trace of modesty, he stretched, easing his tensed muscles and shaking off the last spasms of the change. Charlotte smiled seductively up at him, tracing the contours of his chest with one finger.
"How are you feeling?"
"Good,"
he admitted. He glanced around him at the bodies littering the room, all young women, once beautiful, and now very dead. A whimper nearby caught his attention. Not all dead, then. He stalked over to the girl who still lived, kicking aside the bodies that lay in his way.
"Oh, you forgot one,"
Charlotte simpered beside him.
"Allow me,"
she added, curling her lip and extending her fangs.
"Help me, please,"
the girl pleaded, before Charlotte sank her fangs into her tender neck, silencing her once and for all. Tane watched, his loins stirring at the sight. Charlotte ensured that his appetite was sated during the full moon, but without a female wolf, his desire to mate could not be fulfilled. Crouching behind Charlotte, he snatched at the bodice of her dress and ripped it clean apart, exposing the back of her naked, nubile body. Charlotte continued to drink, draining every last drop of blood from the young woman's veins while Tane crouched behind her, using her own body to satiate his lust. When it was over, Charlotte dropped her ruined gown to the floor and the two made their way through the basement to which Tane was confined once a month. Comprised of 2 sections, Charlotte had had it redesigned to resemble a medieval dungeon, complete with stone floors and walls. The room that they were currently in was spacious and contained very little furniture. A small door on the far right wall led to the second section of the basement, behind which were cells which Charlotte used to imprison and torture anyone who offended her. Tane hesitated as they reached the door.
"Should we go in?"
he asked cruelly, his bloodlust still pounding through his veins.
"No,"
Charlotte snapped.
"I gave my word."
"And since when have you kept to your word?"
he taunted, groping her bare breast.
"Enough."
Charlotte slapped his hand away and moved instead to the door that would lead them up into the main house. The manor house itself was beautiful, although dimly lit, with heavy curtains that allowed no sunlight to penetrate. The furnishings were expensive and old-fashioned, but lacked the sadistic depth of the dungeon. The 2 levels represented the 2 lives that Charlotte had lived. Down below, she embraced her vampiric sadism, while above ground her human life was represented by the very things her family had accumulated.
"Frederick,"
Charlotte addressed the vampire henchman who stood at the foot of the stairs, unfazed by their nudity. Dozens of compelled human servants waited on Charlotte day and night, catering to her every whim, and feeding her a constant supply of human blood, but she treated her vampire servants with a modicum of respect.
"We seem to have made a bit of a mess down in the basement. Ensure that somebody cleans it up,"
Charlotte instructed.
"Also, when my guests arrive, please have them seated in the dining hall."
"Yes, Miss Charlotte."
Frederick bowed low, and then walked back in the direction from which they had just come.
"Miss Charlotte,"
Tane teased, missing the flash of irritation that crossed her face.
"Frederick has been with me a very long time,"
she reminded him. This much was true. Charlotte had turned Frederick within a few months of being reborn. The manor house had been her family home, and Frederick her favorite among the legion of servants employed by her father. She had spared his life when she returned, and allowed him to serve her instead, granting him the gift of immortality for his loyalty. Charlotte ascended the stairs, pausing in front of a magnificent portrait that adorned the landing. Briefly tracing her mother's face, she glanced down and smiled at her own image, immortalized on the canvas. The portrait had been commissioned just a year before she had been turned, and she looked much the same now as she had then, save for the eyes. Not a trace of the doe-eyed innocence remained.
What happened to them?
Tane asked, out of curiosity.
I killed them,
Charlotte replied sweetly, turning to face him.
My father tried to control me my whole life. I saw to it that he suffered terribly for his crimes. My mother,
she emitted a dramatic sigh before continuing,
pleaded for his life. I offered to turn her, but she called me names. She thought me possessed by an evil demon.
So you killed her?
Tane was impressed.
I offered to turn her,
she pointed out petulantly.
She declined. I had little choice.
You are a twisted little bitch.
He grinned, nipping her earlobe.
Enough of that,
Charlotte slapped him away.
You have had your fun. Now it is time to get back to work. Make sure to stay up here until I send for you.
One of the servant girls had run her bath, and Charlotte washed quickly before donning a clean pair of pants and a white blouse. She only used her old gowns for special occasions, although at the rate Tane was destroying them, she would soon have none left. The werewolf had gone to clean himself up in the room down the hall. Charlotte refused to allow him to permanently share the bedroom which had once belonged to her parents, although she did allow him to visit her here regularly. Tane now occupied her old bedroom, which had housed many suitors in the 500-odd years since she had presided over the manor. Charlotte could never have imagined the power that becoming a vampire had afforded her. She thought often of her former naivete, her intrinsic human weakness, and how foolish she had been. She had loved Drake, but she had loved her human life more. Or so she thought. That was why she had been so against him turning her, why she had appealed to his compassionate side, his human side. She had vowed to live out her days loving him, and then to go to her grave and be at peace. That was how it should be, she had thought. Charlotte smiled now, recalling her ignorant idealism. Only when she had been reborn had she truly started living. She now had an eternity stretching out before her, to indulge in every fantasy she had ever dreamed of. Drake had been weak. She saw that the moment she opened her eyes as a god among men. She had given him a chance to prove himself, to become the man he was born to be. But he had failed in every respect, and she would not let his weakness contaminate her, so she had toyed with him, leading him on for years, until he had finally mustered what little self-respect he had left and vanished. Charlotte had never tried to find him. Downstairs once more, Charlotte pushed open a heavy oak-paneled door and greeted the 3 vampires who walked into the room.
Good morning, gentlemen,
she sang, and they got to their feet as she took her seat at the head of the table. It was amazing how many of the elders still retained their good manners, despite the years that had passed since society deemed this appropriate. Pushing forward, Charlotte revealed her secret.
Before we begin, there is something I must share with you. There is a wolf residing in my home.
She paused as 2 of the men rose angrily from their chairs, their fangs extended.
I ask that you tolerate this,
she continued calmly,
because this wolf is the key to ending the quest. If after our meeting you feel otherwise, you are free to deal with him as you see fit.
The 3 men deliberated, and Charlotte noticed the dark-haired man on the end give an almost imperceptible nod of his head. She had only met Roman once before, a very old, exceptionally attractive vampire. She made a mental note to seduce him as soon as possible. Satisfied with his response, she turned to Frederick, who stood just inside the door.
Frederick, please fetch Mr. Taine.
Charlotte cast heavy-lidded eyes at Roman while they waited, but the vampire barely seemed to notice. Sloane, on the other hand, grinned lasciviously at the visible swell of her breasts. Charlotte had already betted Sloane in return for this meeting and to gain his favor, but she took little pleasure in the necessary act. The councilman was a lazy and insipid lover. A low hiss ran along the length of the table when Taine entered the room, and Charlotte held her breath. The urge to attack in the presence of one of the 10 remaining supernaturals was very difficult to resist. The men seated beside her were some of the oldest, most powerful vampires on Earth, and, if they acted on their impulses, Taine would be dead before she could even get to her feet. Not that she was likely to bother. Showing impressive restraint, however, the men simply eyed Taine with disdain. The werewolf took a seat on her right, facing the 3 senior council members on her left.
You mentioned you had important matters to discuss,
said the thin, raven-haired vampire nearest to her.
Yes, Dimitri, that is correct. Firstly, I would like to thank you all,
she winked discreetly at Sloane,
for granting me a seat on the council.
That is a temporary arrangement,
Dimitri reminded coldly.
When Sebastian Russo returns, he will be reinstated.
The other 2 vampires nodded in agreement, although Sloane did so less enthusiastically than Roman. He very much wished to lie with Charlotte again, and she had made it clear she would only comply if he delivered on the promises he had made. As it was, he had spent the better part of a month convincing other council members to accept her proposal, and, while they had reluctantly agreed she could be given a seat, they could just as easily renege on the arrangement.
Gentlemen,
Charlotte simpered sweetly,
Sebastian Russo will not be returning. How many council members disappear without a trace? None that I can recall. I think we can all safely agree that Sebastian has met an untimely end, as tragic as it may be.
Dimitri gave her an arch look.
His sister does not believe that. Genevieve is searching for him, even as we speak.
Genevieve, I've never heard of her.
She has always maintained her allegiance to the quest, but she is not as active a participant as her brother was.
If she is so loyal to the cause, then why wasn't she offered her brother's seat?
Roman narrowed his eyes at her insolence, which only fueled Charlotte's determination to take him to bed.
She is romantically involved with a man who has no interest in the quest,
Sloane interjected, trying to defuse the situation. Charlotte was far too forward.
For the time being, Genevieve is content to remain where she is.
Oblivious of his intention, Charlotte threw back her head and laughed, the tinkling sound making her seem even younger.
How very sweet. Well, in that case, I do not expect she will be challenging my seat.
Should it be discovered that the Sebastian is truly gone, and that the Guardians had anything to do with it, I am certain that will change.
Well, until then, I am a member of this council, and as such, I am privy to all of its secrets, am I not?
Yes,
Dimitri conceded.
Until such time as Sebastian returns, or Genevieve lays claim to his seat. Your position is secure, so long as we deem it so. However, we cannot tell you anything with this person,
he sneered.
Present.
Charlotte smiled smugly.
Taine is far more valuable than you think. He and his brother pledged their allegiance to me decades ago, and both have proven themselves worthy of serving me. In fact,
she examined her nails, pausing for dramatic effect.
At this very moment, his brother, Caleb, is within Somerfeld's walls.
Their response to this proclamation was nothing less than expected. Dimitri's eyes widened in shock, and Sloane actually leapt off his chair. Of the three, only Roman remained impassive, his blue eyes giving nothing away. Dimitri might be the spokesperson for the three, but Charlotte was not fooled. Roman was the one she needed to convince.
You never mentioned.
Sloane muttered, forgetting himself for a moment before quickly changing tack.
That is not possible.
I hear that phrase so often,
Charlotte mused thoughtfully.
And yet it almost always is. You see, gentlemen, I have not been idle in the years since I learned of the quest. My knowledge and resources are far-reaching beyond anything you could possibly imagine. I alone have managed to infiltrate the city.
She let the words hang in the air for a moment, so that they could appreciate the gravity of her feat before continuing.
You denied me a seat on the council once before. I suggest you do not make the same mistake again.
You have your seat.
Roman spoke for the first time. His voice was raw and melodious at the same time.
What is it that you want?
I want my seat secured,
she answered immediately.
Whether or not Sebastian Russo returns, I stay. I want access to all the information that the council possesses, and I want to meet Alexei in person.
This time it was impossible to miss. Both Sloane and Dimitri turned to Roman for his reaction. Roman lifted a long finger to his chin, eyeing Charlotte thoughtfully. Everyone in the room seemed frozen, waiting for him to speak.
We will need a moment to consider,
he announced finally, and, nodding graciously, Charlotte swept from the room, Tane following in her wake.
Do you think they'll go for it?
Tane was pacing the hall. They had moved away from the door so that they would not be overheard. Charlotte, in comparison, stood perfectly still, although a tiny frown creased her otherwise smooth forehead.
Of course they will.
I still don't understand why you are so eager to stay on the council. We have already infiltrated the city. What do we need them for?
Let me worry about that.
The words were barely out of her mouth when he seized her by the throat.
In case you have forgotten, my brother is inside that city, risking his life for you. I think you owe me an explanation.
Do you really think I would allow any harm to come to Caleb? He is part of our family,
she crooned.
Your brother is safe, probably safer than either of us. His very blood protects him. The Guardians will defend him to the death.
Tane loosened his grip, but kept his hands around her soft, white neck.
How will we get him out?
The same way we got him in,
she smiled.
Through the Guardian who has betrayed them all. And as to an explanation, the reason I am so determined to remain on the council is because we need him, King Alexei. Even with the vast number of vampires at my disposal, do you really think we could stand against him? Against the might of the council? No,
she answered her own question.
The city is a means to an end. Once the wards have been destroyed and the Guardians have fallen, there will be nothing stopping us from taking control of this world. I am tired of living in fear, and as long as the hunters exist, we will never be truly safe.
And when they are destroyed, you say the city is a means to an end. What end?
When it is safe, Alexei will once again be free to emerge from the shadows and rule us,
she replied confidently.
And I plan to be right beside him when he does.
Power, Tane thought. It all came back to her insatiable need for power. Not content with the position she had just secured, Charlotte wanted to be queen. When she had taken him and his younger brother as lovers all those years ago, they could never have imagined the path they would travel. Tane and Caleb had been defending themselves against vampires their whole lives, and when Charlotte's men had cornered them in that dark alley, they had believed their long lives were finally over. Instead, Charlotte herself had emerged from the shadows, small and fragile, with the face of an angel. She had spared their lives and told them of her plan, offering them her protection in exchange for their loyalty. Initially, Tane had balked at the idea of planting Caleb within the city. He had been protecting his younger brother ever since they were children, and the thought of being separated from him filled Tane with unease. Charlotte, however, had convinced him that Caleb would be safe, protected by the Guardians, and embraced by the werewolf pack. Tane had relented, although he doubted that his aggressive, arrogant brother would be embraced. He had had no contact with Caleb since they had placed him in the path of the Guardians, certain to be discovered, but he was sure that his brother would be wreaking havoc in the city, and he took comfort in the fact that it would not be long before they would be reunited. It also meant nothing to the brothers that Charlotte's plan entailed destroying the last of their people. Those very people had lived safely within Somerfeld all these years, while Tane and Caleb had spent an eternity in hiding. They knew nothing of their parents, having been abandoned at a very early age, and they had known nothing of Somerfeld until Charlotte enlightened them. Charlotte's twisted version of the truth had done nothing to invoke any loyalty to the city, which she claimed had abandoned them, just as their parents had. The brothers were strong and powerful, but what Charlotte was offering was a life without fear, one where they could hunt and live under her protection. They had been only too happy to give up their miserable existence for the opulent extravagance of Charlotte's home. And now she had exposed them to the Vampire Council, and still, they were safe. Lowering his hands, Tane resumed his pacing. When they re-entered the dining hall, Charlotte smiled politely before resuming her seat.
We have considered your proposal.
Dimitri was once again speaking for the group. Charlotte waited, determined not to let on how important this was to her.
The seat is yours,
Dimitri continued.
We will also answer any questions you may have.
And Alexei?
She pressed.
Unfortunately, we cannot grant your request. Alexei communicates only through messengers, all of whom are compelled to forget him. No one knows his true whereabouts.
Somebody must know if this is a trick.
It is no trick.
Roman thundered, showing emotion for the first time.
And you would do well to hold your tongue. Alexei is our king. It is not our place to question his methods.
Charlotte gazed long and hard at the handsome vampire. He knew, she realized. Roman knew where Alexei was.
Of course,
she nodded obediently.
I apologize.
The conversation immediately returned to common ground. Now that Charlotte was one of them, the councilman reluctantly answered all of her questions, and they had questions of their own, too.
You say you have a man inside the city?
Sloane asked.
A wolf, as I mentioned,
Charlotte corrected him.
We planted Caleb where we knew the Guardians would find him, and, as expected, they took him in.
Charlotte was not prepared to reveal her trump card yet. The real reason the Guardians had found Caleb was because one of their own had known exactly where to look.
Do you have contact with this wolf?
No.
She shook her head.
Do you have the city's location?
Yes, but we cannot attack Somerfeld before securing the crystals,
she said quickly.
If the city falls, the Guardians will open the Rose Gate, releasing Wintier from the temple.
And all of the Fey magic along with him,
Roman murmured, looking suitably impressed.
Which would bring us back to square one,
Dimitri mused.
You will tell us where the city is,
Roman commanded.
But as you have done what no other has been able to, you have earned the council's respect. We will take no action without informing you.
He regarded her thoughtfully.
I assume you have devised a plan of your own. I would be interested to hear it.
Charlotte took a deep breath.
We forget the city for now. We focus on the Guardians and obtaining their crystals. Without them, the Rose Gate cannot be opened.
In 1,000 years, we have only ever found 2 of those crystals. Both were retrieved within days. Even if we could find the Guardians and secure their crystals, the Slayer would come for them.
Charlotte forced the human memories of that night from her mind. The same night Drake had turned her. She remembered the screaming, and the blood, and the terrifying might of the Slayer who had come to retrieve the stolen crystal. Keeping her fear in check, she met Roman's gaze levelly.
"Then we will deal with him,"
she hissed. Hours later, Charlotte walked the men to the front door. She had dispatched Tane to his room earlier.
I couldn't help but notice the portrait in the hall as we passed it earlier,
Sloane remarked casually as the others fetched their coats.
Might you show it to me?
Charlotte grimaced inwardly but flashed him a polite smile.
"Of course!"
I've missed you,
he murmured, the second they were alone.
"Me too,"
Charlotte sighed as he pawed at her. Charlotte had chosen Sloane for a number of reasons, not least because he was not of the highest intelligence and was easy to seduce.
Perhaps I could come by tomorrow?
He asked hopefully, pressing himself against her. Charlotte fought the urge to step away.
"I wish,"
she squirmed dutifully, and he smirked.
"But I fear we need to be careful, my love. If the others were to suspect..."
They suspect nothing.
Sloane's ego was yet another of his shortcomings. Thankfully, she was saved from having to commit by Dimitri's voice, closer than expected. Sloane whipped his hand from her shirt as though it was a hornet's nest, and Charlotte hid a smile.
It is lovely,
he announced loudly, stepping away from her.
Thank you for showing it to me.
Roman did not bid her goodbye, but, as they departed, Sloane turned to Dimitri.
We will need to send a message to Genevieve, to tell her that her brother's seat has been filled.
She won't be happy.
Dimitri focused on Charlotte. She appeared unconcerned.
"I'm sure her weak boyfriend will keep her mind off of things,"
she taunted. To her surprise, Dimitri smiled.
Drake may be a lot of things, but weak isn't one of them.
His tone issued a clear warning. Charlotte raised her brow in astonishment.
"Did you say Drake?"
she asked, a slow smile spreading across her own face. Chapter 25.
I'll need to convene the council,
Isaiah said. He and Quinn stood in the woods, allowing Channon and Rafe the chance to talk things through. Rafe's raised voice reached them and Quinn winced. He should be more grateful, she muttered.
It's shock. A she-wolf taking the role of alpha is unheard of.
He was saved from Quinn's undoubtedly scathing retort about sexism by the rustle of bushes nearby. Raina emerged from the thicket, dried twigs and leaves in her hair, and a blazing smile on her face.
"Where are they?"
she asked. She was followed by Dominic, also naked, who had dried blood smeared across his torso. A large flap of skin gaped horrifically from his chest, and a chunk of his blonde hair was missing, leaving an unsightly crimson wound above his left temple. "Are you all right?" Quinn gasped, but Raina brushed aside her concern.
"He's fine! The idiot! He didn't know what was going on and he challenged Channon."
How was I supposed to know she was fighting for Alpha?
Dominic retorted defensively.
I spent the whole of yesterday psyching myself up to fight. I barely knew who I was when she came busting in there like some demon hell-bent on revenge.
Seeing Quinn and Isaiah's confusion, Raina tried to explain.
Dom was going to challenge Caleb. When you killed him, we didn't really know what to do. A few of the younger wolves tried to take up the mantle in the confusion, and Dom went ahead with the plan. To be fair, he didn't realize it was Channon at first, and he certainly didn't get my message, even though it was loud and clear.
She narrowed her eyes at him, and Dominic held up his hands.
I was a little busy, and you weren't exactly thinking clearly.
Raina shook her head again.
When I realized what Shannon was doing, I told him to stop. Luckily, he finally got the picture. Or he'd be a lot worse off than he is now.
She took me by surprise.
Dominic insisted.
You got your ass handed to you by a girl,
Raina corrected. Wait a minute, Quinn interrupted, before they could continue arguing. Are you telling me that you two were trying to oust Caleb? After being so vocal, they suddenly decided to remain silent. What were you thinking? Quinn snapped. You could have gotten yourselves killed.
Yeah, but we didn't.
Dominic grinned.
You almost did,
Raina taunted, and his smile vanished.
Anyway, where's my brother?
Raina asked. Quinn and Isaiah were too stunned to speak.
I think I hear his dulcet tones now,
Raina drawled, as the sound of Rafe's yelling increased considerably.
I think you should leave them be for a while,
Isaiah cautioned, as Raina stepped toward the sound.
It sounds as though they have a lot to sort out.
Sorry, but no. Thank you both so much for everything you've done, but this is wolf business. We need to pay our respects to the new alpha.
At her words, more werewolves appeared, all moving toward the stream.
My pig-headed brother is going to have to wait until we're done,
Raina finished, and they converged on the arguing couple.
We can't watch.
Isaiah drew Quinn gently away.
She's right, this is a sacred and private ceremony. It's not for us to witness.
They walked a short distance before Quinn found her voice. You said you need to convene the Guardians?
Yes. They need to know what happened.
Isaiah, Quinn struggled to formulate the right words to ask. Why weren't you ever branded a hunter, the way you fought Caleb?
Without being conceited, I am an exceptionally gifted warrior, Quinn,
he replied smoothly.
You have never seen me fight, so I can imagine it would come as quite a shock to you. But yes, I do possess many of the skills required. Fortunately, I do not have to use these very often.
His eyes were hooded, and Quinn had the distinct feeling he had closed the subject.
I'm sorry,
he continued, before she could say any more.
About Caleb. I know you wanted answers.
I'll get them, Quinn vowed. With or without Caleb, I'll get them.
I know these past few weeks haven't been easy for you.
I feel guilty, she admitted, for keeping the truth from my dad and Tristan. But I know you're right. We can't tell them until we have more information. The only thing I couldn't stand more than keeping it from them is to know that they will carry this burden too, and be powerless to do anything about it. They walked the rest of the distance in silence. It was a long walk, but neither had the heart to call on the herd after what had happened last night. The unicorns had been traumatized, and they were best left to Kellen in their distraught state. When they reached the cornflower field, Isaiah placed a restraining hand on Quinn's shoulder.
The others are not far,
he murmured.
They will be here by nightfall. I'd rather explain things myself.
I won't mention it to anyone, she promised. She would spend the rest of the day indoors.
I'll go in,
Isaiah offered when they reached Kellen's house. Quinn didn't argue. Someone had to tell him of the foal's death so that he could go and check on the herd, but Quinn didn't trust herself not to let something slip. Exhausted, she managed to have a tepid shower, washing Caleb's blood off her hands before crashing on her bed. She was jerked from a dreamless sleep hours later by the sound of rapping on her door. Dressing quickly, she found Piper on her doorstep.
Oh, thank goodness,
Piper breathed.
I thought maybe you weren't in there.
Her face was in darkness. Night had fallen. The meeting? Quinn asked, and Piper nodded.
Everyone's there.
Then I guess we better hurry, Quinn smiled reassuringly.
You what?
Braddon thundered across the council table. True to his word, Isaiah had called everyone back to discuss what had happened in Lunar Grove. They had remained silent as Isaiah recounted everything that had happened. He left nothing out. although Quinn noticed he downplayed his own role and made it seem as though, without Quinn's help, he might not be here to tell the tale. Quinn didn't correct him. She trusted Isaiah's judgment.
You killed a ward?
Braddon continued, his eyes boring into hers.
No.
Tristan shook his head in denial, gazing at Quinn as though he barely recognized her anymore. I'm not sorry, Quinn said defiantly. Caleb killed Vivian, he tried his best to kill Rafe and Isaiah, and he preyed on a unicorn foal. I wasn't about to let anyone else die.
How is the herd?
Daniel asked, turning to Isaiah. To Quinn's relief, he did not appear to be angry with her. In a state of distress, as is to be expected, Kellen is with them now. They will mourn, but they will recover. Monique sniffed loudly at this. When she had learned of the foal's death, she had sobbed her eyes out. Monique's natural kinship with all Summerfeld's mystical creatures was both a blessing and a curse. She felt their pain even more deeply than her comrades.
How is Lucky?
Piper asked kindly, trying to distract her.
He's fine.
Monique gulped, giving a small, watery smile.
He's growing by the day.
Isaiah,
Daniel interrupted, having no patience for the young women's conversation.
if the pack hierarchy is compromised, what will happen to the wolves?
Quinn watched as Isaiah paused. It was still so hard to believe, let alone put into words. Wordlessly, Isaiah moved to the door of the record room. He opened it, murmuring a few softly spoken words, and a moment later Channon followed him out into the open. A murmur of confusion rippled through the Guardian ranks, although Quinn caught a few gasps of relief that Channon was alive and well after all.
The pack has a new alpha,
Isaiah announced bluntly.
Channon fought for dominance last night, and she won. The pack is hers.
It was an unprecedented situation. Never in the history of werewolves, even before the city was created, had a female held the role of alpha. It was unnatural, and yet, as Quinn gazed upon Channon, it seemed right. Quinn suspected that Channon's reasons for rushing into the woods that night went far deeper than she would ever admit. She had done it all for Rafe, so that he would be safe. Quinn admired her courage and her strength.
Congratulations,
Daniel said eventually, his eyes glinting.
It would seem that in one evening you have turned the tables. Yesterday, you and Rafe were walking out of this cathedral to your imminent death, and today, you stand before us a queen.
Thank you,
Channon murmured, unused to such praise. She waited patiently while the others congratulated her, everyone expressing their relief that she and Rafe had come to no harm. In contrast, Rafe had hardly showed any gratitude. Channon had never known him to be so angry. He was furious that she had risked her life by fighting the other wolves, which was ironic given that they had been destined to die last night anyway. But more than that, he didn't seem to know how to act around her. When Rafe had fallen to his knees before her, Channon had pulled him to his feet. He was her husband and the love of her life. She didn't want his service. She just wanted everything to be as it was before, but she feared that might not be possible.
He'll come around,
Raina had tried to reassure her, but Channon wasn't so sure. She wondered if she had made a mistake, but there was no going back now. She could not step down, and the only way for her to stop being alpha was for her to be defeated by a new challenger. This seemed unlikely, given how euphoric the pack was. After the initial shock of her being a woman, they had celebrated, most thrilled to see the back of Caleb. Piper took her back through the gateway, and Channon stood alone on the cobbled street, seeing Somerfeld through new eyes. This was her land, the land of her people. She knew without a shadow of a doubt that she would die to protect them. Only a few hours ago she had been trying to save her own skin, but now that mattered little in comparison to the pack as a whole. It pained her that Rafe didn't support her decision, but deep down she knew she had made the right one. She might have done it to save them, but it was meant to be. She felt it in her heart and soul. She was born to be Alpha, and she would not give it up without a fight. Chapter 26. In an effort to remove Quinn from the prying eyes of the others, Isaiah asked her to accompany Monique into town to visit with Jonas. Grateful as she was for the reprieve and the break from the constant questioning of the others, Quinn felt just as uncomfortable within the gypsy community. Although Rowena went out of her way to be hospitable, Balthazar always seemed to be on his guard when they were around. The more time Quinn spent with Rowena, the more she suspected that, in another life, they might have been friends. The fiery woman was kind and courteous, and she obviously adored Jonas, who Quinn had discovered was not her biological son. Her maternal instinct toward him reminded Quinn of her own bond with Jack and Ava. The twins were thriving with Camille, and Quinn did not regret her decision to allow Camille to raise them, but it pained her how quickly she had been replaced. The children no longer clung to her when she left after visiting, and they had completely embraced Camille. For the first time since she had taken them in, over 2 years ago, Quinn felt like an aunt. Before, she had felt like a mother. Tristan had declined her offer to come with them. He had been unable to meet her eyes since learning that she had killed Caleb. Quinn could understand why. It was incomprehensible for a guardian to take the life of a ward, but Tristan hadn't witnessed the maimed body of the unicorn foal, or Caleb attacking Isaiah with intent to kill. Quinn knew she had done the right thing whether Tristan understood it or not, but their relationship had become so complicated she doubted they would ever be able to put all the events behind them. Added to her confusion was the fact that she had not heard from Drake since their altercation in the diner. She had tried to convince herself it was for the best, but she missed his confidence and his company.
"Would you like something to eat?"
Rowena asked, offering Quinn a bowl of what looked like berries. "I'm fine, thank you."
"I haven't put any love potion in them,"
Rowena teased, poking fun at her gypsy heritage, and Quinn laughed. "Love potion is definitely not something I need right now."
"You and Tristan, you're together, right?"
Rowena asked. Quinn frowned, considering the question, and Rowena assumed the worst.
"I'm sorry. It's none of my business."
It wasn't, but Quinn found that she didn't mind Rowena's curiosity. "It's not that," she reassured her. "It's just that I'm not really sure anymore."
"He loves you."
"Yes, I think so."
"But you're torn?"
Rowena probed. Rowena had witnessed her and Drake together in the woods the night that Drake had saved a gypsy girl from being mauled by one of the men. It would be very bad if news of Drake reached any guardian ears. "I'm not torn," she replied curtly. Rowena didn't press her. Instead, she picked a berry from the wooden bowl and chewed it thoughtfully. "Who's Jasmine?" Quinn couldn't let the subject drop, and she recalled Drake calling Rowena by that name. She wondered if perhaps Rowena had a sister. Her answer was nothing that Quinn had expected.
"She was my ancestor."
At Quinn's expression of astonishment, Rowena hastened to add,
"We gypsies believe in myths and legends, Quinn. It is a part of our culture. We believe that some beings are immortal and can live forever."
They were skirting a very fine line, one that Quinn should laugh off, in keeping with her simple human act. But she couldn't. "So, you think that Drake knew this ancestor of yours?" She tried to muster as much skepticism as she could.
"I do,"
Rowena replied simply. The sound of Monique's laughter reached them, and both women looked up to see Jonas chasing her around the camp with what looked like a dead snake. Quinn smiled, despite herself. She knew Monique well enough to know that the girl was being flirtatious. Monique would find the snake fascinating, but she obviously enjoyed being chased.
They make a sweet couple,
Rowena remarked. I wouldn't exactly call them a couple.
Do you have something against Jonas?
There was a slight edge to Rowena's voice. Not at all. In fact, I like him very much. But they're young. It's not as if this relationship will last.
I met Balthazar when I was very young. You would be surprised how long love can last.
She couldn't hide the note of bitter regret in her voice. Can I ask what happened between you two? It's obvious something went badly wrong.
I did something terrible, and when he found out, it was over.
It can't be that simple.
Balthazar sees things in black and white,
Rowena explained.
There is no gray area.
You still love him, though. Quinn didn't feel guilty asking, given that Rowena had questioned her about her own love life only moments ago. But before the other woman could respond, Monique interrupted, taking a seat beside Quinn. Her cheeks were flushed, and her eyes sparkled. Jonas came to sit cross-legged before them, pulling up blades of grass and stripping them deftly between his fingers. You ready to get going? Quinn asked.
Not yet,
Monique pleaded.
You're welcome to stay for supper,
Rowena offered.
It's nothing fancy, but there's plenty to go around.
No, thank you, but we should really be getting back. The afternoon sun still hovered innocently in the sky, but Quinn preferred to head back sooner rather than later. Half an hour, she warned Monique. Jonas helped Monique up, and the two wandered off hand in hand.
She doesn't really relax, does she?
Jonas mused, as they passed Rowena's truck and entered the trees.
No,
Monique agreed.
she doesn't. Isaiah says she's one of the best guardians he's ever seen.
Isaiah.
Jonas feigned confusion.
He's the leader, right?
Not really. It's hard to explain. We're all equal, but Isaiah and Daniel have been around the longest, so they're kind of informally in charge.
How's Lucky?
Jonas changed the subject abruptly, and Monique grinned.
He's fine. He's growing by the minute. Kellen says we'll have to move him soon.
To Giant's Castle?
Yeah, I'm worried something might happen to him.
You do know he's a dragon, not a kitten or a puppy?
He teased, and she shoved him with her shoulder. Their hands broke apart, and Monique stopped, wanting to take his back, but not sure if she had the nerve. Jonas turned to face her, and her heart skipped a beat. She hadn't realized how deep into the woods they had come. The sounds from the campsite had completely disappeared. It was the first time they had been alone since the day he had snuck into Cliffdale. Jonas seemed to realize the same thing as he turned to look back in the direction of the camp, and Monique felt the heat rise in her cheeks. Jonas must have noticed her blushing because he tensed, as if preparing himself to make the first move. Monique couldn't know that, having never kissed a girl before. He was just as nervous as she was. Determined, Jonas placed one foot in front of the other until they were almost touching. Monique stood perfectly still, staring at the ground between them. Summoning his courage, Jonas lifted her chin so that he could see her eyes. Monique's heart stopped in the instant that their eyes met, and all of her embarrassment faded away. When Jonas's dark head came towards her, she rose up to meet him without hesitation. Nothing could have prepared her for that first kiss. Back at school, many of her friends had boasted about their first kiss, but Monique doubted that theirs had been anything like this. Her head swam, and her toes tingled. Instinctively, she curled her arms around Jonas's neck as his hands settled on her waist. It was gentle and unrushed, and, when it was over, he kissed the tip of her nose. Her answering smile was all the reassurance he needed. Jonas longed to kiss her again, but, wary of Quinn's chaperonage and the fact that Monique would be mortified if they were caught, he took her small hand in his own and led her slowly back the way they had come. Back at the camp, Quinn checked her watch. She couldn't see Monique anywhere. Excusing herself, she got to her feet, but, Before she could begin searching, Balthazar cut across her path.
Going so soon?
He asked pleasantly. I'm afraid we must be getting home.
Where exactly is home?
He asked casually.
Do you live near here?
Not far, she replied, non-committally.
Do you live with your niece and her mother?
Quinn stiffened. He had glanced at her wrist. Yes. She scanned the crowd of people in the clearing, trying to find Monique.
Maybe I could bring Jonas around one afternoon. I'm sure he would enjoy the change of scenery.
Quinn stopped searching and faced him directly. What exactly is it that you want, Balthazar? His eyes narrowed at the hostility in her voice, but Quinn held her ground. She sensed that he knew more than he was letting on, particularly after Rowena's openly honest comment about Drake. Then Balthazar's gaze dropped once more to the heavy watch on her left wrist, and her suspicions were confirmed. Why are you hanging around here in New Haven? She demanded. You've been here for weeks. What are you looking for? Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Rowena shaking her head, warning Balthazar to remain silent. But Balthazar knew the game was up. He had known from the moment he met Quinn that it was only a matter of time.
You know what I'm looking for.
A long silence followed these words, and Quinn's blood thundered in her ears as Rowena rushed toward them. You need to leave, Quinn warned in a low voice. Get your people out of here today.
Or what?
Balthazar challenged. Every thought he may have entertained that the Guardians would hear him out died as he looked into Quinn's unyielding tanzanite eyes. I won't tell you again. She turned on her heel and started searching in earnest.
Or what?
Balthazar thundered, grabbing her shoulder and yanking her back around to face him. Quinn reacted instinctively. Snatching his hand off her shoulder, she twisted his arm savagely, kicking out at his legs and sweeping him off his feet, all the while keeping a firm grip on his wrist. A second later, he hit the ground, and she placed her booted foot against his throat. She twisted his raised arm further, and he grunted with pain.
Let him go,
Rowena snarled, brandishing a small silver dagger. Quinn smiled indulgently. Put that down before you get hurt.
Let him go,
Rowena repeated, moving closer. Quinn released Balthazar's arm and in one swift movement knocked the knife from Rowena's hand. A small crowd was gathering around them, having noticed the commotion. Call your people off, Quinn warned as Balthazar got to his feet. You know what I am. Call them off before things get ugly.
Everything's fine,
he called, waving them away. When there was no risk of being overheard, Quinn continued. Now, I'm going to find Monique, and, when we are gone, you're going to pack up your things and get going.
We can't do that.
I don't think you understand me, Balthazar. I'm not asking you.
We have a right to be here.
No, you don't. You seek something that doesn't belong to you.
The wards belong to no one,
he spat. True, but I am sworn to protect them.
You are sworn to protect them from those who would destroy them,
he countered furiously.
Quinn!
Monique's frantic voice yelled, and they turned to see her sprinting toward them, Jonas right behind her.
What's going on?
Jonas demanded as they skidded to a halt. We're leaving, Quinn stated flatly.
Dad?
Jonas was frantic.
What happened?
Both Quinn and Balthazar ignored him. You have 24 hours, Quinn instructed.
We're not going anywhere.
Going?
Jonas shook his head.
What are you talking about?
If you're not gone by tomorrow, I will bring the entire guardianship down on you like a plague, Quinn promised, before seizing Monique's hand and hauling her out of the campsite. Chapter 27. Drake cursed as he tossed and turned in his bed. Damn her. Before meeting Quinn, he had slept only too easily, but now his conscience pricked him. He didn't like the way things had ended after their last meeting, but he couldn't return to New Haven without information, which was proving more difficult to obtain than he had thought. He was getting nowhere, and, since Lenora's untimely arrival, Genevieve had withdrawn even more. He listened to the sound of her breathing beside him. That was another thing. He had always found Genevieve as sexy as hell, but now, making love to her had lost its appeal. He growled into his pillow, willing sleep to come. The sound of sirens in the street below broke the monotony of his insomnia. Curious, Drake drew back the bedroom curtains and watched as an ambulance careened down his street, streaking past his house and taking a left into Ridge Road. Quinn's house was on Ridge Road. Drake dressed quickly and slipped out of the house. When he first spotted the red lights flashing outside Quinn's house, he thought the worst. Fearful that she might have returned without his knowledge, he knew a moment of pure, unadulterated terror. Then he spotted Sarah, her tear-streaked face a mess, and an instant later he recognized Todd, pallid and lifeless as the paramedics loaded him onto a stretcher. Making his way over, he touched Sarah's shoulder. She jumped, barely recognizing him in her distraught state.
What happened?
He asked.
Something attacked him,
she replied, her eyes fixed on Todd's pale body. Not as lifeless as Drake initially thought, but barely breathing. Drake could see the blood spattered across his throat and soaking through his shirt. Sarah made to move towards him, but Drake held her back.
Calm down,
he instructed, and Sarah's body relaxed immediately. He didn't have much time. A policeman with a notebook was hovering just out of earshot, speaking with one of the paramedics.
Tell me exactly what happened.
We heard a noise in the backyard and Todd went outside to check it out. Then I heard him screaming. I found him near the fence, lying in a pool of blood. They're saying it must have been a dog, but there's no way a dog did that.
Her voice broke. Of course it hadn't been a dog. Of that Drake was certain. The bite wound on Todd's neck was the work of a vampire. Drake's first thought was that Genevieve was responsible, but she had been in bed with him when the attack occurred. Grimly, he recalled that there was another vampire currently residing in Brookfield, Lenora. Taking Sarah firmly by the shoulders, he demanded her undivided attention. He couldn't afford for her to start an investigation.
It was a dog,
he murmured.
You saw it in the backyard. It was big and dark, and it attacked Todd, but you managed to chase it away.
Sarah nodded mutely, and Drake released her. He would have to pay Todd a visit in the hospital if he survived, to make sure that he told the same story. The policeman stepped towards them, but Sarah quickly brushed him away, insisting that she needed to be with Todd and that she would give her statement later. She jumped into the back of the ambulance and it made a wide turn before heading back in the direction it had come, red lights flashing. Drake waited until the small crowd of neighbors had dispersed, and the police cars had vacated the area before he crept into Sarah's backyard. He followed the scent of fresh blood and soon found the place where Todd had been attacked. A dark stain marred the green grass, and a small wooden bench had been overturned nearby, but there was no sign of Todd's attacker. Wearily, Drake headed home to confront his oldest friend. It was hours before Lenora finally pulled open the front door. Her foot was halfway over the threshold when Drake seized her and hauled her into the house.
How dare you?
He snarled, tossing her onto the sofa. Lenora was back on her feet in an instant.
What is your problem?
She hissed furiously.
A boy in the next street was attacked tonight by a vampire,
he added pointedly.
So?
This town is my home. You of all people should know how important it is to keep a low profile if we wish to settle anywhere for any length of time.
Wait a minute.
Lenora had finally twigged.
You think I had something to do with this?
You're saying you didn't?
Give me some credit. I taught you how to blend in, remember? Why on earth would I do something so stupid?
She had a point, and, more importantly, Drake believed her. Lenora was honest to the point of brutality. She wouldn't lie about something like this.
But then, who?
He straightened the strap of her dress which had slipped off her shoulder.
My money's on Genevieve, she replied tactlessly.
Genevieve was with me.
Lenora looked as though she had just tasted something that didn't agree with her.
Well, if it wasn't her, then the obvious conclusion is that there is another vampire in town. And don't look at me like that,
she added.
I didn't tell anyone where I was going. Nobody followed me here.
She must be mistaken, Drake thought. It was too coincidental. Lenora arriving in town and a vampire attack only a few days later.
Aren't you going to draw those?
Lenora asked, gesturing at the heavily lined curtains. In his agitation, Drake had almost forgotten the sun was less than an hour away. He kept the fact that the sun didn't affect him a secret, knowing that if other vampires learned the truth, he would be hounded mercilessly as to how. Daywalking was something that most vampires only dreamed about. He had never told Genevieve, Lenora, or even Charlotte, although he would have told her in time, if she had remained human. It was a secret he protected above all else, and yet he had not been able to bring himself to let Quinn die that morning she had been attacked by Genevieve's men. Ironically, the first person who had learned the truth about him was a guardian. Quickly he drew the curtains and Lenora visibly relaxed.
I think it's time I got some sleep,
she announced, getting to her feet. She had taken only a few steps toward the stairs when she turned, in a half-crouch, toward the front door. Drake sensed it too, and he darted forward, stepping between her and the front door as it swung open. Drake's mouth pressed into a grim line as he recognized the uninvited guest. Stepping out from behind a thick-set, golden-haired man who reeked of the musky scent synonymous with werewolves was Charlotte.
Shut the door, Tane,
Charlotte crooned, breaking the astonished silence. Both Drake and Lenora resisted the urge to attack the wolf, but they had long fought the lure of the blood of their enemies, and Drake was so dumbstruck by Charlotte's presence in his home that he barely noticed the wolf, his eyes fixed on the evil girl he had tried so hard to forget. Genevieve, on the other hand, had embraced the quest, and she flew down the stairs, her fangs bared. Drake reached for her as she passed, but she dodged him easily. As she lunged toward Tane, Charlotte moved, so quickly that neither Drake nor Lenora could stop her. She struck, and Genevieve was knocked aside with the force of the blow, crashing into the marble table that adorned the hall. Drake reacted instinctively, but Charlotte was too quick for him. A silver stake appeared in her hand as if by magic, and she pressed it firmly against Lenora's back, before Drake could lay a finger on her.
You would do well to teach your friend some restraint,
she sneered, inclining her head toward Genevieve.
Tane is under the protection of the council, and as such, he may not be harmed.
You're consorting with wolves now, Charlotte?
Drake had regained control of his senses, and his voice oozed with derision.
Isn't that a little beneath you?
Not at all,
she smiled.
Tane is an exceptional individual, far removed from the filth of his kind. Now, are you going to play nice, or am I going to have to stake your pretty friend here?
Both Genevieve and Lenora were older than Charlotte, but the presence of the stake put control firmly in Charlotte's hot little hand. Genevieve groaned from where she lay on the floor, and Drake was beside her in an instant, his mind whirling. What was Charlotte doing here? It certainly explained the attack on Todd's life, but he found himself wishing Lenora had been responsible after all. Blood trickled from a gash on Genevieve's temple, but it was her pride that was most wounded.
Let her go.
Drake met Charlotte's icy gaze over Lenora's shoulder.
I give you my word. No harm will come to you.
Speak for yourself,
Genevieve rasped.
Ah, you must be Sebastian's sister,
Charlotte grinned.
I wish I could offer my condolences over your brother's disappearance, but in truth, he did me a favor. You see, I have taken his seat on the council.
Genevieve gasped in outrage. Drake, however, already knew. It was the only reason he had not attacked Charlotte the second she walked in the door. Her position protected her.
You're lying,
Genevieve hissed.
She's not.
Despite their differences, Lenora sounded almost sorry for Genevieve.
Finally, someone with a little common sense.
Charlotte released Lenora triumphantly.
What do you want?
Drake asked wearily.
Don't be like that,
Charlotte simpered.
Aren't you even a little happy to see me after everything we shared?
She added spitefully, as Genevieve's face fell.
No, I'm not,
Drake replied.
You're still a vindictive bitch, Charlotte. I assume it was you who attacked the boy down the street.
I was hungry,
she pouted.
And he was too delicious to pass up.
Drake noticed Tane's eyes narrow.
You think she cares about you?
He asked.
That she will be faithful to you? You're barking up the wrong tree. Of all the vampires in the world, you decided to trust this one? You must be stupider than you look.
Tane.
Charlotte held out a restraining arm as the wolf made toward Drake, his hands balled into fists at his sides.
Don't!
Drake was no ordinary vampire. Charlotte knew just how deadly he could be, and she still needed Tane. Staring into Drake's startlingly green eyes, Charlotte realized just how much he had changed. He was still as sexy as hell, damn him. But there was also a coldness to him that she had never seen before. It only made him that much more appealing. Drake had always been powerful, but his love for her had made him weak. Now, strength radiated off him. Charlotte could only imagine what they could achieve together. Genevieve noticed the predatory look in Charlotte's eyes, and her lip curled.
Genevieve, I think we should let these two catch up,
Lenora spoke, sensing trouble brewing. Genevieve could not attack a member of the council without paying the price, no matter how provoked.
I'm not going anywhere.
Genevieve, go upstairs, now.
Drake's tone left no room for argument.
Tane, go and enjoy the sunshine,
Charlotte instructed, as Genevieve let Lenora lead her away.
Take your time.
Wordlessly, the wolf slipped back outside into the cold light of day.
You've changed,
Charlotte said when they were finally alone. Drake didn't acknowledge the implied compliment.
What do you want?
I've changed too. I'm not the same person I was before.
You're exactly the same.
I've missed you.
Again, he refused to rise, and Charlotte moved closer.
Have you missed me at all? Even a tiny bit?
No.
I think you're lying. You loved me once. That kind of emotion doesn't simply disappear.
She reached for him, and then very deliberately drew her hand back. Drake looked as though he had been turned to stone, and she felt a thrill run through her. He was not as unaffected by her presence as he wanted her to believe.
You left me.
She injected just the right amount of hurt and regret into her voice.
I salvaged what little pride I had left to me,
he corrected.
And I doubt you even noticed.
That's not true. I searched everywhere for you.
Drake didn't bother correcting her. They both knew she was lying, but Charlotte loved her theatrics, and she could play this game for hours.
What do you want?
He asked again.
I want you to say you forgive me. I treated you terribly, but you must know I never stopped loving.
Cut the crap,
he snapped.
You're not capable of love. Why don't you skip this little act and get to the real reason why you're here?
She put on a great show of wounded vulnerability. Tears shone liquid in her brown eyes, spilling over the thick, sooty lashes to glide down her porcelain-smooth cheeks. Drake ran his hands through his hair in sheer frustration.
I don't have time for your games, Charlotte.
This time, she didn't hold back. Like an insecure child looking for reassurance, Charlotte threw herself forward, slipping her slim arms around his waist and burying her face in his chest. Her fragile form was so familiar, evoking long, suppressed memories, and Drake hated himself for not being able to forget.
I'm not playing games,
she murmured thickly. Despite her innocent act, Drake could hardly fail to notice the expert way she pressed herself against him, or his body's traitorous reaction to her bold touch. Charlotte suppressed a snide smile. Instead, she composed her features into the most sincere expression and gazed up at him.
I want you back, Drake.
That,
he murmured huskily, dropping his head so that their mouths were only an inch apart.
is never going to happen, you homicidal bitch.
She didn't react, but, realizing that Drake wasn't going to succumb to her wiles so easily, Charlotte changed tactics.
I believe you still have no interest in the quest.
None at all,
he replied, relieved that she was finally getting to the real reason she was here.
May I ask why?
Because it is a fool's errand, a waste of our time. We will never find the city, and even if we did, what good would it do?
It was the standard answer he always gave when questioned on the subject.
The Guardians would simply release the air, and with him, all of the Fey magic. We would be right back where we started.
It was exactly the answer Charlotte had been hoping for.
What if I were to tell you that we could secure the crystals? That Wintier would be locked in that temple for the rest of eternity?
Drake laughed coldly.
I would tell you that you are not the first person to come up with that idea. In case you've forgotten, we have witnessed what happens when a crystal is stolen.
I haven't forgotten,
she murmured softly. That was the night she had been turned. Drake's face fell as he recalled the last night she had been gloriously, truly human. The last night she had loved him to the depth of her soul.
Well then, you should know that we will never possess even one crystal, let alone 12.
You're wrong,
she whispered, coming to sit beside him.
Tane's brother, Caleb, is inside the city as we speak.
Drake only just barely kept his emotions in check at the mention of the wolf's name. He had heard it before, from Quinn. Caleb was the very wolf he had suspected of murdering her sister. It didn't bring him any comfort knowing that he had been right.
And,
Charlotte continued, licking her lips,
I have a guardian.
At this, his head jerked up. He could not contain himself.
What do you mean, you have a guardian?
He demanded.
I mean, there is a Judas in their midst. The guardianship has fallen.
Drake's mind spun as he processed this new information. It was unthinkable. Impossible.
This could change everything.
Charlotte's mouth was at his ear.
I know you have lost your faith, but I can change that if you'll let me.
Drake's stomach turned. She wasn't lying. And if she wasn't lying, it meant that Somerfeld was in grave danger. That Quinn was in grave danger. Despising himself, he let Charlotte's hand move up his thigh, her fingertips light as a feather's touch. Sensing the change in him, Charlotte smiled.
I want you beside me,
she breathed, her eyes liquid and inviting.
Will you join me, Drake?
As he lowered his head to hers, Drake didn't know what was worse, the fact that he was making a deal with the devil, or the fact that a small part of him was enjoying it. Chapter 28.
You threatened him?
Daniel sounded suitably impressed. Quinn had found him together with Isaiah in the cathedral upon her return. She had insisted Monique wait while she explained what had happened. I did, Quinn confirmed. I had to, Daniel. There's too much at stake. We can't let this go.
I wasn't criticizing you. You did the right thing. The gypsies are dangerous.
She knew he didn't mean that literally. They were no match for the Guardians, but they were desperate, and if they discovered the city's location, there was no limit to what measures they might take to expose it. Thank you, Quinn acknowledged the rare compliment. But I don't know how much good it did. They know who we are, which means they know the city is somewhere in this general vicinity.
They can't find it. They'll never cross the portal on their own. But the gypsies are crafty,
Isaiah pointed out.
It won't be long before they follow one of us. It's not safe them being here.
I agree.
Daniel murmured.
We need to get rid of them. Do you think they'll leave, Quinn, after your warning?
No. Quinn shook her head. He's a stubborn bastard, that Balthazar. Isaiah turned to Monique.
You know how serious this is?
He asked, his amber eyes holding hers.
Yes.
She nodded meekly. She couldn't believe that everything had escalated so quickly. She and Jonas had been so careful, and yet Balthazar had figured it out. He had known what Quinn was. Monique couldn't blame Quinn for the way she had reacted, but she wondered if Quinn would go through with the threats she had made. Looking at her now, Quinn's chest rising and falling heavily with each breath, and the rigid set of her jaw, Monique suspected she would.
Monique, you understand why you can never see Jonas again?
Isaiah spoke slowly and deliberately. Quinn recognized the tone. It was the same one he had used when he asked her to keep the findings of Avery's exhumation a secret. Quinn waited for Monique to argue. She expected the girl to go berserk, her heart ruling her head as it had done countless times before. Instead, Monique nodded, tears shining in the blue of her eyes. It was worse, so much worse, than the reaction Quinn had anticipated.
I'm sorry.
Isaiah placed a reassuring hand on Monique's shoulder.
May I go now?
Monique whispered, and Isaiah released her.
Of course.
She scarpered, and Quinn watched her departure without really seeing her. In her mind's eye, she saw only Balthazar, determined and ceaseless in his search. I'm going to stop him, she muttered almost to herself.
How?
Isaiah asked. Even Daniel seemed to be waiting for her answer, his eyes measuring her, weighing her up, as though he was trying to figure something out. He had been acting differently round her ever since she killed Caleb, as though she was a ticking time bomb that might detonate any minute. I'm not sure yet, but trust me, I will do whatever it takes to protect Somerfeld. When Quinn had passed through the gateway, Daniel turned to Isaiah.
You still believe she's the one?
He asked thoughtfully.
I do.
How can you be so sure? The prophecy speaks only of a woman. What makes you think it's Quinn?
I just do.
Isaiah replied simply.
She's reckless.
She is.
Isaiah smiled as though it were a compliment.
You have grown too fond of her, Isaiah.
Daniel cautioned.
If Quinn is indeed the one mentioned in the scrolls, she may just as easily be our downfall as our savior.
I know the prophecy,
Isaiah reminded.
Then you recall that it mentions a bond with her enemy.
The prophecy they spoke of was known only to them. It was too heavy a burden for the others to carry. It spoke of a choice that would either save or condemn them all. A choice that would be made by one woman.
Yes, I remember.
Isaiah sighed.
But Quinn will make the right choice.
And if she doesn't?
Daniel asked, searching Isaiah's face for any sign of hesitation. He found none.
Then you have my blessing to do what needs to be done,
said Isaiah.
Then for your sake I hope that it is not Quinn. I do not wish to cause you pain, but if it is her choice that will either save or condemn us, and she chooses wrong, I will not let her destroy everything we have sworn to protect.
Daniel hoisted his bag over his shoulder and headed for the door. He had been on his way out to join the other hunters when Quinn had arrived.
Will you be long?
Isaiah asked.
Piper has uncovered a coven a few 100 miles away. We need to attend to it, but I will be back as soon as I can. I don't like to leave with this new development, but I trust you can handle the gypsies in my absence.
He smiled wryly at Isaiah.
I'm sure we'll be fine,
Isaiah replied. Oblivious to the fact that she was the subject of such a significant conversation, Quinn headed over to Kellen's in search of Monique. She suspected that the girl would seek solace with the dragons, and she wanted to talk to her about what had happened. Arriving at Kellen's, she went straight round the back to the shed, but Monique wasn't there. Instead, she found Velkin playing with the hatchlings, while Anaïs's daughter Marin looked on. Kellen had insisted that no one venture near the hatchlings for a while to ensure that they didn't bond with anyone other than their chosen fairy handler. He had selected Velkin over Marin, simply because he had more experience, and, despite his wife's insistence that Marin was just as capable, he couldn't bring himself to task a woman with such a dangerous task. With the arrival of baby Sage, it was not possible for Kellen to take up the responsibility of the hatchlings himself, and Velkin had willingly volunteered. Velkin had worked side by side with Kellen for years, and he knew the risks involved. "Hi, Marin," Quinn greeted her first. "I heard you had taken up an apprenticeship with Kellen. How are you enjoying it?"
"It's amazing."
Marin smiled shyly.
"I'm very grateful to him for accepting me."
Quinn recalled Kellen's infinite patience with her and Avery when they were children. "I'm sure you'll learn a lot. He's an exceptional teacher. Are we allowed to touch them yet?" she teased, addressing Velkin, who sat just inside the door of the shed, tossing raw meat up into the air. The Chumana babies scrabbled greedily, shoving one another aside. Quinn winced as Lucky, smaller than the others despite being born first, was knocked aside and trampled in the mad frenzy.
"Not yet."
Velkin was apologetic.
"There are still one or two that Kellen is concerned about. The others have all bonded with me. Well, except for him."
He scooped Lucky up, out of harm's way, and received a singed sleeve for his efforts.
"His bark is worse than his bite."
Velkin laughed, scuffing Lucky across the nose and then scratching him behind the ears.
"Although he always plays up when his mistress is gone."
"Where is she?" Quinn asked, seizing upon the topic of Monique.
"I'm not sure. I haven't seen her today."
"Okay, I'll check at Camille's. Thanks." As she passed Marin, she added, "Please send my thanks to your dad. My shower feels like Niagara Falls since he was there last week. He'll know what that means," she added, as Marin looked blank. It was easy to forget that the younger members of the Fae had never been outside of Summerfeld's boundaries.
"I'll tell him,"
Marin promised. Her father, Harlan, worked long hours to ensure that the Guardian homes ran smoothly. Quinn bumped into Kellen as she reached the road.
"Quinn, so lovely to see you,"
he called, coming over to give her a hug.
"What are you doing here?"
"I was looking for Monique."
"I saw her a few minutes ago, heading toward the Unicorn Glade."
Quinn hadn't been so wrong after all. Monique hadn't gone to see the dragons, but she had sought comfort from other wards.
"While you're here,"
Kellen continued happily,
"I wonder if you might accompany us on Friday up Giant's Castle. We're trying to find a safe place to relocate the Chumanas. Marin is coming along, and I'd feel better if we had some guardian protection."
"Sure," Quinn nodded. "I'll ask Tristan to come along too. Friday, you said?"
"Yes, I'd like to wait for this storm to blow over."
He indicated the dark clouds rolling in overhead.
"I think we're in for a few days of rain."
Chapter 29. The climb up Giant's Castle was grueling, and Tristan slipped as a rock was dislodged beneath his foot, careening down the steep path below him. "You okay?" Quinn called back, and he nodded. Monique muttered under her breath behind him, and Tristan grinned at her. "You know you could stop sulking. We're just scouting the area. It's not as if you have to abandon Lucky today." Monique saw the exploratory journey as yet another reminder that she would soon be separated from the baby dragon. Monique was coping with the loss of Jonas remarkably well. When the Guardians had told her she couldn't see him anymore, Quinn had expected her to argue, but she had agreed with their decision, a haunted, hollow acceptance that belied her tender age. Watching Velkin offering Monique his hand over a particularly steep chasm, she thought it fairly obvious that the fairy had taken a liking to the young guardian. The Fae aged, but infinitely slowly. Velkin had been born almost 200 years ago, but he was a fresh-faced youth. Quinn had never heard of a Fae Guardian pairing, but she thought it far preferable to the unsuitable coupling of Monique and Jonas. Unfortunately, Monique seemed oblivious of Velkin's regard.
You spoke with Isaiah about the gypsies?
Tristan interrupted Quinn's thoughts after checking that Monique wasn't within earshot. The group had converged closer together over a flatter section of the plateau. Tristan had not spoken to Quinn much since Caleb's death, and the dark circles below his eyes indicated it was hurting him as much as it was her. I did. He seems to think there's not much we can do about it.
But you disagree?
Tristan gave her an arch look, but Quinn ignored it.
Do you think Balthazar heeded your warning?
No. She shook her head grimly. I don't.
They won't find the cathedral.
He spoke with absolute certainty.
And even if they do, there's not much they can do. Not against 11 trained guardians.
Quinn knew this to be true, but still, she was worried. She couldn't suppress a nagging suspicion that they were underestimating Balthazar.
What do you think?
Kellen's voice interrupted. Quinn glanced up to see that they had reached the edge of a natural basin in the rock. It was over half a mile wide, and at least half of that in depth.
It looks good to me,
Tristan replied.
But how do we get down here?
There,
Velkin pointed to a section up ahead, where a rock fall had created a rudimentary staircase. They made their way over to it and started to climb down. Tristan went first, testing the structural integrity. Much to everyone's relief, it was sound, and, one by one, they climbed down.
It'll work,
Velkin confirmed when they had reached the bottom. The basin was only an hour's hike from town, and far enough from Dragon's Peak that the hatchlings would be relatively safe here until they were big enough to fend for themselves. There were also a few shallow caves peppering the northern wall, which would provide cover if they needed it, and rainwater gathered in small pools on the uneven ground.
Good.
Kellen said, agreeing with Velkin.
It looks like our precious Chumanas have a new home.
Monique couldn't find any fault with their surroundings, but she looked even glummer than before. Quinn sympathized. Monique had bonded with Lucky just as much as he had with her. Velkin moved closer to her.
I'll be out here every day,
he said,
bringing them food. You're welcome to come with me and then you'll see him all the time.
I guess.
Monique agreed.
It just won't be the same.
It was a solemn walk back. Monique's depression affected everyone, until Kellen stopped suddenly, a small smile crossing over his face.
There's something that might make you feel better,
he murmured to Monique, pointing down the mountainside at what appeared to be a large boulder. Monique frowned, not quite knowing what she was looking at. Then the giant moved.
Oh!
Monique's eyes danced with excitement. It was the first time she had seen them close up.
He's so big,
she breathed. Actually, that's a female, Quinn grinned.
How can you tell?
The hair,
Velkin interrupted quickly, determined to impress. Monique squinted at the enormous figure, finally spotting what looked like an old bird's nest perched on the crown of the giant's head.
The males are completely bald,
Velkin continued, pointing to another giant who had just come into view. At the sight of him, the female gave a roar of recognition that reverberated through the mountains surrounding them, before lumbering over to her mate and shoving him so hard that he fell over. Monique laughed out loud, and Quinn and Kellen moved away, allowing Velkin to explain more about the giants to his captive audience of one.
Do you think we'll see any dwarves?
Monique asked after a time.
No.
Velkin shook his head.
They share this range with the giants, but they won't venture too close to them. They might get eaten. They'll be staying far away from this pair.
When they finally made their way back to town, Quinn was surprised that Tristan followed her toward Camille's house.
You're going to visit Jack and Ava?
He asked. And then, when she answered yes.
Me too.
Quinn was acutely aware that this was the first time they had been alone since the disastrous incident at the movie theater.
No, you know what?
Tristan announced suddenly, taking her hand and pulling her in a different direction.
We can do that later. You and I need to talk.
Quinn let him lead her all the way up to his front door. Only when they were inside did he finally let go of her hand.
I can't stand much more of this.
He spoke candidly.
I only just got you back, and I feel like I'm losing you all over again.
You're not losing me. This whole situation is so complicated.
Tell me about it. I feel like a teenager again. I have no idea how to act around you, what to say. Please tell me I'm not alone.
You're not. Quinn smiled, relieved to hear him say it. This is completely awkward, and it doesn't help that all this other stuff keeps cropping up.
You mean like an entire dragon species verging on extinction, the first female werewolf alpha in the history of time, a convoy of gypsies settling on our doorstep, and you killing a ward and becoming besties with a vampire?
He grinned hysterically. Yeah, that stuff. Quinn fought the urge to laugh. It was as if her entire world had been turned upside down and she didn't know which way was up anymore.
Are you still seeing him?
Tristan asked suddenly, sobering her. She had expected the Caleb issue to far outweigh his concern over Drake. No, she answered truthfully. He's gone. Tristan tried to figure out if she was telling the truth.
Good.
Tristan, you do know that he's just a friend. Nothing more. All the weight seemed to lift from his shoulders.
I needed to hear that.
He admitted. Look, we have a lot on our plates, but I meant what I said. We're okay. The truth about Avery's death reared its ugly head and Quinn averted her eyes.
But you still can't tell me what's going on.
Tristan probed, sensing her discomfort.
The secret you're keeping from me?
No, I can't.
Don't apologize.
He cut her short.
Just know that I'm here if you need me.
I know. Thank you. She half expected him to kiss her, but he didn't, and she felt oddly deflated.
We'll get through this.
He promised.
Together.
I like the sound of that. Determined, Quinn headed for the gateway. She would have it out with Isaiah once and for all. She couldn't keep the truth about Avery's death a secret. Not from Tristan, not anymore. It had already almost driven a wedge between them, and she doubted that their relationship could survive if he found out what she had been keeping from him. As she neared the courtyard, Quinn noticed Monique ahead of her. She was about to call out, but something about the furtive way Monique was moving made her stop. When Monique disappeared through the gateway, Quinn increased her pace. As she landed in the cathedral, she heard Isaiah's voice.
Have fun,
He called, as the cathedral doors slammed shut.
Hello, Quinn,
He added, turning to face her. Where is Monique? Quinn asked, all thoughts of Tristan gone.
She's gone for a walk. She loves it out there in the woods. She's forever wandering around. Why, is something the matter?
No. Quinn shook her head lightly. I just saw Camille and she asked me to fetch her.
Let me get her,
Isaiah offered. No need. I'll do it. Quinn smiled. It took her only a few minutes to track Monique down. Oblivious of her tale, Monique didn't try to conceal the sound of her footsteps as she trampled through the fallen leaves littering the forest floor. When she finally stopped, Quinn took cover behind the trunk of an old oak tree. What she saw next shocked her to the very core.
What took you so long?
Jonas appeared as if from nowhere. He must have been hiding behind another tree.
Sorry, it took longer than I thought.
Did you find anywhere suitable?
We did. It's the best we can do, I guess. But I'm still dreading leaving him.
Like I keep telling you.
Jonas teased.
He's a dragon. He will be fine.
Monique smiled up at him, and Jonas leaned forward to kiss her when a movement caught his attention over her shoulder. Jonas froze, all the blood draining from his face. The look on Quinn's face confirmed that she had heard everything and filled Jonas with fear. What in God's name are you doing? Quinn yelled, the sound sending birds soaring from the trees around them.
Quinn!
Monique stepped away from Jonas as though he had burned her, filled with dread.
What are you doing here?
I followed you. Quinn strode toward them, a blazing expression marring her pretty face. What have you done, Monique? What have you done?
Please.
Monique backed away. She had always liked Quinn, but she had never understood how truly intimidating she could be until this moment. Gone was the kind, compassionate woman Monique had come to know, and in her place stood an unyielding warrior.
I'm sorry,
Monique stammered, her fear for Jonas's safety growing by the second.
This is my fault. I did this. Jonas had nothing to do with it.
What the hell were you thinking? Do you have any idea what you've done? You've put the life of every single creature inside there in danger. She pointed back at the cathedral.
It's not her fault.
Jonas had finally found his tongue.
She didn't bring me in here. My father did.
As the words left his mouth, he knew he had made a terrible mistake. Quinn's features morphed from outrage to shock and then horror. Balthazar has been here?
Yes.
There was no going back now.
But I swear, he doesn't know I'm here. I haven't told him anything he didn't already know. I wouldn't betray you,
he added desperately to Monique.
He wouldn't,
Monique agreed hastily. He didn't have to. Quinn spat at her. You have betrayed us all. Isaiah was wrong about you, she added disdainfully, snatching at Monique's wrist. You're not worthy of this tattoo. Jonas stepped forward. He would not allow her to manhandle Monique, no matter how provoked. But as he lifted his arms to separate them, Quinn made her move. Jonas felt only a flash of blinding pain in his neck, and then everything went black. Chapter 30. Isaiah took one look at the figure walking through the doors carrying the unconscious body, and he knew immediately what had happened. Quinn had held true to her promise and carried out her threat, just as he had known she would. Isaiah had always known Quinn was exceptional, but for the first time he could see that she was beginning to believe it too, and she was growing in courage and conviction by the day. I found them both in the woods, Quinn ground out through gritted teeth as she laid Jonas down on the council table. Monique sobbed pitifully in her wake, whether tears of remorse for what she had done or concern for her friend Isaiah did not know. He hoped it was both. They know, Quinn announced, and Isaiah cursed. The gypsies had finally discovered Somerfeld's exact location.
I'm sorry.
Monique looked to him for the forgiveness that Quinn had denied her, but Isaiah's face was a mask, giving nothing away.
Go home, Monique,
he answered curtly.
I will send for you shortly.
What about Jonas? Will he be okay?
He'll live, if that's what you're asking, Quinn replied.
What are you going to do with him?
Monique.
Isaiah would stand no more questions.
Get out of here.
With renewed sobbing, she raced across the stone floor and vanished through the gateway.
What did you do to him?
Isaiah asked when she was gone. I just knocked him out.
You're sure they all know? Perhaps it's just him?
His father brought him here initially, through the enchantments. To her credit, Monique wasn't the one who showed him the way.
Well, there's something in that, I suppose.
What will happen to her? What Monique had done was unprecedented, but as furious as Quinn was, she felt sorry for her. Will she be punished?
I am inclined to believe that she is being punished enough already,
Isaiah murmured, gazing down at Jonas. Quinn thought back to her guilt over her friendship with Drake, and felt inclined to agree.
The real question is, what will we do with him?
Isaiah mused. He's not getting out of here, Quinn answered. I gave Balthazar a chance and he chose not to listen. They will not leave New Haven, but having Jonas ensures that they will not put one foot inside the city. Isaiah watched her closely, struck once again by the passion with which she spoke of Somerfeld, Caleb's death had been proof of the lengths she would go to protect the wards. Quinn would take that extra step, cross the line between the acceptable and the necessary. The guardianship had never been more fragile and tough decisions needed to be made. If she was indeed the woman King Eldon had prophesied, it was time to set her free and let fate take its course.
As you wish,
Isaiah said simply.
You can't do this,
Monique wailed, as Quinn carried Jonas's still sleeping form towards the cornflower field. Monique had ignored Isaiah's instruction to return home and been waiting at the fountain when Quinn came through the gateway. You did this, Quinn reminded her coldly.
Then punish me.
Monique?
Camille rushed toward them.
I was just coming to look for you. What's going...
She trailed off as she caught sight of Jonas. Monique has been meeting him secretly in the woods, Quinn explained. I need you to take her home now.
Monique?
Camille turned to her daughter in disbelief. Not being a guardian herself, she might not appreciate the gravity of Monique's crime, but the thought of her 15-year-old daughter sneaking off to meet a boy alone in the woods was something no mother would be happy to hear.
Mom, it's not like that. We were just talking.
You can talk in public.
Camille's low tone was seething and full of mistrust. Leaving them to it, Quinn continued on. She dumped Jonas unceremoniously down on the soft grass and waited. It wasn't long before he stirred. Quinn sat perfectly still, waiting for him to recover. When he did, he rose to a sitting position, eyeing her warily before taking in their surroundings. The instant that his eyes left Quinn's face, Jonas all but forgot she was there. He could barely believe what he was seeing. He knew immediately that he had finally entered the city of Somerfeld, and, despite the fact that he should be terrified, there was something so breathtakingly beautiful about it that he was not afraid. The air seemed to thrum with a magical energy, and the spectrum of color was too vivid to exist in any one place. I am sure you know where you are, Quinn murmured. He was so entranced with the majestic splendor of his surroundings that it took a moment for her words to sink in. But when they did, all of Jonas's misgivings crept stealthily back, settling into a cold ache within the very base of his spine. Somehow, Quinn's icy calm was even more terrifying than her previous fury. I hope it was worth it, because now that you are here, you will never be allowed to leave.
What?
You heard me.
You can't keep me here,
Jonas said, but Quinn simply smiled knowingly.
It's not your decision,
he stammered, racking his brain.
The Guardian Council has to vote.
He knew the instant he spoke the words that it was the wrong thing to say. Quinn's lips pressed together in an ugly line as he revealed just how much he knew of their secrets. The council will agree with me, she spat. All except for Monique, of course. And as I am sure you know, one vote holds no power against the rest. Particularly, she added cruelly, when that vote comes from someone who has betrayed the council.
Please,
Jonas changed tactics.
Don't punish Monique. I'm sorry I snuck in. It was stupid. My father doesn't even know I've been coming here. It's my mistake. I won't do it again.
It's too late for that. Quinn got to her feet. You're free to explore and get to know the city, but I would strongly suggest you stick to the town. Somerfeld is beautiful, but it can be deadly if you don't belong here. And you, Jonas, definitely don't belong here. She left him then to mull over her words, knowing Monique would find him before he got himself into any real trouble. On her way back to the cathedral, she stopped by Kellen's shed to see Velkin. If you happen to see Piper, could you tell her Isaiah needs her in the cathedral as soon as possible? She asked politely. Isaiah and I are heading out to the Unicorn Glade for a bit.
Sure.
Velkin nodded. Thanks. Quinn smiled. She made her way slowly back to the fountain and into the cathedral itself.
How long do you think it will take them?
Isaiah asked pleasantly as she joined him at the council table. Quinn watched the steam rising from his teacup. Not long, she smiled.
Would you like to do a bit of training while we wait?
He asked, and Quinn grinned, getting to her feet and facing him head-on in the center of the vast room.
It's been 3 hours.
Isaiah panted much later.
Aren't you worried something might happen to him?
No, Quinn replied. And I'm done, she added, falling back into her seat. She and Isaiah were fairly evenly matched, and it was hard to say who had won the most combats during their grueling session. She suspected he had, but only by a small margin. She wondered idly how much longer it would take, and, as if on cue, 2 people appeared at the altar. It took you long enough, Quinn announced pleasantly. They had known Monique would try and sneak Jonas out of the city. He needed a guardian to bring him through the gateway, and Monique was the only one who would. They had laid a false trail to test this theory by telling Velkin that the cathedral was empty. It was a measure of how enchanted Velkin was with Monique that he had relayed the information to her. Monique trembled under their scrutiny. Quinn expected Jonas to make a run for the open doors, but he stood his ground, refusing to leave Monique's side. Would you like to take him back, or should I? Quinn asked Monique, and her shoulders stooped.
We can't keep him here,
she implored.
We can,
Isaiah said.
And we will. I'm sorry, son, but we cannot let you go.
My father will come for me.
Strangely, Jonas didn't sound as though he relished the thought. He dreaded a fight between his and Monique's people, knowing that one way or another, it would destroy them both. On the contrary, your father will stay away because of you, Quinn said. And Monique, you should be happier about this. Now you get to spend as much time with Jonas as your heart desires. Show him around. Introduce him to Lucky. He's your responsibility.
Do not try this again, Jonas,
Isaiah added.
As Monique is now aware, I do not leave the cathedral. There is no escape. Well, that went better than I expected,
he mused when they were gone. I'm going to see Balthazar. As Quinn reached for the doors, Isaiah stopped her.
Quinn, wait. You can't go alone. I sent for someone to accompany you.
Who? Her question was answered a moment later as the doors opened, revealing her father standing beside her car. Quinn groaned. Of all the guardians, her father was the last person she would have chosen to help with this mission. Isaiah followed her down the cathedral steps. True to his nature, her father's first words were to question her judgment.
How did you allow this to happen?
Braden demanded.
The child was your responsibility. You were charged with chaperoning her visits to the gypsy camp.
Which I did perfectly well. The gypsies found their way here without my help, Braden.
Quinn is right. In fact, if it wasn't for her, we would be blissfully unaware of their discovery,
Isaiah pointed out. Braden was silent for a long moment, and then a simple,
I'll drive,
was all the apology she got. Your faith in me is inspiring, Quinn remarked as they drove toward the gypsy camp. You know, I have, at the very least, earned your respect. Granted, I will never be anywhere near Avery's standard in your eyes, but I am sick to death of your constant disappointment.
Is that what you think? That I favored your sister?
Don't sound so shocked. Discretion was never your strong point. It's okay. It doesn't bother me, she added. It's just getting a little old.
You don't know what you're talking about,
he snapped. Park here. She indicated the shoulder of the road. We're close enough. And do me one favor. Let me handle this. I know these people. Wordlessly, he followed her through the trees. They found the camp a hive of activity. At first, nobody even noticed them. But then the man who Drake had attacked spotted Quinn, and he gave a yell of recognition.
Quinn!
Balthazar pummeled his way toward her. Hello, Balthazar.
Where is my son?
Jonas? Is he missing?
Don't you dare,
he hissed.
Don't you dare make light of this. What have you done with my son?
Your son ventured somewhere he shouldn't have, she murmured meaningfully, and Balthazar's eyes widened in understanding.
Leave us,
he roared, and the crowd dispersed. I guess you haven't shared your discovery with your friends yet, Quinn mused as Rowena joined them. Frantic with worry, she wrung her hands incessantly, twisting a small silver ring on her left pinky finger.
You have him.
Balthazar's eyes were wild.
I knew it. Where is he?
He's safe. For now.
Are you threatening me?
I'm simply stating the facts. Jonas says you showed him the way in, so I'm guessing you know where he is.
I want him back. You bring him back right now.
I'm not going to do that. You know you could have avoided this if you had just listened to me and got as far away from here as you could. But you didn't, she sighed. And now I have your son.
Give him back, please,
Rowena begged.
We'll go. We'll leave this place and never come back.
It's too late for that.
He's our son.
Rowena's voice broke. His life is nothing in comparison to the treasures we protect.
And who do you think protected those treasures before your kind were even created?
Balthazar thundered. Balthazar, Rowena cautioned.
No.
Balthazar shook his head.
I'm sick of you Guardians and your holier-than-thou attitude. Who do you think guarded our magical brethren before the Guardians even existed? Not even Eldon himself knew of the oath we took, to stand silent vigil over our most precious species. And we watched as entire lines were destroyed, trying desperately to stop the slaughter. Eldon started a war he could not finish, and then he handed the mantle over to you. It was our charge, our birthright, not yours.
Quinn gaped at him. She had never known the real reason the gypsies searched for the city, but even by the wildest stretch of her imagination, she would never have guessed this.
We were chosen,
Braddon interjected firmly, unmoved by Balthazar's confession.
Whether you like it or not.
Quinn could sense the fierce pride radiating off him as he spoke, and for the first time in her life, she felt connected to her father. They were united in their steadfast belief and passion for their purpose.
Give me back my son,
Balthazar croaked helplessly. All the fight had gone out of him. Quinn's violet eyes flashed. No, you have my word he will not be harmed, but so help me. If you set one foot inside that cathedral, I'll send him back to you in pieces. Chapter 31.
Rafe?
Channon called as she heard the front door slam.
It's me,
he called back, and a moment later he entered the kitchen.
Where have you been?
I went out to get some stuff.
He deposited a laden basket on the table. Channon lifted the cloth and eyed its contents: a bottle of milk, a loaf of freshly baked bread, and a few other staples.
I could have done that,
she scolded.
It's fine. I'm going to take a shower.
He had only just stepped inside the small cubicle when the bathroom door burst open.
Okay, spit it out,
Channon snapped. Rafe made no attempt to cover himself.
Spit what out?
Whatever it is that's got you so wound up. You've been acting strange ever since.
Since you became the alpha.
He sneered.
I'm just trying to play my part.
Your part? What are you talking about? I don't expect you to run around fetching groceries and cleaning the floors.
You're the alpha,
he countered.
It's my duty to do your bidding.
You're not serious?
She threw up her hands in frustration.
Rafe, I only challenged them to make sure that you would be okay.
I didn't ask you to do that.
He stepped out of the shower, dripping water all over the floor.
You didn't have to. If another wolf had taken up the role, you would have been killed, or at the very least cast out.
Exactly,
he roared.
I should have been cast out. Instead, I'm the laughing stock of the pack, the wolf that needed his wife to protect him.
That's not true. Raina doesn't feel that way. She's just grateful that we're both alive.
Raina is my sister, of course she's grateful. I wasn't talking about her.
And just because no one would dare speak out in front of you doesn't mean they give me the same respect.
Who then?
She demanded.
Who said it?
It doesn't matter. They're all thinking it.
So you're saying I should have let you die?
His silence spoke volumes.
No.
She shook her head.
That wasn't an option. You are my husband and my mate. I don't want to hear it.
As you wish.
He sneered.
You're the boss.
Channon pushed past him, too angry to even formulate a response, and stormed out of the house, her head pounding. She had known that Rafe would find it difficult to accept her as the alpha, but she had never expected this level of animosity. He would barely speak to her, and his foul mood was ruining everything. She had done it for him after all, so that they could live in peace without fear of attack. But her plan had backfired. Now Rafe resented her. Furiously, she stormed down the street, so lost in her own thoughts she didn't even notice the couple approaching.
Channon?
A timid voice called, and Channon turned to see Monique standing only a few feet away. The young guardian's eyes were filled with concern, but it was the tall, dark-haired boy beside her who drew Channon's attention. He looked completely out of place. This must be the gypsy boy the Guardians had mentioned.
Hi.
Channon regarded them curiously.
I take it you're the trespasser?
Jonas flushed.
This is Channon.
Monique interjected.
The new werewolf alpha. Channon, this is Jonas.
It's nice to meet you.
Channon extended her hand, suddenly finding her own problems trivial in comparison to his.
You too,
Jonas replied politely.
I hear you're here on an extended stay.
That's what they tell me.
He shrugged lightly, but Channon could see the concern beneath his flippancy.
Well, I hope you enjoy it here. It's not the worst place in the world to be.
She smiled, trying to ease his fears.
Are you okay?
Monique probed, sensing Channon's distress.
I'm fine,
the werewolf assured her.
Just having a bad day. I better get going. I'll see you around, Jonas.
They watched as she strode up the street, disappearing into Kellen's house.
She's the alpha?
Jonas rounded on Monique.
I know, it's weird, right? There's never been a female alpha before in the history of the pack.
In the history of the city, you mean?
He remarked thoughtlessly. Catching sight of her expression, he quickly continued.
Well, I mean, the Guardians only date back 1,000 years or so. How do they know that there wasn't another female alpha before that?
King Eldon documented all the supernatural history in the sacred book.
She retorted hotly.
Yeah, but he might have left that bit out. I mean, he couldn't put every tiny detail in there. It would be like 1 billion pages. My father has a whole truckload of old journals. He might...
He stopped, realizing that there was a strong possibility he would never see those journals, or his father, again. Monique, who had been growing increasingly irritated throughout his speech, found that she couldn't be cross with him, not when he looked so sad.
They won't keep you here forever.
Yes, they will.
There was no doubt in his mind that Quinn and the others would not change their decision.
You know, the worst part of this whole situation is that my people and yours want the same thing, for the wards to be safe.
Channon had forgotten the gypsy boy the second she entered the home of the nicest fairy couple she knew. She gratefully took a seat on Kellen and Freya's comfortable sofa.
I'm sorry Kellen's not here at the moment,
Freya apologized timidly. She could sense Channon's aggravation and her disappointment upon learning that Kellen wasn't home.
Do you think he'll be long?
Channon needed to talk to someone, and Kellen had always been willing to lend an ear and offer sound advice.
I'm not sure. I think one of the unicorns injured its leg, and he and Velkin went to tend to it. You're welcome to wait.
She paused as Channon deliberated, and then, at her quick nod, Freya smiled.
Can I get you some tea?
That would be lovely.
As the pot boiled, Freya heard the familiar cry from Sage's bedroom that indicated the baby was awake. She still hadn't gotten used to the child being in her own room, but Kellen had insisted. Freya was barely sleeping, lying awake listening to the sound of Sage's breathing, and Kellen had kindly, but firmly, told her it was time. The first few evenings Freya had been up all night, pacing between the two bedrooms, but slowly she was relaxing, and last night she had had her first good night's sleep in weeks. Kellen was generally right, she thought fondly to herself. She hastily prepared 2 cups of tea and carried them through to the living room, which, to her surprise, was empty.
Shannon?
She called, setting the cups on the table. Entering Sage's room, Freya was astonished to find the baby in Shannon's arms. Shannon was cooing gently, and Sage smiled up at her.
I hope you don't mind,
Shannon murmured softly.
I heard her crying and I thought I'd get her up.
Not at all.
Freya was pleasantly surprised. Shannon had always seemed tough as nails, but, watching her now, Freya was struck by the tenderness she was capable of.
Bring her through. She can join us for tea.
Shannon resumed her seat, cradling Sage, who seemed content in her arms.
You're a natural,
Freya remarked wryly.
Any plans for children of your own one day?
Shannon paused, holding Sage's tiny finger in her hand.
I used to think so. But now...
Now you're the alpha?
Freya could understand how the burden of that responsibility might have put paid to any plans Shannon may have had of starting a family of her own.
Yes.
Alphas have children,
Freya pointed out gently.
Male alphas have children,
Shannon corrected. Not bound to maternal care, males could rule while still having children. Shannon did not have that luxury. Freya fell silent, finding no words to offer comfort.
Besides,
Shannon continued bitterly,
I doubt that Rafe would want to start a family with me now.
Sensing that this might be the reason Shannon was here, Freya steeled herself to probe further.
Is Rafe having difficulty accepting what has happened?
That's an understatement.
It's never happened before. I'm sure he just needs some time to adjust.
Shannon laughed hollowly, startling the baby, who gave a cry of dismay.
Hush.
Shannon lowered her voice, rocking Sage gently until she was comforted. Lowering her voice, she continued.
He's being impossible to live with, and nothing I say makes any difference. I didn't want this,
she admitted.
It's not what I would have chosen for myself. I did it only to protect him. But now that it's happened,
She trailed off, embarrassed.
Now you do want it?
Freya probed.
Yes,
Shannon admitted.
It feels right. I feel like this is what I was born to do.
Does that make you feel guilty?
A little. I don't want Rafe to know, but how can I truly be alpha if I'm more concerned about hurting his feelings than leading our people?
Rafe will come around,
Freya soothed.
I've known him a long time, and he's a good man.
What if he doesn't?
Shannon looked on the verge of tears.
Right now I'm torn between being a wife to my husband and an alpha to my pack. What if I can't be both?
Of course you can be both,
Freya insisted.
No one thing defines us. Besides, it's in your blood. I knew your grandfather,
she added at Shannon's questioning look.
You know he was an alpha too?
Yes,
Shannon nodded.
He was ousted by Rafe's father.
So you see, it's come full circle. You would not have won your challenge if you were not meant to rule the pack, just as you would not have won it if you hadn't loved him so much. Both Rafe and the pack brought you to where you are. Rafe will understand that in time, and if he doesn't,
she added gently,
he's not worthy of your love.
They drank their tea while Shannon cuddled Sage.
I better get back,
she murmured after a time.
You don't want to wait for Kellen?
Freya asked.
No.
Shannon hugged her as she left.
You've been more than enough help. Thank you for listening and for your guidance.
I'm always here if you need to talk,
Freya replied.
Or if you just want to come and cuddle.
She held up the baby and Shannon dropped a kiss on her tiny forehead.
I think I'll take you up on that.
Chapter 32.
Lenora,
Drake nudged her sleeping form. Lenora gave an annoyed groan and swatted at him in her sleep. Drake grabbed her shoulders and shook her firmly. Lenora woke with a start, and he put his finger to his lips, warning her to be silent. She tossed off her covers and got out of the bed, wearing only a slip of negligee, and he held her slippers up, averting his gaze. Grabbing a blanket off the bed, he threw it over her bare shoulders and gestured for her to follow him. The night air was cold as they raced away from the house, shadows moving too quickly for the human eye to track. When they finally came to a stop beside the railway track where Drake had fought alongside Quinn all those weeks ago, Lenora pulled the blanket closer around her.
What's going on?
She didn't need to ask him why they were out here in the dead of night. It was obvious he didn't want to be overheard.
I need you to do something for me.
There was no time to waste.
I need you to get a message to Quinn.
Are you insane?
She won't hurt you.
That's easy for you to say.
Lenora, please. She's in danger.
She can take care of herself. We're in danger, in case you haven't noticed.
Charlotte has a werewolf inside the city.
Oh my God.
Lenora shook her head.
Well, she's got nerve. I'll give her that much.
This is serious.
Drake's fear for Quinn's safety threatened to overwhelm him, but he had to remain calm.
It gets worse. Charlotte has a guardian working for her.
Son of a bitch!
Lenora actually stamped her foot in frustration.
How in the hell did she manage that? Oh, don't answer that,
she snapped as he opened his mouth to speak.
I'm pretty sure I know how, the slut.
She could not understand what allure Charlotte held that captivated people so. Drake wasn't listening.
If Charlotte has someone on the inside, it's only a matter of time before the city falls. We cannot let her do this.
Drake, listen to yourself. You can't stop this. The quest is not our concern. We should get out of here and let this play itself out.
I can't,
he sighed.
But I also cannot leave here without arousing Charlotte's suspicions. You have to do this. All I'm asking is that you deliver a message, and then I want you to run. Hide until this is over. Please.
Lenora knew he would not be swayed.
What will you do?
She asked, not really wanting to know the answer.
Whatever I can,
he replied grimly. When they returned to the house, Drake paused in the hall. He had heard movement above, and he thrust Lenora back in the direction of the door just as Charlotte appeared at the top of the stairs.
Where are you going?
She narrowed her eyes at his coat.
To the hospital,
he lied easily.
Someone has to alter that boy's memory before he wakes up and starts talking about vampires in Brookfield.
Who cares if he does?
I do.
His words were final. Charlotte weaved down the stairs, and Drake was relieved to see that Lenora had disappeared.
Lenora isn't in her bed.
Charlotte followed his gaze to the open front door.
So?
Drake snapped.
Where is she?
How the hell should I know? I'm not her keeper.
Charlotte had reached him now, and she snuck her tiny hands into his coat. The pale, cold skin felt lifeless against his chest.
Why don't you come upstairs?
She purred, weaving into the folds of fabric. Drake took a deliberate step backwards.
Someone has to clean up your mess,
he pointed out. Arriving at the hospital, Drake quickly learned which room was Todd's from a pretty night nurse holding an electronic tablet.
Drake!
Sarah gasped as he entered the room. She had been dozing on the chair beside Todd's bedside, her sweet face tired and crumpled. She hadn't changed, and the dried blood on her clothes gave off a sickly, sweet stench. Drake hugged her awkwardly as she threw herself into his arms. Sarah barely knew Drake, but she knew that he had befriended Quinn, and she desperately needed human contact and reassurance.
How is he?
Drake asked gently. It was extraordinary that he felt protective toward this pathetic human girl simply through her association to Quinn.
The doctors say he'll be fine.
She smiled weakly.
Have you heard from Quinn?
He couldn't resist asking.
No.
Her mouth tugged downward as she fought the tears.
I've left her a few messages. but her phone is off.
Hardly surprising, Drake thought, if Quinn was still within the city's enchantments.
I'll try and reach her,
he promised, squeezing Sarah's shoulder.
Why don't you go and get cleaned up? I'm sure they have some hospital gowns lying around that would look fabulous on you.
Sarah sniffed at his lame attempt at a joke.
They did offer, but I don't want to leave him in case he wakes up.
I'll wait. It'll only take you a minute,
Drake offered. And then, when Sarah looked dubious,
I don't think that
he pointed at the blood,
is going to help him. He might be traumatized, and you look a sight.
Sarah needed no further convincing. With one last longing look at Todd, she flew from the room. Drake moved quickly. Stepping across to Todd's side, he shook him gently. When Todd didn't wake, Drake did the only thing he could do. He slapped him across the face. Todd woke with a leonine yell of fear, but Drake smothered his cries with the palm of his hand. Todd gazed up into the green eyes, recognizing Drake, and his confusion gave way to terror. He couldn't breathe.
Calm down,
Drake instructed, and he felt Todd's body sag back into the pillows.
Look at me.
Once he had Todd's full attention, he released him.
You were attacked by a dog tonight.
Drake spoke quickly but audibly.
A big black dog got into your yard and attacked you. You remember nothing else, and you will not remember me being here.
Todd's eyes glazed over as the persuasion took hold, all too easily in his weakened state, and then his eyes closed. By the time Sarah returned, he was sleeping peacefully.
Anything?
She whispered. She had a white hospital gown, which was several sizes too big, over her jeans, and she shivered in the clinical cold of the room.
Nothing.
Drake shook his head.
But he will be fine.
Thank you for coming. I didn't expect... Well, you hardly know us.
Any friend of Quinn's is a friend of mine.
He smiled.
I'll try and let her know what's happened, but she might be out of the country. You just take care of yourself.
He couldn't look at her any longer. Being around Sarah reminded him painfully of Quinn.
I will.
She smiled shyly as he left. Drake closed the door gently behind him. He stood still for a moment, watching the weary-looking nurses at the nurses' station. A portly, stern-looking nurse passed him, giving him a strange look, and Drake stopped her in her tracks.
There's a young lady in this room who is cold,
he told her, keeping his voice low.
You will offer her your jersey.
He gestured at the floral cardigan she was wearing, and then walked away briskly as, without another word, she opened the door to Todd's room. Chapter 33.
He said that?
Tristan asked.
You're sure those were his exact words?
All 11 Guardians had gathered to discuss what had happened. Daniel and the others bore signs of a long journey, but he had insisted they go ahead with the meeting despite the lateness of the hour. It had been only a few days since her conversation with Balthazar, and so far they had had no further contact with the gypsies. Yes, Quinn confirmed. He said that they were the protectors of all our magical brethren before the Guardians existed. Is it true? She turned to Isaiah, praying he would deny it.
Even if it were, would it change anything?
Daniel said. It would change the way I feel about it. Quinn had taken a hard line with Balthazar, for a good cause, but if he spoke the truth, she would feel differently. If his intention was to protect the city's wards, then the gypsies and the Guardians might not be enemies after all.
I honestly don't know,
Isaiah admitted.
King Eldon didn't document anything to that effect, but that's not to say it isn't true.
You're forgetting one important fact,
Braddon pointed out, sensing Quinn's distress, and she turned to him expectantly.
Balthazar made it clear that they have little regard for the guardianship. He basically accused us of usurping the gypsies' position. Whether they seek to protect the wards or not doesn't matter. The fact remains that they consider us their enemy.
What will we do with Jonas?
Piper asked.
He will have to stay.
Daniel replied.
You made a good call, Quinn.
She didn't need his validation, but it pleased her to hear it. Jonas was their bargaining chip, the most peaceful solution to ensure the gypsies did not try to enter the city.
I'm more concerned about Monique.
Daniel continued.
Her actions went against everything we stand for.
Monique is young. Quinn could understand what Monique had done better than most. She made a mistake keeping the truth from us, but I believe she was trying to do what was best for everyone. It wasn't her fault that the gypsies found the city, and, faced with an impossible situation, all she did was try to protect her friend. Isaiah wholeheartedly agreed.
Monique cares too deeply for the wards for her to risk putting them in danger. Ultimately, she will make the right choices.
We will stay for a while,
Daniel said, speaking for the 4 hunters.
The gypsy threat outweighs that of the vampires for now.
Sensing there was nothing more to be said, Quinn got to her feet.
Where are you going?
Braden asked. I'm going to go and check what they're up to. To her chagrin, he followed her to the door.
I'm coming with you.
No, she insisted. I'll be back soon. Reaching her car, she heaved a weary sigh. I said I didn't need you, Braden. She turned around to face him. The sun was setting, low in the sky and casting long shadows across where they stood.
You never have,
he answered cryptically.
I'm not coming with you, but there's something I have to say.
Well, she asked, after a pregnant pause.
I know I treated you differently to your sister,
he began, and Quinn flushed with mortification.
It wasn't because I favored her over you,
Braden continued, his voice growing in confidence.
I didn't. Avery simply needed me more than you ever did.
What does that even mean?
I have never been disappointed in you, Quinn. Quite the opposite, in fact. You are the most exceptional guardian I have ever seen, yet you fight it. You question everything, and it's exasperating.
Why? Should I just accept everything I'm told without question? Is that what you want?
No.
He didn't hesitate.
I don't want you to accept it. I want you to embrace it. Because if you just stopped fighting for one moment, you would realize that you are the strongest, most valuable of us all.
Time seemed to stand still as his words hung between them. Quinn opened her mouth, but no words came out, and for the first time, she recognized what shone in the mirrors of his tanzanite eyes. Pride. Unable to find words to respond, Quinn slipped behind the wheel and started her car. As she drove away, she caught sight of her father in the rearview mirror, watching. He didn't move, and eventually, as she crested the hill, she couldn't see him anymore. The second she passed through the portal, her phone went berserk. She had a ton of voice messages and a stream of texts, but she opened the one from Drake first. It read simply, The Diner, Thursday, 8 p.m. Do not call me or reply to this message. You can trust her. Quinn read the cryptic message with mixed emotions. She had received it just in time. The scheduled meeting was only an hour away, and she felt both guilty and elated at the thought of seeing him again. But part of her wondered if this was a trick. It wouldn't be the first time a text from Drake's phone had led her into a trap. Heaving a sigh, she pressed harder on the gas. She knew she would go, regardless. She would just have to trust that he was being more careful with his phone after what had happened before. She was apprehensive to hear what he had learned from Genevieve. The message said Quinn could trust her. Did that mean that Genevieve had proven herself? That she had given up the information they needed? Impatiently, Quinn checked the digital clock on her dash as the minutes ticked slowly by. She took her time checking on Balthazar's group, but there was no change. She spotted Rowena sitting slightly apart from the group with a look of infinite sadness on her wise face, and Balthazar standing near the fire, gazing into the flames as though they might hold answers. Rowena was also watching Balthazar, But more importantly, she was watching the group on the other side of the clearing. Melchior had been stirring up trouble for days, and Balthazar was too consumed by his own grief to notice. Rowena, however, had been paying close attention. Melchior was not happy staying where they were. He was convinced that New Haven was a dead end, and had urged Balthazar to get the group back on the road. Balthazar was claiming that Jonas's disappearance was reason enough to stay, to search for his son. But Melchior was under the impression that Jonas had run away as so many gypsy kids had done before. With Balthazar losing his fragile grip on the leadership of the group, Melchior was making his move. Rowena despised Melchior. Even before that horrific night he had visited her bed, he had made her skin crawl. She half hoped that he would leave, even if it meant taking the others with him, just so that she would never have to see him again. But then she realized how selfish this wish was. The Blackman family had been leading their people for centuries. It was Balthazar's destiny. Rowena made her way over to where he sat oblivious of the coup taking place behind him.
"You have to tell them,"
she murmured, and he turned to gaze at the small crowd surrounding his old friend.
"They're going to leave if you don't. Balthazar."
She raised her voice when he didn't respond.
What do you think they will do if I tell them I found the city's location?
He finally snapped.
They will storm in there.
He answered his own question.
And those people will murder my son.
So, what are you going to do?
The only thing I can.
He sighed.
Let them go.
Rowena heard the crunch of heavy footfalls behind them and steeled herself for the inevitable.
Balthazar!
Melchior barked from behind them.
We need to talk.
What is it?
It's time for us to move on. We have stayed here too long already.
I am not leaving without my son.
Jonas is gone. You have to accept that he's not coming back.
Balthazar got to his feet.
Jonas is coming back. If it's the last thing I do, I will get him back. But...
His voice dropped as he spoke the words Rowena dreaded.
If you wish to leave, then so be it.
What are you saying?
Melchior croaked, his elation tempered with disbelief.
I'm saying that the city is not here.
Balthazar raised his voice so the others could hear.
I was wrong. I've kept you here too long already, but I will not leave without my son. I'm sorry. I guess this is where we part ways.
A collective gasp of astonishment filtered through the bystanders surrounding them. Melchior looked as though Balthazar had struck him, but then a slow, satisfied smile spread across his face.
We took an oath to find the city,
he reminded everyone at large.
We cannot stop searching because your son has left us.
I'm not asking you to.
Balthazar sighed, knowing Melchior would not be content until he had spelled it out.
You should continue the search. Without me. My priorities have changed. I am no longer the best person to lead us.
If that is what you want, we will leave at sunrise.
A low murmur of assent ran through the crowd, and Rowena felt tears of humiliation prick at her eyes.
You should start packing up the truck,
Melchior ordered.
I'm staying.
She drew herself up to her full height.
You are a member of this community. You don't have a choice.
I am a human being, and I will make my own decisions, thank you. This community doesn't own me.
Melchior narrowed his eyes at her scornful tone.
True, but it does own your truck. Hand over the keys.
Rowena threw them at him. To her irritation, he caught them easily.
Oh, I will miss you,
he leered, making her skin crawl. A flurry of activity followed as the entire camp set to work packing up their belongings and preparing for their departure. Rowena and Balthazar sat side by side at the fire, already forgotten.
I don't want you here,
Balthazar said half-heartedly. He had not wanted to give Melchior the satisfaction of publicly rejecting her, but he couldn't ask her to stay. Rowena belonged with their people. He had no idea how he was going to get Jonas back, and he would not draw her into his prison, whatever it might be.
I know you don't,
she said.
But you're stuck with me. He's my son, too.
Rowena,
a timid voice interrupted, and she found one of the younger girls trembling beside her.
What is it, Cosima?
She asked kindly.
I'd like to stay with you.
Cosima was closer to Rowena than any of the other girls, only a few years older than Jonas. Her dirty blonde hair hung in her face, hiding the astonishingly pretty green eyes she had inherited from her mother. Introverted and shy, she was terrified of men, and Rowena had been protecting her for years. Cosima's mother had joined the gypsies after meeting her father at a fairground, but she had not stayed long, abandoning their community when Cosima was only 4 years old. Cosima had been raised by her father, and Rowena suspected that old Ismay, who had died a few years back, had mistreated his daughter terribly. Now, taking in the pitiful sight of the girl, Rowena found she couldn't abandon her too. Without Rowena's protection, Cosima would be an easy target for the likes of Melchior. Conscious of Balthazar's silent warning, Rowena forced a smile.
Of course,
she nodded, getting to her feet and hugging Cosima, who sagged with relief.
Of course you can stay.
The only person who didn't want to leave, surprisingly, was Kara. Rowena was touched to overhear her arguing with Zebulon, but Zebulon was adamant. They would travel with the others. Balthazar's decision to act in the best interests of his own family over the group proved that he was no longer fit to lead. Kara spat at the ground as he pushed past her, but Rowena knew her old friend would abide by her husband's wishes. Meeting Kara's gaze, Rowena nodded in farewell, and Kara did the same in return, tears shimmering in the olive depths of her eyes. Chapter 34. Quinn, who hadn't lingered once she had confirmation the gypsies were still in the area, missed the entire episode back at the gypsy camp. She made it to the diner 20 minutes early and accepted coffee from a passing waitress as she settled down to wait. She couldn't help but feel relieved that she would be seeing Drake again. Lenora approached the diner cautiously. Once inside, it took her only an instant to identify the Guardian who glared at her with ill-concealed venom. Every male eye in the room followed her progress as she swept toward Quinn. Under the table, Quinn slowly withdrew the stake from her boot.
You won't be needing that,
the vampire said pointedly as she came to stand over her.
Drake sent me.
Recalling the cryptic text, Quinn realized she had misinterpreted his message. Why? She asked, keeping a firm grip on the stake.
Because you're in danger,
Lenora replied, as if it were obvious.
And because, for some reason, your safety seems to be of great concern to him. May I sit?
Quinn nodded.
You really don't need it.
Stowing the stake, Quinn placed both her hands deliberately on the table.
My name is Lenora, by the way.
I'm Quinn.
I know.
What can I get you?
The waitress asked Lenora, passing by on her way back to the counter.
Nothing, thank you.
Quinn waited until the girl was out of earshot. What do you mean? I'm in danger.
You have a traitor in your midst. 2, actually. The first is a wolf named Caleb.
Caleb? Wait a minute. Did Drake find out who killed my sister?
Your sister's death is of no concern.
Lenora dismissed the sensitive subject.
You have bigger things to worry about.
Caleb is dead. Lenora looked impressed, but Quinn's satisfaction was short-lived.
Well, I guess that only leaves one problem then. The Guardian working with the vampires who are hell-bent on destroying you.
Quinn didn't hesitate. In a flash, she had her stake in her hand, but as fast as she was, Lenora was faster. Before Quinn could even get to her feet, Lenora was standing across the aisle, out of reach, her lip curled in a snarl.
I told him this wouldn't work. Put it away, or everyone in this room will be dead before you have the chance to use it.
Left with no choice, Quinn tossed the stake onto the seat Lenora had vacated.
Now, let's have a civil conversation, shall we?
Lenora picked up the steak and slipped it into her oversized handbag. You're lying, Quinn insisted. No guardian would work with a vampire.
And yet you seem to be remarkably close to one yourself,
Lenora remarked wryly. Why isn't he here telling me this himself? For the first time, Lenora looked worried.
Have you ever heard of a vampire named Charlotte?
No. Who is she?
My nemesis,
Lenora muttered under her breath before getting back to the point.
Charlotte was Drake's great love.
Quinn stiffened involuntarily, but Lenora continued, seeming not to have noticed.
She was human when they met, 17, innocent, sweet, nothing like us,
she added casually.
Anyway, he fell for her, hook, line, and sinker. Being with Charlotte changed him. He wanted to be better, to be worthy of her love. On second thoughts, I think I'm going to have that coffee after all.
She stopped abruptly and signaled the waitress. So, what happened? Quinn prompted. Masochistically, she wanted to hear more.
One of your people was killed by our kind. We stole her crystal. The Slayer came to retrieve it.
The Slayer? Quinn realized that all of this must have happened over 500 years ago if a Slayer was involved.
He didn't mean to kill Charlotte, if that's what you're worried about. In fact, it wasn't even him who did it. It was one of your hunters. Anyway, he meant it to be Drake.
Quinn's relief was replaced by an irrational surge of anger.
Charlotte got in the way,
Lenora continued.
She would have died to protect him. It's ironic, really.
What's ironic about it? Lenora didn't answer, instead continuing with the tale.
Drake turned her that night in order to save her. Don't judge him,
she warned, seeing the look of disgust on Quinn's face.
He loved her more than you could ever imagine, and he acted in the heat of the moment. He's regretted it ever since.
So Charlotte lived and became a vampire. That doesn't explain why their relationship ended. If they loved each other as much as you say they did, why aren't they together?
Charlotte's transition changed her into the very worst breed of monster. It took Drake a while to accept it, but she is evil incarnate, cruel, sadistic, and now she has the might of the Council behind her.
The Council?
The most powerful vampires on Earth, whose sole mission it is in life is to finish what Alexei started.
And Charlotte has convinced these people she's got a guardian working for her?
She claims she wants to end the quest, to find the city and destroy its inhabitants. That's the story she's fed the Council anyway.
But you don't believe that?
I'm sure it forms part of her plan, but if I know Charlotte, she won't stop there. But back to the point. No matter how much you don't want to believe it, Charlotte is working with a guardian.
Who?
I have no idea. The only thing Drake is certain of is that it's not you.
But you're not so sure? Quinn could tell by her dubious expression that Lenora didn't share Drake's faith in her.
I don't know you,
she replied simply. Do you trust Drake?
With my life. Then I guess you're just going to have to deal with me.
Lenora eyed her thoughtfully.
I can see why he likes you.
Quinn didn't respond, and Lenora narrowed her eyes.
Oh, I get it. You think he's beneath you.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I know that he's risking his life to help you. I know that he feels something for you, and it's fairly obvious you feel something for him too, but you're trying desperately to deny it. Take it from me, Quinn. You will never find anyone as good as him. Never. And if what he says is true, you may not have much time left. Put your goddamned guardian pride in your pocket and open your eyes.
I can't. Quinn's outburst attracted the attention of a few patrons at the other tables. Taking a deep breath, she tried to steady her emotions. Don't you see that I can't? You want me to admit it? Fine. I do care about him. More than I want to. More than I should. But what you're asking is impossible. Lenora loved to be proven right, but now she felt only a deep sorrow. She had thought that Drake's feelings were not reciprocated, and she had been prepared to hate this guardian who was toying with his emotions. But instead, she saw the truth. that Quinn was just as torn and tormented as Drake himself.
I have lived a very long life,
she began, more gently.
And if there is one thing I've learned for certain, it's that nothing is impossible. Do you love him?
I don't know.
Well, you better figure it out before it's too late. Charlotte wants him back, and if she gets her claws into him, the man you know might cease to exist.
This jolted Quinn. You said she's a monster. Surely he would never.
The heart wants what the heart wants. Losing her almost killed him. I've never seen anybody suffer such heartbreak, and we cannot underestimate Charlotte. She's exceptionally clever and she's conniving. She'll prey on his weaknesses.
Quinn didn't want to talk about Drake anymore. The thought of him with this evil woman made her stomach churn.
Do you have any idea how Charlotte plans to take down the city?
She won't. Not yet, anyway. She's after the crystals. It was a brilliant plan. Without the crystals, the Guardians would have no failsafe, and all the Fey magic would be destroyed along with Somerfeld. Still, Quinn hesitated. Believing Lenora's story meant that she was choosing to trust a vampire over her own people. What if this was all a ploy to weaken them from the inside, planting a tiny seed of doubt that would fester and spread discord through the guardianship like a cancer? How do I know I can trust you?
You don't.
Lenora shrugged, turning the tables on Quinn with her next words.
It comes down to whether or not you trust Drake.
Chapter 35. After a sleepless night, Quinn made the decision to confide in Isaiah about the possibility that a guardian had betrayed them. She could not carry this burden alone, and, as Isaiah had not left Cliffdale for centuries, he couldn't possibly be the one who was working with Charlotte. As she walked towards the fountain, her fellow guardians ran through her head. There were the Hunters, Daniel, Blair, Liam, and Garrett. But the Hunters were the most anti-vampire of all, and Quinn couldn't believe any of them would work hand in hand with the creatures they spent their days destroying. But then, the same could be said for all guardians. Piper was her friend, Braddon her father. She was closest to Tristan, and Monique was only a child. Lucas was the guardian she knew the least, but even he wouldn't do this. Quinn didn't want to believe any of them could be capable of such a vile act of betrayal, but she couldn't let nepotism cloud her judgment. It didn't matter who it was. Either way, Quinn was going to lose a friend, or worse, another family member. It struck her anew that it had been her father who had found Caleb and brought him through the gateway. She didn't want to think that after all these years she had finally begun to understand him, only to have him ripped away from her. When she reached the cathedral, she expected to find Isaiah in his usual seat at the council table, but instead, he was standing in the open doorway. The early morning sun filtered around him, and Quinn took a moment to appreciate the beauty of the image before her. Then he turned to face her, and she knew instantly that something was wrong.
I'm glad you're here, Quinn.
He beckoned her forward. At first, she didn't understand what he was showing her, but then, as her eyes adjusted, she spotted 3 figures descending over the crest of the hill. "Oh no, he didn't," she cursed.
We have a serious problem,
Isaiah agreed, and they continued to watch as Balthazar, Rowena, and an unknown gypsy girl walked right up to the door of the Cliffdale Cathedral. "You have some nerve, Balthazar," Quinn thundered as they drew near enough. The blonde girl beside Rowena looked as though she might die of fright, but Balthazar met Quinn's gaze levelly.
I've come for my son.
You have just signed your son's death sentence. I told you I would not let him out of the city. What makes you think I would change my mind?
I don't.
Then why are you here?
My people have left, and they will not return. I kept the location of the city a secret, so none but the 3 of us know how to find it.
He gestured at the 2 women beside him. I fail to see your point.
If you will not let Jonas return, I ask that you allow us in.
What?
Your charms will ensure that we cannot get out again. Once inside, we can never reveal this location to any of our kind. We do not have the luxury of your longevity. Your secret will die with us.
Quinn gaped. What Balthazar was proposing was ludicrous, but before she could say so, Isaiah interrupted.
I think you had better come inside.
The atmosphere inside the cathedral became more nerve-wracking with every passing second as they waited for Tristan to return. Isaiah had sent him to check whether Balthazar was telling the truth, and that the convoy had indeed moved on. "We can't let them in," Quinn said, not for the first time.
We may not have a choice.
Isaiah pointed out.
If we send them away, there's no telling what they will do.
You know we can hear you, right?
Balthazar muttered. All three of the gypsies had declined a seat at the council table and were standing a few yards away, in the shadow of King Eldon's statue. "Forgive me if I'm not wild about setting you loose among the creatures I have dedicated my life to protecting."
We want the same thing in that respect,
he reminded her. "Why would you willingly become a prisoner?" As desperate as he was to see Jonas, it just didn't make any sense.
A prisoner?
Balthazar smiled for the first time.
For 1,000 years we have searched for this place, with only one purpose, to make it our home. I think the real question here is, why would we ever leave?
They were distracted then as Tristan burst through the doors.
They're gone,
he confirmed.
I searched the entire area, and there's no sign of them.
Daniel and the others arrived shortly after, and the gypsies were escorted to a back room while their fate was decided.
I don't like it.
Blair, as always, was the most direct. Me either, Quinn agreed, surprised that they were on the same page.
I don't think we have much choice.
Daniel sounded angry, but resigned. By the end of the vote, the Guardians were split down the middle. Quinn, Blair, Liam, Garrett, and Braddon were against the idea of allowing the gypsies to enter the city, while Isaiah, Daniel, Piper, Monique, and Lucas claimed that this was the only way. It all came down to Tristan, and all eyes turned to face him. He met Quinn's gaze, but she remained impassive, not wanting to influence his decision. This was how it was. They all had their say.
Let them stay,
he announced eventually. Quinn noticed how he glanced at Monique as he said it, and she realized that he might not have been as impartial as the others believed.
It's decided,
Isaiah announced, and he went to fetch Balthazar and the women. There was nothing else for it. Quinn wasn't happy with the idea, but in truth they had little choice. Taking the gypsies into the city was the only way to ensure the safety of the wards, although it didn't endear Balthazar to her, or the others who had been against it. As they stood at the altar, she took Balthazar and Rowena by the hand. When Tristan reached for Cosima, she balked, backing away from him so quickly she knocked into one of the ornate pillars. Confused, Quinn looked to Rowena, who smiled apologetically.
Cosima should come with us, if that's okay.
Nodding, Quinn extended her hand to Cosima as Tristan took hold of Balthazar instead. Nothing could have prepared Quinn for Balthazar's reaction when they hit the cobbled surface of the courtyard. Taking in the beauty around him, he dropped to his knees and tears pricked at his eyes. The wonder of Somerfeld overwhelmed him. It was clearly almost too much for him to bear. The women remained standing, but Rowena's emotion was just as plain to see. She clutched the pendant hanging round her neck and murmured words Quinn could not understand. Feeling awkward, she raised her brows at Tristan, who shrugged helplessly. They waited while the three gypsies took a moment to appreciate the splendor of their accomplishment, until Balthazar got to his feet. Rounding on Quinn, he said, with absolute sincerity,
"Thank you. You have no idea what this means to us."
"Tristan will take you to Jonas," she replied curtly.
Where are you going?
Tristan asked, loath to be left alone to deal with the happy reunion. Quinn gave him an apologetic look. "I need to speak to Isaiah in private."
How do you know this?
was Isaiah's first question when Quinn had finally finished telling him what she had learned. She had known he would ask, and she had made the difficult decision to tell him the truth. "A vampire told me," she admitted. "I know what you're going to say, but before you lecture me, you need to know that this vampire saved my life. Twice. I trust him." For a long moment, Isaiah said nothing, and Quinn prepared for the worst. The council would go berserk when they found out, but nothing mattered more than keeping the wards safe. She would deal with her punishment later. When he spoke, it was not what Quinn had been expecting.
"I would like to meet him. Could that be arranged?"
"I'm not sure. He's being watched. The vampire plotting against us is with him." She knew only too well how this sounded. No doubt Isaiah would jump to the logical conclusion that Drake and Charlotte were in it together, but again, he surprised her.
"This is a very serious accusation. I would like to speak with him, to judge for myself whether I believe him or not."
"You think there's a chance he's telling the truth?" she asked disbelievingly. Isaiah smiled.
"Why do you sound so surprised?"
"He's a vampire, a sworn enemy of Summerfeld."
"And yet you believe him?"
"I do, but I expected you to react differently."
"You expected me to berate you?"
"At the very least."
"You have just told me that Summerfeld is in danger and that a guardian is working against us. I cannot ignore that, no matter how unbelievable it may seem. With any luck, it will prove to be false, in which case I will certainly have something to say, but until then we need to establish the truth."
"I have a number I can call. I'll see if it can be arranged," Quinn promised. "In the meantime, I want Jack and Ava out of harm's way. If an attack on the city is imminent, they cannot be here." She couldn't do anything about the wards, but she could certainly protect the children.
"Agreed. I will see to it that they are sent somewhere safe. Camille will have to go with them."
"We cannot tell anyone, Isaiah. If Charlotte does have a guardian on her side, we don't know who we can trust, unless you have any idea who it might be."
"I have my suspicions,"
he murmured.
"but I prefer to keep them to myself until I have more information. It would do more harm than good to cast doubt over an innocent party. But in the wake of this new threat, I am glad that everyone is here."
"Fair enough. I'll go and make that call." Quinn stood alone in the clearing that the gypsies had so recently vacated and dialed the number Lenora had given her.
"You know when I gave you my number, I was just being polite."
Her feminine voice sighed.
"I didn't expect you to actually use it."
"I've confided in another guardian. The only one who can help that I know for sure isn't involved. He wants to meet with Drake."
"I can get a message to him, but I doubt he'll risk it. The whole point of me coming to see you was because he couldn't."
"Try. Tell him it's important. We'll be at the gypsy campground 2 nights from now. He knows where it is." Quinn hung up and scanned the clearing absent-mindedly. The only sign that anyone had been living here was the gray, lifeless remains of the bonfire. The gypsies were gone. Drake was out of her reach, and someone she trusted had betrayed them. Everything was changing, and something terrible was coming. Quinn could feel it in her blood. Chapter 36. Drake loathed being confined to the house during the day. He enjoyed the sunlight and the freedom being immune to it gave him. Charlotte sat across from him reading a first edition, while Genevieve was pretending to watch television. Lenora and Genevieve had been difficult to live with, but he had enjoyed their snappy repertoire and was confident that he could keep them both under control. Charlotte and Genevieve, however, were a different matter. The women's hatred of one another festered in such close quarters, and he knew it was only a matter of time before they came to blows. The only thing they had in common was their mutual satisfaction with Drake's apparent renewed interest in the quest. He was also finding it harder and harder to resist Charlotte's advances. She had always had a hold over him, one that he had fought for years to break. Now, confined to her company, his guard was beginning to slip, and she used every opportunity to remind him of how things once were between them.
"We're leaving tomorrow,"
Charlotte announced, not looking up from her book. She had confided in Drake that they were heading for a town called New Haven, and Drake had reacted nonchalantly, while inside his fear flared painfully in his chest. Charlotte had not been lying. She knew the location of the city, and worse, she had an entire vampire army meeting her there.
What is the plan once we get there?
We single out the Guardians one by one.
She smiled lasciviously.
Kill them and take their crystals.
The new Guardians replacing the old would not be able to retrieve the stones. Their lack of training would be no match for the sheer number of vampires that would overrun the town.
All this time.
Drake injected just the right measure of respect into his voice.
All we needed was the city's location.
We needed a guardian,
she replied haughtily.
Who is this guardian you have enthralled?
He asked casually, but Charlotte didn't reply. Instead, she glanced across at Genevieve, who had her hand slung across Drake's lap.
I don't like her touching you.
Genevieve glanced up, confusion etched on her brow.
Did you tell her?
Charlotte continued pleasantly.
Tell me what?
Genevieve asked.
What happened the other night?
Charlotte said. Drake narrowed his eyes as Genevieve stiffened beside him.
Not now, Charlotte.
He suddenly wished Tane was here. Charlotte would never be so bold in front of the wolf.
What happened the other night?
Genevieve's eyes flickered between the two of them.
Let's just say that Drake and I managed to revisit on old times, and it was glorious.
Charlotte stretched, giving a small sigh of content.
You didn't?
Genevieve shook her head. Of course he hadn't, but Charlotte had achieved her aim. She had planted a seed of doubt in Genevieve's mind.
Enough,
Drake thundered, getting to his feet.
Genevieve is my mate. She is the one I have chosen, and you will respect her as such.
Charlotte knew he spoke the truth. The past few days she had watched him carefully and pulled out every stop to seduce him back to her side. She had partially succeeded. She could see it in the way he looked at her. He wanted to return, but Genevieve stood between them, preventing him from fully opening himself up to her. In the instant that Genevieve's lips turned up in a smug, arrogant smile, Charlotte leaped from the sofa, landing on top of her. Genevieve's smile froze as the stake pierced her heart, morphing slowly into a hideous grin of rigor mortis as her body turned gray. Drake gaped down at the horrific scene before him, his mind refusing to believe what had just happened. Genevieve was over 500 years older than Charlotte. It was inconceivable that she could be bested by such a young vampire, but Charlotte had used the element of surprise, fighting dirty, as she always had. It was a vile act of the lowest order. Charlotte had no honor, no scruples, and Genevieve had underestimated Charlotte's low cunning.
There,
Charlotte purred, slipping the stake back inside her skirt and dusting off her hands as though nothing remarkable had happened.
That's much better.
Drake wanted nothing more than to seize her by the throat and rip her heart out, but he forced himself to remain utterly calm, while Charlotte watched his reaction carefully.
The council will not be pleased,
he spat out scathingly.
They will punish you.
Not if they don't find out.
She moved closer to him.
I did what you couldn't. I've seen the way you look at me. I know what you really want.
Her voice was hypnotic, and her eyes swam before him. Drake tried to resist, but his lust overshadowed his anger. Hating himself for it, he pulled her toward him, his mouth hard and unyielding against the softness of her lips. Charlotte groaned and reached for his belt, but the sound of the front door opening jolted them both. When Tane entered the room, he found Drake and Charlotte standing only inches from one another, their chests heaving. Most of Charlotte's hair had come free of its knot, cascading messily over her shoulder. Furious, Tane balled his hands into fists. He was about to challenge Drake when the vampire did something unexpected. Raising his arm, he slapped Charlotte across her cheek, hard enough that she stumbled backward.
You bitch!
Drake roared, and Tane was too shocked to defend his mistress. Charlotte lifted a hand to her face, but Tane was too focused on Drake to notice the satisfied gleam in her eye.
You keep her away from me.
Drake continued, rounding on Tane.
Or so help me, I'll tear her throat out.
Storming past the bemused wolf, he took the stairs 2 at a time.
What was that about?
That!
Charlotte gestured at the gray ash staining the sofa. She was impressed with Drake's quick thinking, but frustrated that Tane had interrupted them.
Is that...
Tane grinned evilly.
It was!
Upstairs, Drake shoved his fist into his mouth, choking down his emotion. He felt eternally grateful that Tane had arrived when he did. Fear trickled down his spine at the hold Charlotte still had over him. He was so absorbed in his own self-loathing that it took a moment for him to realize his phone was vibrating in his back pocket. Recognizing Lenora's number, he lifted it to his ear.
Where are you?
He demanded.
I'm still here in the middle of nowhere. Do you know they don't even have a mall?
I told you to deliver the message and get out of there.
She wants to see you.
I'm not interested. Tell her she needs to focus on defending the city.
Lenora wasn't fooled.
What's happened?
Drake took a shaky breath.
She killed Genevieve.
Oh my God, why?
Why do you think?
Charlotte didn't need a reason to do the revolting things she did. She was simply vicious without conscience.
What did you do?
Nothing.
His voice broke, and he rubbed brutally at his face.
I did nothing.
Good.
Lenora exhaled in relief.
It's imperative she trusts you. I'm sorry about Genevieve, but you can't do anything to change it, and I don't want the same thing to happen to you. You know how evil she is.
He didn't respond.
Drake?
Yeah, I'm here.
Lenora was silent for a long moment.
She's getting to you, isn't she?
He didn't deny it, and she wished she wasn't so far away so she could beat some sense into him.
Drake, listen to me. You cannot let her get to you. You don't want to get caught up in all of this.
I'm already caught up in it, Lenora. I'm right in the eye of this shitstorm.
Can you get here? To New Haven?
As luck would have it, we leave tomorrow. Charlotte's bringing an army up there.
The words were flat, hopeless.
The Guardians won't stand a chance. What can we do?
Tell them to run.
They won't leave the wards unprotected.
Then they will die.
Quinn has asked to meet you. She's bringing another Guardian with her.
Of course she is.
He sounded exhausted.
She needs help, Drake.
She admonished.
What are we doing?
He laughed hollowly.
We're trying to help people who would murder us all. Hundreds of vampires will be in New Haven. If we help the Guardians, we will be responsible for their deaths.
And if we don't, we will be responsible for the death of every remaining supernatural creature left in this world.
She retorted.
And might I remind you that you dragged me into this mess in the first place. I told you to leave well alone. Now pull yourself out of that hole you're digging and get here.
She hung up. Chapter 37. The day of the proposed meeting with Drake dawned, and Quinn went in search of Kellen.
What do you mean you don't want them moved?
He asked, when she informed him of the change in plan. I mean, they need to stay here, for now. Quinn could understand his confusion. They had been planning the relocation of the Chumana hatchlings for weeks, searching for the ideal habitat. And now, on the eve of the day they were to settle them into the basin, Quinn had changed her mind.
Why?
I can't tell you. I'm sorry, Kellen, but you have to trust me.
Are they in danger?
We're all in danger, Quinn replied solemnly, and a look of understanding crossed his face.
Sage?
His daughter's name slipped out involuntarily, and Quinn felt her throat go dry. So many lives were at stake. I will do everything in my power to protect her, she vowed. Isaiah had sent Camille and the twins away yesterday on the pretense of a holiday abroad. If there was a Judas in their midst, it was unlikely that he or she would be concerned about the children, and the further away from Somerfeld they could get, the better. Camille had been nothing short of delighted, but she had hesitated when she learned Monique would be staying behind.
It's a particularly important phase of her training.
Isaiah soothed her fears.
She won't be home much, so I thought you could use a break.
Monique had not questioned the lie, but Quinn had noticed the wary look in her eye as she waved her mother away.
What is going on?
She demanded the second they were gone. There may be trouble coming, Quinn answered honestly. Nobody knows except me and Isaiah. We thought it best if we got your mom and the twins out of here, just as a precaution.
I'm assuming you want me to keep this to myself?
For now.
Does Uncle Tristan know?
No.
What do you think he's going to say when he finds out his children are gone?
Let me deal with that.
Actually,
Isaiah mused when Monique was gone.
I think you should leave it to me to tell Tristan. He'll be less likely to argue.
Are you sure you want to come tonight? She still couldn't believe that Isaiah would be leaving the cathedral.
Yes, I've told only Daniel, although I didn't tell him where we're going. He will be here to watch over things while I'm gone.
Okay, Quinn nodded. I'll meet you here at sundown. The afternoon passed slowly, and Quinn went for a walk to clear her head. She found herself in the field and was surprised to see Rowena picking cornflowers. Her small basket was filled with the delicate blooms.
I use them to make tea,
she explained as Quinn approached her.
I hope you don't mind.
Not at all.
They're good for treating all sorts of things, fever, congestion. Not to mention, they add a gorgeous splash of color.
She smiled shyly. Knock yourself out. It's not as if we don't have enough. Quinn gestured at the abundant field, and Rowena turned to gaze across the sea of blue.
It's more beautiful than I could ever have imagined,
she admitted reverently. How is Balthazar? Quinn asked, noticing how Rowena's face softened at the mention of his name.
He's good. Better now that he's seen Jonas?
She paused, as if considering her words.
I should have known you wouldn't harm him.
Who, Jonas?
Yeah.
She nodded.
He caught me up on everything that happened to him while he was here. Riding unicorns, playing with dragons, dinner at Monique's. It sounds like you gave him a real hard time.
He's not a bad person, Quinn conceded.
Neither is his father.
What happened between the two of you? She had asked before, and Rowena had not offered any information save to say she had betrayed him. But Quinn couldn't figure out how two people who so clearly cared for one another could be so distant.
Our way of life wasn't easy,
Rowena began hesitantly, setting her basket down on the ground.
There was never enough food, never enough gas, never enough anything. I did what I had to do to provide for my family.
She spoke with absolute conviction, and Quinn found she couldn't judge her, even though she had a pretty good idea of what it was Rowena had done. Prostitution was not uncommon amongst the gypsies, but Quinn would never have expected it from this particular gypsy woman. Rowena was more refined than most of her people, and she had an air of haughty pride about her. Quinn could only imagine how difficult it had been for her to lower herself to doing that for money.
When Balthazar found out, he couldn't live with it.
I can see his point. Quinn certainly wouldn't be able to accept it.
You haven't lived our life.
Fair enough. But what about now? I assume you won't be offering those services here? She smiled to show she was only teasing. Maybe you could start again, with a clean slate.
I'd like that.
Rowena's wistful tone made it clear that she didn't believe it was possible. Picking up her laden basket, she turned to leave. Rowena, Quinn called her back. You should make amends. You never know when it might be too late. After Rowena left, Quinn sat alone for a long time as the sun sank lower in the sky. In her mind's eye, she recalled the day, not so long ago, when Isaiah had found her in this very spot and told her that Avery had been killed by wolves. The fact that Caleb had been working with Charlotte was evidence enough that he had most likely been involved in her sister's death, and with that, she had to be content. She couldn't chase a ghost. Avery was gone, and she had ensured that Jack and Ava would be safe. It was time to heed her father's words and embrace her destiny. She would not let Somerfeld fall no matter what price she might have to pay. Chapter 38. When Quinn arrived at the cathedral, Isaiah was wearing his traditional guardian garb, complete with greaves and arm bracers, invoking memories of the night she had killed Caleb. That night had brought her and Isaiah together and bonded them somehow. She trusted him implicitly, and she sensed he felt the same. Of all the guardians, save for Daniel, they were the two who most fiercely championed their cause. Daniel was already there when she arrived, sitting at the council table, his face a mask.
I should be with you.
He spoke to Isaiah directly, and something passed between them that Quinn couldn't understand.
I'll be fine,
Isaiah replied. He had not told Daniel the real reason he was leaving the safety of the cathedral for the first time in over 500 years, and Daniel had not questioned him. They drove in silence until they reached the portal. The instant they crossed through it, Isaiah let out a cry of pain, and Quinn slammed on the brakes. "Isaiah!" she asked frantically as he writhed beside her.
I will be fine,
he hissed through gritted teeth, echoing the same words he had spoken to Daniel.
Just keep going.
Obediently, she continued, casting anxious glances at him every few seconds, and wishing she knew what was going on. Isaiah breathed slowly in and out through his mouth, as if trying to calm himself, and, by the time they had reached the edge of the woods, he seemed to be in control once more.
I'm sorry about that,
he apologized when they rolled to a stop.
It's been a long time since I was out here.
It was not really an explanation, but Quinn didn't press him. She led the way through the woods, her senses on high alert for any sign of danger. They were almost at the clearing when Isaiah doubled over again, clutching his head. Quinn crouched beside him, trying to locate the source of his discomfort, but within minutes he had recovered and stood slowly upright.
I think I'll be okay now,
he murmured, a sheen of sweat glistening on his pale skin. What's wrong with... She stopped suddenly, sensing a vampire nearby.
Quinn,
a deep voice intoned, and she breathed a sigh of relief. I'm here, she called back, moving toward the sound of Drake's voice. Come on. She gestured Isaiah forward. He's right over here. She broke free of the trees and into the clearing, spotting Drake immediately. Her knees went weak at the sight of him, but he wasn't alone.
Lenora.
For just a fraction of a second, Quinn thought she had spoken the name out loud, but then she saw Lenora's eyes widen, and she turned to see a look of complete astonishment on Isaiah's face. It was Isaiah who had spoken Lenora's name, in an exclamation of shock and recognition.
How is this possible?
Isaiah sounded shaken to the core. Lenora didn't look half as composed as usual either. In fact, she looked terrified.
You two know one another?
Drake finally spoke, and the deep timbre of his voice was like music to Quinn's ears. As he stepped forward, Isaiah's body convulsed once more, and Lenora took a step back. Get away from him, she warned, grabbing Drake's sleeve and retreating slowly. Drake stumbled backward, but Lenora only had eyes for Isaiah.
You shouldn't have brought him here, Quinn,
she continued. Isaiah pulled himself together with a massive effort.
I won't hurt you.
Like hell you won't,
Lenora hissed. Quinn looked to Drake for answers, but he was just as confused as she was, until Lenora spoke again.
He's the Slayer.
Quinn felt relief flow through her. Lenora had made a mistake. That was all. She turned to Isaiah, waiting for him to deny it, but he wouldn't meet her gaze. He didn't contradict the accusation, and Quinn realized it must be true. Suddenly, it all made sense. The reason that he never left the cathedral, and why he had such a strong physical reaction to Drake and Lenora's presence. He had sensed them the moment he had left the safety of Cliffdale's enchantments. "No," Quinn whispered. "You can't be." When he didn't answer, she covered the space between them in a few short strides, grabbing his left arm and pushing back his heavy silver wristband. Her eyes fell on the ornate tattoo adorning his wrist. Even in the palest light of the waning moon, there was no mistaking it. It shone red as blood. Finally, the truth was revealed. The reason Isaiah always wore the heavy silver wristband. Why? Despite the overwhelming threat of the growing vampire population, no slayer had emerged. Because one had existed all this time. One who had found sanctuary in the quiet stillness of the cathedral. One who denied his very nature. Isaiah had been the slayer all along.
"We have to go,"
Lenora repeated. Her panic was the catalyst Isaiah needed to snap out of his stupor.
"No,"
he said, his voice stronger.
"I will not harm you."
"You have no control over it,"
Lenora countered.
"It's been 500 years. I have learned to control it."
"How?" Quinn was skeptical, and she too was concerned for the safety of the others. "You've been inside the charms all that time."
"I have lived with my guilt all that time,"
he insisted.
"And regret can be the most powerful of teachers."
His statement made no sense to Quinn, but it halted Lenora in her tracks.
"How is this possible?"
Isaiah continued, his amber eyes never leaving hers. He gazed at her as if he were drinking her in, as if he couldn't tear his eyes away.
"How are you alive, Lenora?"
How do you know one another?" Quinn asked, when Lenora made no attempt to answer the cryptic question. The chemistry crackling between them gave her an inkling, but she couldn't believe it possible.
"I'm sorry."
Isaiah spoke directly to Lenora, ignoring Quinn's question.
"Sorry,"
Lenora scoffed.
"You're sorry? You tried to kill me."
"I did kill you."
Isaiah heaved with emotion. Lenora opened her mouth to retort, but Drake had had about as much as he could take.
"Enough,"
he roared, stepping away from Lenora. As he got closer to Isaiah, Quinn automatically moved between them. Noticing her protective posture, Isaiah's shoulders sagged.
"I give you my word, Quinn."
She searched his face but saw only truth and sincerity reflected in his gaze. "I think you had better start at the beginning." Isaiah took a seat on the soft grass, his body rigid with the tension of keeping his slayer instinct in check. Quinn could only imagine the exceptional self-control he was exerting. The slayer was not bound by conscience and could not rationalize. He was created for only one purpose: to seek and destroy.
"It all happened so long ago,"
Isaiah began.
"when Emily was murdered."
"Daniel's Emily?" Quinn asked, kneeling beside him.
"Yes. We were very close, the three of us, having been through so much together, but none of us was ever closer than Daniel and Emily. They loved each other to the depths of their souls. When Emily was killed, Daniel's grief was almost too much to bear. It threatened to consume him, and I felt his pain as though it were my own. When we discovered that the vampires had taken her crystal, I felt a rage I had never known. And then came the pain."
He mindlessly rubbed at his wrist, recalling the searing agony as his white tattoo had blazed red. Isaiah had been an ordinary guardian before becoming the Slayer, his primary instinct to protect, not to destroy. Becoming the Slayer had turned him into the worst kind of hunter.
"I think I made the choice to take it from him,"
he intoned hollowly, his smooth forehead creased.
"I remember praying that he wouldn't turn, knowing the rage and the pain would never die if it was bound inside of him by the curse."
"It turned him into a monster,"
Lenora whispered, and Quinn remembered that she must have played a role in what had happened.
"I don't deny that,"
Isaiah agreed.
Nobody ever knew that I had fallen in love with a vampire.
He explained, guilt coupled with sorrow.
I tried to fight it at first, but in the end I couldn't. I had to be with her.
Quinn knew instinctively that he was speaking about Lenora.
I knew it was wrong, but I couldn't stay away from her. And so we met in private, and I started to believe I might be able to spend eternity with her. I even convinced myself that one day the other Guardians might accept her.
That's why you turned away from the quest.
Drake breathed, finally understanding why Lenora had given up the search and why she hated it so much. Lenora didn't reply, her eyes fixed on Isaiah. What happened? Quinn prompted, realizing they were both so lost in their memories they had forgotten she and Drake were present.
I underestimated the Slayer curse. That night I did terrible things. I destroyed more vampires than I can remember.
His words invoked Drake's own memories of that night, and his blood curdled as he remembered the terrifying wrath that had rained down upon the village.
I was so angry,
Isaiah continued softly,
and my rage fanned the flames of the Slayer's curse. I was afraid of what I had become, of what I had done, and so I went in search of the one thing I thought would bring me back, would make me the man I was before.
Quinn blinked, sensing where the story was heading.
He found me,
Lenora's voice interjected.
And he drove a stake through my chest. You missed my heart, by the way.
She sneered hatefully.
I guess the Slayer isn't as effective as you all choose to believe.
Her voice was icy and hateful, and Quinn felt a desolate sadness come over her. She didn't need to hear any more. The haunted look on Isaiah's face was all the proof she needed. He couldn't help it, she declared. And then, turning back to Isaiah, so you locked yourself away all these years as a penance.
Am I supposed to feel sorry for him?
Lenora's voice cut across the absolute silence that followed, and Quinn got to her feet. No, I don't expect you to, but I do. Her eyes found Drake's. You have no idea how powerful the Guardian charm is. Drake recognized the message she was trying to convey, and he shook his head in disgust. Turning back to Lenora, Quinn continued. The charm is impossible to fight, and yet he did, for you.
He tried to kill me,
Lenora countered, and Quinn gave a harsh bark of laughter. He's the Slayer, Lenora. If he had really wanted you dead, you wouldn't be here. Somehow he did fight it. He didn't miss. This was the absolute truth, and Quinn suspected that Isaiah was still very much in love with Lenora. No matter how many years he had regretted his actions, his instinct could not be suppressed. He should have killed them both the second he laid eyes on them, and yet, he hadn't. She also didn't judge Isaiah for his relationship with Lenora. How could she, considering how she felt for Drake? As the thought crossed her mind, she glanced over at him and recoiled at the venomous look in his eye. Drake? She began, but he paid her no heed. Turning on his heel, he stormed out of the clearing and plunged into the trees. Drake! He could hear Quinn moving through the woods behind him, but he didn't stop. Isaiah's story had brought back memories he had long tried to suppress with crystal clarity. How could he not have recognized him immediately as the Slayer who had torn through the village that night? And with Isaiah's words, all of Drake's guilt came flooding back. It was not Charlotte's fault she had become the monster she was now. That blame lay with him, for turning her, and with the Guardians who had taken her life. A black rage spread through his chest, blinding him, and he moved more quickly, running from something he could never escape. Quinn sprinted after him, leaping over tree trunks and scratching her arms painfully on low-hanging branches. Twice she stumbled, but she kept going. Drake finally stopped, between two enormous gnarled trees, and Quinn approached him cautiously. "What are you doing?" she gasped, trying to catch her breath.
I've seen him before,
he replied, an underlying tremor in his voice.
The night Charlotte was killed, Isaiah was there.
Okay. She didn't really understand the relevance.
I think you're right in saying that if he wanted Lenora dead, she would be dead. I've seen him in action, and he wouldn't make a mistake.
He was speaking almost to himself, and Quinn sensed that he was trying to make sense of something, but she couldn't quite grasp what it was. "What are you saying?" she asked helplessly.
You said before that a relationship between a vampire and a guardian is impossible. Isn't he proof that that's not true?
There was a note of desperation in his voice, and Quinn realized what he was trying to say. Drake was trying to justify their feelings for each other. No. It was barely more than a whisper. It's exactly the opposite. Isaiah hurt Lenora, despite loving her. Their story is proof that I'm right, that we can never be anything more than what we are right now.
How can you say that?
Because it's true.
Quinn.
He moved suddenly, seizing her by the shoulders.
I need you to tell me how you feel, how you really feel,
he pleaded. Why? Tears welled in her eyes.
Because I hate him for what happened to Charlotte. He didn't kill her, but if he hadn't been there, she wouldn't have been hurt, defending me. And because I don't know if I can bring myself to hurt her again.
His intensity frightened Quinn, but she couldn't move as he continued frantically.
Because I am a vampire, and you are a guardian. And because, God help me, I need you to give me a reason to protect you.
Quinn closed her eyes, her tears finally escaping to trickle slowly down her cheeks. I can't. She heard the sharp intake of breath, and he released her so suddenly that she stumbled, her tears blurring her vision.
We're done.
His cold, clinical detachment burnt her, and his words were absolutely final. Please don't do this, she begged, wishing things could go back to the way they were, but knowing that was impossible.
I can't help you.
I need you.
You need to prepare your people. An army is heading this way. Prepare to defend the city.
Drake, please, she began, but her words fell insignificantly to the ground, unheard. Drake was gone. Quinn found Isaiah alone in the clearing.
He came for her,
he explained, and then,
I guess we're on our own?
Quinn nodded, not trusting herself to speak.
You did the best you could.
Did I? She swallowed down the painful lump in her throat. Brushing away fresh tears, she tried to pull herself together. I'm sorry about Lenora.
Why? She's alive, and for that, I will be forever grateful.
Isaiah, why didn't you tell me?
I was ashamed. Perhaps I believed if I kept it hidden long enough, the curse would fade away.
But it didn't?
No, it never will. But it can be controlled.
How? He laughed then, a bitter, mournful sound that echoed through the trees around him.
Love,
he replied.
As cliched as it may sound, love is the key.
We should get you back. Quinn couldn't resist searching the trees, desperately hoping Drake would reappear and give her a chance to explain herself.
They're gone,
Isaiah murmured apologetically.
I can't sense them anymore.
As they walked back to the car, he spoke again.
Quinn?
His soft voice sounded amplified in the silent night.
I know it's none of my business, but I cannot help feeling that your relationship with Drake is more complicated than you are prepared to let on.
We're just friends. We were anyway.
Were?
She sighed deeply. He wanted more. I told him tonight that that isn't a possibility.
May I ask why?
Quinn gaped at him. You of all people should know. A guardian-vampire relationship is...
Unconventional?
He teased. It's not funny, she reproached.
It's not.
He agreed.
You know, the sacred book tells us that we are protectors of the city, that we defend the wards against those who would harm them.
The vampires, she nodded. I know, which is exactly why I told Drake no.
You're wrong,
Isaiah murmured.
Over time, we have reduced the book to its simplest form to make it easier to interpret, but it specifically says, those who would harm them. Granted, it is the vampires who generally seek to destroy the wards, and the city was created with them in mind. But I do not believe that every vampire is a threat. Not every vampire would harm them.
What exactly are you saying?
I'm saying that nowhere in Elden's scripture does he mention not loving a vampire.
She could understand his reasoning and the motivation behind it. No doubt he had told himself the same thing when he first met Lenora. But Quinn couldn't agree with him. Ina loving Julian is exactly what started this war in the first place. I'm pretty sure Elden wouldn't have wanted his chosen champions to follow in her footsteps.
Everything is open to interpretation. You can take it to mean what you wish. I am simply pointing out that if the reason you rejected Drake tonight was because you believed it to be against the rules, you should know that there is no precise rule dictating that you should stay away from him.
Quinn closed her eyes. Is that how you justified loving Lenora? Because if you honestly didn't think there was anything wrong with it, why would you keep it a secret?
Because, like you, I was scared of what the others would think. I feared I was betraying my own people. But in the end, I had to follow my heart.
And look what happened, Quinn cried. You use Lenora as an example of why I should be with Drake, when I see it only as further proof why I can't be.
It is your decision,
Isaiah said.
But I would be remiss in my duties as your mentor and your friend if I didn't support whatever choice you make.
As much as she appreciated his words, Quinn didn't want to discuss it anymore, and they drove back to Cliffdale in silence. Chapter 39. Sloane eased himself off Charlotte's warm body, his mouth an ugly grimace.
Always a pleasure, my love,
he drawled, pulling up his pants. Charlotte gazed up at him, hiding her true feelings beneath a heavy-lidded look.
We have assembled enough men to conquer the city,
Sloane continued, as Charlotte retrieved her clothes from the floor beside the bed. Sloane, as a senior councilman, had taken up residence in one of the grandest homes in town, and the satin sheets were of the finest quality.
Where are the rest of the council?
They await our summons.
Sloane and Charlotte had been granted the honor of leading the attack on Somerfeld, but Charlotte knew better than to believe that. The balance of the council didn't want to get their hands dirty, or worse, face the Guardians in a fight.
They are cowards,
she spat, straightening her hair in the full-length mirror. She could see the rumpled bedsheets in the reflection behind her, and was thankful that the house Sloane had chosen was far enough from her own that neither Drake nor Tane would find her here. Sloane came to stand beside her, his stubby fingers caressing the hollow of her neck.
That, my love, is treason.
I'm quite sure that contriving to overthrow an absent king is treason,
she reminded him, and his hand tightened around her throat.
Be careful, Charlotte.
His black eyes glittered menacingly in the mirror, holding her own.
There are vampires crawling all over this town. You never know who might be listening.
Well, if they are listening, I trust they will be suitably impressed with your performance,
she praised. Slipping from the house, she darted back towards her own accommodation, letting the shadows mask her from sight. Sloane was a necessary evil, one who would come in handy later, but for now she needed to focus on the war that was coming. Unlike the council, Charlotte didn't shy away from battle. Just as with sex, her appetite couldn't be sated. She craved the bloodlust that consumed her in the heat of the fight. The Guardians wouldn't know what hit them.
Where have you been?
Charlotte demanded when Drake came through the door. She was draped across a one-seater sofa, with the owner of the house they had taken possession of sitting across from her, apparently asleep. Drake noticed the dried blood on his collar. Charlotte was seething, understandably, since Drake had escaped from right under her nose. He had been here when she had left to visit Sloane, on the pretext of discussing the invasion. But upon her return, Drake had been gone.
I went to get you a gift,
he murmured, crossing the room to stand before her.
Which hand?
He added, his hands balled into fists behind his back.
Both!
She demanded petulantly.
You read my mind.
He grinned, baring his fangs as he dropped the 2 crystals into her outstretched hands. Charlotte's eyes opened in wonder as she gazed upon the 2 stones. The larger crystal was amber in color and filled her entire palm. The smaller aquamarine was much prettier and circular in shape, but, despite it being exquisite, Drake preferred the amber, for reasons he couldn't explain.
Where did you...
Charlotte gasped, feeling the power pulsating through the guardian crystals.
It doesn't matter.
Drake cut her off.
They're yours now.
It hadn't taken him long to find the hidden room in Quinn's house in Brookfield. He had kept the crystals hidden since their arrival in New Haven, and had left them behind when he went to see Quinn, knowing she would sense them if he took them near her. Now that Quinn had made her decision, Drake had had to make one of his own. He couldn't play both sides, and fighting Charlotte's hold over him was pointless. He had loved her once, but his obsession with her was fast reigniting, and what was the point in denying it if Quinn didn't want him? Drake was a proud man, and he would not spend his life trailing in the shadow of a woman who refused to acknowledge her own feelings, when there was one who was more than willing to show him how she felt sitting right in front of him. Charlotte finally tore her gaze from the treasures she held to look up at Drake. An intense look passed between them, and Charlotte's full mouth curved up in a predatory smile. Neither heard the front door open.
I assume this means that we only have to find 10 more?
Tane drawled, coming to peer over Drake's shoulder.
9, actually.
Charlotte's hands closed over the stones, blocking them from view.
We have a guardian on our side, remember?
She couldn't believe that Drake had somehow managed to secure not 1, but 2 of the Guardian's crystals. This proved his loyalty to her, as well as making her realize that he was not as weak as she had believed. He was worthy of her affection. They had been skirting around one another for days, mindful of Tane's jealousy, but Charlotte would not deny him any longer. She had the might of the council behind her, and Drake had just proven that he was far more valuable than the werewolf could ever be.
Drake.
Her voice was low and husky as she unfurled herself from the sofa and kissed his open mouth.
I owe you my gratitude. Let me show you just how grateful I am.
What the hell are you doing?
Tane snarled. He and Charlotte were hardly monogamous, but he despised the vampire, and for her to come on to him in front of Tane was the ultimate insult.
Oh!
Charlotte turned to him.
I almost forgot you were still here. Sadly, I no longer require your services. I have no further use for you.
She nodded meaningfully at Drake. Tane did not even have time to defend himself. Drake struck with the speed of a cobra, sinking his fangs into Tane's exposed throat and tearing through the flesh as though it were paper. When it was over, he dropped the lifeless body to the ground. The werewolf's blood intoxicated him, the rush of its power coursing through his veins, heightening his senses, and making him lust for more. Drake growled. A deep, guttural sounded that reverberated in his chest.
I underestimated you,
Charlotte purred, unmoved by the grotesque scene before her. Caleb would be dealt with in a similar fashion when they finally destroyed the city. Charlotte had never intended to keep the werewolves safe. They were simply a means to an end, and now that all the pieces had fallen into place, there was no reason to keep them alive. Instead, she focused on Drake, dark, brooding, and dangerous. Leaning forward, she trailed her tongue along the curve of his collarbone, breathing in the smell of him, her senses igniting. When she reached the hollow of his neck, she slowly extended her fangs and plunged them into his flesh, sucking greedily. Drake knocked her aside, clapping a hand to the puncture wounds, his eyes reflecting his shock.
What the hell are you doing?
He snarled. Vampires didn't feed off one another. It was a vile act of depravity. Charlotte smiled, unrepentant. She did not care for etiquette, and she was bound by no laws. She did as she pleased, without conscience.
Let me show you how good you taste.
She arched up toward him and kissed him deeply, her tongue exploring his mouth and sharing the lingering sweetness of his own blood. Drake slowly relaxed under her expert touch, and he didn't protest when she took his hand and led him up the stairs to the main bedroom, leaving the owner of the house unconscious where he sat. Chapter 40.
How was he?
Daniel asked Quinn the second they came through the great doors.
I was fine.
Isaiah replied wryly, smiling at his oldest friend.
Although Quinn did discover my secret.
It's no secret.
Daniel remarked.
Simply something you choose not to divulge.
Quinn was amazed that Daniel supported Isaiah's decision to remain within the enchantments and deny his slayer instincts. Daniel was a hunter, after all, and the slayer would be a great asset to his team. Quinn mused that she had underestimated Daniel's compassion, just as she had underestimated Isaiah's capacity for violence. It seemed there was more balance within the guardianship than she had ever known.
You want to tell me what this evening was all about?
Daniel asked.
We have bad news,
Isaiah replied, taking a seat at the table. He looked exhausted. The evening had taken a toll on him, physically. Daniel sat beside him and Quinn moved around to sit opposite them.
How many?
Were Daniel's first words when Isaiah told him an attack was imminent.
An army is coming.
And how do you know this?
Quinn opened her mouth to speak, but Isaiah beat her to it.
Lenora told me.
Lenora?
Daniel's eyes bugged, and Quinn gave a start of surprise. Isaiah had said that he never told anyone of his love for Lenora. You know her? Quinn asked.
Yes.
Daniel explained.
She was a Guardian sympathizer over 500 years ago. She fed us information regarding the quest, until one day she simply disappeared. We assumed she had been caught and executed.
He turned back to Isaiah questioningly, and Quinn realized that while he knew of her, Daniel had no idea of the true nature of Lenora and Isaiah's relationship.
She's not dead.
Isaiah's own astonishment at the fact was apparent, and Daniel accepted it.
If Lenora is the source, we have to assume that the threat is legitimate,
he stated. Hold on a minute, Quinn interrupted furiously. Why have we never been told of all this Guardian-Vampire alliance? We have been taught that they are the enemy, that they are monsters who can't be trusted. Now you're telling me that you trust this vampire's word without hesitation? Isaiah understood her question far better than Daniel.
There are good vampires among them,
he replied gently.
But they are few and far between, and even the good ones are still cruel at heart. Their allegiance could shift at any time. It was simply safer to assume the worst of them.
Which is exactly what she had done, Quinn thought despairingly. She had assumed the worst of Drake, and it had pushed him away. Isaiah saw the regret in her eyes and came to a decision.
There is another sympathizer with Lenora.
He addressed Daniel.
He has befriended Quinn, and I think he could be of great use to us.
No. Quinn shook her head. He won't help us now. I pushed him too far. There was no point blaming them for her own actions. We're on our own. She no longer needed Isaiah to speak for her, so she continued, her voice growing stronger. It works both ways, she announced suddenly. Vampires help us, but now a guardian is helping them. There is a traitor amongst us, she told Daniel. A guardian is working with them.
That's impossible.
Daniel's outraged cry echoed through the hall.
It's true,
Isaiah confirmed.
Or at least we have to assume that it is. There is no other way they could have found the city. Ever since Avery's death, I have suspected something terrible was coming. And now it seems I was right.
Who is it?
Daniel asked.
Who has betrayed us?
We have no idea, save for the fact that the traitor is not at this table.
Quinn couldn't bear the helpless feeling that had come over her, and desperate for action, she got to her feet, pacing the great hall. "We have to find the Hawkstone," she announced, the sudden change of subject startling them from their musings. "If they do attack and we fail, it will be the only chance we have to restore order."
That's true.
Isaiah agreed.
But as I've told you before, I have no idea where it is.
There must be something in the book. Some clue we've missed. King Eldon would have wanted us to find it.
I have read every passage of the book 100 times. It says only that the child will retrieve the Hawkstone, but mentions nothing of its actual location. I believe that the stone will reveal itself if the city falls.
How?
I have no idea. Possibly a charm, or some sort of magic, similar to our tattoos.
Quinn mulled this over. Guardians were only branded at the time of their predecessor's death. What if Eldon had used a similar magic when he had hidden the Hawkstone? If that was true, they had no hope of finding it. Not until it allowed them to do so. So, basically you're saying we'll only find it when all hell breaks loose?
I'm not saying anything. This is merely my personal opinion.
I'm inclined to agree.
Daniel said.
Which means searching for it would be futile, and a waste of what precious time we may have left. I suggest we turn our attention to what we do best, protecting the city. I will instruct the hunters that no one is to leave town, not until this threat is contained.
How will we contain an army of vampires? Quinn snapped, exasperated. Daniel turned to Isaiah.
Is there any way we can move the wards out? Get them to safety?
He asked.
No. Man's realm is the last resort. The wards will be exposed and far more vulnerable if we take them outside of the enchantments. Besides, there are too many of them. How could we possibly protect them and keep them all together? The vampires will only find them that much quicker.
If they do get through our defenses, Quinn forced herself to ask, what will happen? Both Isaiah and Daniel considered this. It was a strategic question.
The enchantments serve only to conceal.
Isaiah spoke slowly and deliberately.
If vampires were to enter Summerfeld, the charms would be broken, exposing the city. It would be visible to every single living creature that roams this earth, mankind included.
Quinn sat forward in her chair. But Summerfeld isn't part of man's realm.
It exists on Earth,
he corrected.
We are standing in the city's center right now. We just cannot see it, or feel it. Just as when we are inside Summerfeld, we can no longer see this cathedral, or man's realm.
Moving toward the altar, he placed a hand on its stone surface.
Think of the gateway as a locked door, and we are the key. If the door is destroyed, what lies beyond it is no longer safe.
They won't get through the gateway. We will die before we let that happen.
Therein lies the beauty of Eldon's magic. We are the gateway, and they cannot pass through us unless...
Unless what?
Unless your friend was right,
Daniel interjected.
It only takes one guardian to unlock this door.
In the silence that followed, Quinn brought the subject back to the matter at hand.
So, if they do manage to expose the city, what then?
Isaiah turned to Daniel, who was more inclined to strategic thinking. He remained silent for some time, focusing his attention on the most logical sequence of events. Eventually, he lifted his head and raised his eyes to the enormous statue of King Eldon as though looking for guidance.
They'll target the Fae first, then the werewolves, unicorns, griffins, firebirds. Their habitats are easily accessible, and they stick together, which makes them a softer target. Sadly, Zal will also not put up much of a fight. As the last of the trolls, his loss, while tragic, is the least significant. He has no mate, and his species is destined to die out eventually.
Quinn felt a heart-wrenching sadness at the thought of the last remaining troll's death, but she pushed her emotion aside to listen as Daniel continued.
The giants are harder to kill, given their thick skin. They are immune to vampire bites, and their incredible strength will make it difficult for the vampires to kill them. Their limited mental capacity also counts in their favor. They never actually sided with the Fae during the Blood War. The vampires may well leave them alone for this reason, rather than risk trying to attack them. The dwarves are craftier, and will probably be able to hide for an extended period.
Isaiah glanced up at the windows lining the vast apse, which depicted the surviving 10 species, as if he were ticking them off a list.
The merfolk will be safe, at least for a while. The water will protect them, and they have the underground caves.
What about the dragons? Quinn asked after the one species he had not yet mentioned.
The dragons served the Fae directly during the war. They will be targeted, but they're harder to kill and harder to reach. Their habitat and their ability to fly could save their lives.
And their fire? Will it kill a vampire? This question moved back into the area of the wards, and Isaiah answered, knowing them best.
Only if breathed directly at one. A fully focused fire attack will burn a vampire to ash, but lesser burns will only incapacitate, not kill.
It's better than nothing,
Daniel murmured. Quinn could see why the Fae had used the dragons in the Blood War. They were a natural weapon. The only problem was that the dragons needed a few moments to recharge after a fire breath, and those moments could be the difference between life and death. She was especially worried about the Chumana hatchlings, who could neither fly nor breathe fire. Quinn didn't want to consider what would happen if every creature within the city finally succumbed to the vampire's vengeance, but she forced herself to ask the tough question. What will happen if all the wards are destroyed?
The Guardians will cease to exist.
Isaiah replied simply.
We were created to protect the wards, and if there are no wards left, the Guardian charm will be broken. We will become human again and will live and die as all men do.
Quinn's heart constricted at the words, not because she feared an ordinary life, but because that life would come at such a high price.
We need to find the traitor,
Daniel announced suddenly.
Whoever it is will know that we are on to them soon enough, and we need to be one step ahead. Do you have any idea who it might be?
He asked Isaiah.
I'm not sure,
Isaiah admitted, casting a wary glance at Quinn.
But we have learned that the werewolf Caleb was planted inside the city. His allegiance lay with the vampires.
Daniel's look of understanding sent a shock of pain through Quinn. And it was my father who found him, she intoned hollowly.
We cannot assume the worst of Braddon,
Isaiah murmured.
He may well be a pawn in someone else's game.
My father may be many things, but he's no fool.
We'll need to do some digging before we can be sure.
Daniel pressed on.
In the meantime, what do we do about the wards?
We need to warn them,
Isaiah answered.
The humanoids,
he added, referring to the Fae, werewolves, and merfolk, all of whom could understand and communicate.
I do not want to cause a panic, but forewarned is forearmed, and they need to be prepared for the worst.
Okay, Quinn agreed, getting to her feet. She was grateful to have something to do that would occupy her mind.
Tomorrow,
Isaiah said, as she turned toward the altar.
It's late, and they need their rest. It could be the last decent night's sleep any one of us gets for a while. We'll tell them tomorrow.
Chapter 41. Early the following morning, Daniel sent Blair to relieve Isaiah so that he could join Quinn in warning the city's inhabitants. Quinn wasn't sure what Daniel was up to, but she was confident he was taking preventative measures of his own. They had agreed that they would ask the wards to keep their warning a secret from the other Guardians, knowing that, despite the outrageousness of this request, they would comply. To Quinn's dismay, Tristan caught up with her and Isaiah just as they reached Kellen and Freya's.
"I've been looking everywhere for you,"
he muttered, casting a curious glance at Isaiah.
"I'll give you a minute,"
Isaiah told them as Kellen opened the door. Quinn nodded. "I'll meet you inside."
"What's going on?"
Tristan pleaded as they moved away from the house, coming to stand in the riot of color that was Kellen's front garden. "Nothing."
"You're lying."
He looked pained.
"Something is going on. Isaiah had Jack and Ava moved out of the city."
His desperation fueled Quinn's guilt at keeping his own children from him. Tristan, however, noticed her lack of surprise upon hearing that the twins were no longer inside Somerfeld.
"You know why, don't you?"
He gasped disbelievingly.
"Quinn, you have to tell me what's going on. I have a right to know."
"You do," she agreed, "but I can't tell you anything. Not yet, anyway."
"I want to help you. Please, let me help you."
She gazed into his blue eyes that were filled with concern, and her heart broke for him. She was keeping so many secrets: Avery's death, the Guardian betrayal, the attack that was coming. Secrets that were, like poison, festering inside her and making her doubt everything and everyone she had ever been sure of. Tristan saw the sorrow in her eyes and reacted instinctively. He grabbed her face, roughly.
"Don't do this. Please, don't pull away from me. I love you."
Cupping her face in his hands, he brought his mouth down on hers. All the old fire between them ignited, the chemistry between them crackling off them like fire. Quinn's mouth opened automatically, and she lost herself for a moment in the heat of their embrace. Tristan's strong hands held her face with infinite tenderness, making her feel loved and protected. And then reality reasserted itself. She was drawn to him, as she always had been, and her attraction was genuine. But Quinn didn't feel consumed by Tristan, as she did by Drake. It was ironic that, only in the arms of another man, could she finally see the truth and realize how she truly felt about Drake. She had been a fool to think she could deny it, to believe that she could manipulate her own heart. Pulling away, she took Tristan's hands in her own and lowered them from her face. "I can't do this," she murmured. "I'm sorry, Tristan, but I have to go."
"No."
His warm breath on her face and the desolate look in his eyes was torture. He had lost Avery, and now he was losing her. Resolutely, Quinn turned away and into Kellen's house. As she closed the door, the last sight she had was of Tristan standing alone, his hands hanging empty at his sides, and his face contorted with the pain of losing her.
"Quinn?"
Isaiah came to stand beside her. She had not moved, standing with her hand still clutching the door handle and her head bowed.
"Are you all right?"
"No," she admitted. Her chest was tightening, and she was acutely aware that Tristan had not moved, even though she could no longer see him. The sound of the baby crying was what finally roused her. Lifting her head, she turned to find Kellen and Isaiah watching her apprehensively. Freya's eyes, however, were filled with kindness and compassion. She held baby Sage in her arms, and the sight of the child reminded Quinn why they were here. "I'm fine," she insisted. "Let's get on with it." Freya hugged Sage more tightly as Isaiah explained what was coming.
"Eldon, have mercy on us,"
she murmured, tears pricking her eyelids. She was not concerned with her own safety, but with that of her child.
"We should make a run for it before they get here."
"It may already be too late for that," Quinn murmured.
Besides, there is nowhere as safe as Somerfeld,
Kellen added. But Quinn saw a burning question in his eyes. He was hoping that the Guardians would correct him, that perhaps there was a sanctuary waiting for them all, but neither Quinn nor Isaiah could grant his wish. There was nowhere to run. "We will not let them through the gateway," Quinn promised. Without a guardian to let them through, the vampires would only get as far as the cathedral.
"We will not ask you to die for us,"
Kellen said.
You don't need to.
Isaiah smiled sadly.
That's kind of the point of our existence.
Every loyal guardian would die before allowing a vampire into the city. It was their most sacred vow.
"We can help,"
Kellen offered.
"This was a Fey war to begin with. The least we can do is fight alongside you."
Isaiah smiled sadly.
That was when the Fae had their magic. Without it, you cannot possibly stand against the vampire's strength, even with your bows.
He added, as Kellen opened his mouth to speak.
We appreciate your offer, but to involve you would only make matters worse. The Guardians need to be focused, and having members of the Fae join the fray would only distract us. The vampires would use you as leverage in a heartbeat.
So long as we do not allow them through, you'll be safe, Quinn added. If we fail, more Guardians will come. She didn't add that, in the event of the vampires defeating 11 trained Guardians, it was unlikely that any new recruits would be able to stand against them. The truth was that if they failed, all hope was lost.
"Untrained Guardians, you mean?"
Kellen saw straight through her words. They all knew that if the Guardians here fell, it would be over.
I ask that you warn your people.
Isaiah changed the subject.
But do not speak of this to anyone, particularly the other Guardians. Only Quinn, Daniel, and myself.
"Do you want to tell me the reason I shouldn't trust the others?"
Kellen knew that they were keeping something from him.
I think you already know the answer to that question.
It was as good as an admission, and Kellen's eyes widened in horror.
Please,
Isaiah continued.
Trust us.
Kellen nodded, too overwhelmed to speak, and Quinn gave Freya and Sage a quick, reassuring hug before they departed to carry their message to the wolves. Channon and Rafe were not so easily persuaded to stay out of harm's way.
"We will not stand by and do nothing,"
Channon snarled.
"The pack can help."
Quinn noticed once again the alpha pride that radiated from her. Rafe nodded his agreement. Even in human form, the wolves were incredibly strong and were natural fighters. Of all the wards, only the wolves and the dragons would be useful in combat. Quinn could tell immediately that Channon would not take no for an answer, so instead, she offered a compromise. "If things go awry, I will send someone back into the city to fetch you," she promised. "And of course, if the fight does enter Somerfeld, there is not much we can do to stop you." Isaiah said nothing, but she could tell by the set of his jaw that he didn't like it. Channon held her gaze, trying to establish if she was lying, but Quinn didn't flinch. She meant what she said. If she thought that the wolves could help, she would do just about anything to protect the city, even if it meant putting them in danger. "Rather we lose one species than 10, she told Isaiah as they waited for the unicorns that would carry them to Lake Avalon.
I didn't say anything.
You didn't have to. I can tell what you're thinking, and yet you didn't argue back there.
Because you're right.
He turned to look at her.
You make the tough calls, the decisions that I don't have the nerve to make. I told you once that you will do great things. I believe I am witnessing those things now, when we need you the most.
Embarrassed, Quinn looked away, just as Sheehan and Atana burst from the trees. Quinn recalled that these same 2 mares had carried her and Kellen to Dragon's Peak to save the Chumana egg cluster. That was when Jack and Ava's safety was the only thing she had been worried about. It seemed like a lifetime ago.
Quinn! Isaiah!
Quinn faltered as her father's voice carried to them. He was moving towards them, an unreadable expression on his face.
Braddon!
Isaiah called out in polite greeting. Quinn could barely bring herself to look at him.
Where are you headed?
Braddon asked, gazing up at them.
We're just doing a routine check of the herd,
Isaiah replied easily.
May I join you?
No. Quinn's answer rang out, and Braden's head jerked up at the sound. I mean, there's no point, really, Quinn continued awkwardly. We won't be long, and we're already mounted. This time there was no denying it. Braden searched her face, holding her gaze for longer than was necessary.
Is everything okay, Quinn?
He asked. Fine, she smiled. I'm just tired.
I went by to see Jack and Ava earlier.
Braden let the sentence hang between them.
Camille wanted to see her family.
Isaiah interjected smoothly.
I allowed it, and I thought it might be traumatic for the twins to be separated from her after everything they've been through already.
And you didn't feel I should know?
Braden was skirting the line between accusation and forced politeness. He told me, Quinn snapped. I was their custodian for 2 years, and I said it was all right. Braden didn't say anything for a long moment, but eventually he stepped back.
Okay, well, I'll see you later. There is something I'd like to discuss with you,
he added, glancing meaningfully at Quinn. They had only just entered the woods when Isaiah opened his mouth to speak. Don't, Quinn warned. I don't want to talk about it. Reaching the lake, the familiar mist blanketed them in its icy embrace, and Quinn shivered in her inadequate tank top. At least her legs were warm, encased in black cargo pants and her most comfortable black boots. She was morbidly curious to see how Isaiah would summon the merfolk, and she felt oddly deflated when he simply stood at the water's edge, doing nothing. She came to stand beside him, scanning the smooth surface of the lake. Aren't you going to call them? She whispered after a few more minutes of silence.
There's no need.
He smiled.
They already know we're here.
He indicated a spot a few yards out, where Quinn noticed a small ripple forming. It became larger and larger until a crown of golden hair broke the surface. Taking in the onyx black eyes, Quinn recognized the merman who had saved her life when she was still a girl, and she and Avery had ventured too close to the dragon's den. She had been terrified then, a young girl who had disobeyed her father's rule. Now she stood before the merman as a powerful guardian, unnerved by the cold glint in his eyes. Isaiah greeted the merman, calling him by a name that Quinn couldn't pronounce.
What is your message, Guardian?
The merman asked, and Quinn got the distinct impression that he felt them to be beneath him. It was strange when all the other wards treated the Guardians with reverence, or at the very least, respect.
War is coming,
Isaiah replied simply.
The vampires have discovered the city's location.
The merman's black eyes showed no emotion.
Thank you for the warning.
He started to retreat below the surface, and Quinn stepped forward. What will you do? She called.
We will retreat to the caves.
He eyed her meditatively.
You have grown into a beautiful woman, daughter of Braden.
Quinn was startled. She had not thought he would recognize her. My name is Quinn, and... Thank you, she added graciously. But I don't think you realize the danger you are in.
My people have lived in these waters for almost 2,000 years. I expect we will continue to do so for centuries more.
2,000? She asked, but he had already dived beneath the surface. The Blood War had taken place a little over 1,000 years ago, and the city had been created shortly after. Quinn wondered if the merfolk had any concept of time. Sensing her confusion, Isaiah explained.
Eldon could not move merfolk into the city. They would perish out of water, so instead, he created Somerfeld around them. This particular clan has been here since the beginning of time.
This clan?
Yes. The Avalon clan was the largest in existence when Eldon created Somerfeld.
As he spoke, it struck her that there was still so much she didn't know. But then, if there was more than one clan and it's so difficult for the vampires to reach the merfolk under the water, does that mean that there are still others outside of Somerfeld? In the realm of man?
Oh, I am absolutely certain there are. But we would never find them. And even if we did, We couldn't possibly move them, so our concern is for this clan only.
Quinn was beginning to feel as though she had learned more in the past few days than she had in her 300 years of being a guardian. But if merfolk remain, even if the city falls, surely the guardian charm cannot be broken.
Sadly, I don't think that is the case. The charm exists to protect the wards in need of protection. The merfolk outside of the city have never relied on us for their survival, and we couldn't help them even if we wanted to. It is the same with any other wards that are outside of the city. Caleb is proof that there are those who remain in the realm of man, but I think the charm binds us only to the inhabitants of the city.
So basically put, when the last ward of Summerfeld falls, so do we?
In a nutshell.
He replied grimly.
But we're not going to let that happen.
They had had a busy day. Seeking out and warning the wards and their journey to Lake Avalon had taken more time than they expected. As they trotted back to the cornflower field, Quinn was acutely aware of the darkening horizon when something else occurred to her. There is still one group we haven't considered, she pointed out as they dismounted. The gypsies. As much as she distrusted them, the gypsies needed to be warned about the danger coming.
Yes, I had thought of that,
Isaiah replied.
But as far as they are concerned, there is only one logical solution.
Quinn nodded grimly. It was something she had sworn she would never do. We have to let them out. Exhausted, she followed Isaiah to Camille's house, where Jonas and the others had taken up lodging with Monique since Camille's departure. The absence of Jack and Ava made it seem empty and lifeless. Quinn took Balthazar aside, not wanting to alarm the others. Chapter 42. While Quinn was warning the Summerfeld wards, Drake had a different contingent to deal with. The surge of vampires into New Haven was mind-boggling. They arrived in droves, under the cover of night, reporting immediately to the house he was sharing with Charlotte. The owner invited each one inside, at Charlotte's command, which was the only reason she was keeping him alive. As spokesperson for the council, Charlotte greeted each new vampire arrival personally, before instructing them to keep their presence a secret. Lenora raised an eyebrow at this, given that the sheer number would be impossible to hide, but Drake ignored her. Charlotte had not been thrilled by Lenora's sudden reappearance, but she tolerated her because Lenora was an old and powerful vampire, and because she claimed she wanted to be a part of the uprising. She was also shrewd enough to realize that harming Lenora so soon after Genevieve's demise might cause Drake to snap. Charlotte was more attracted to him than she would ever have believed. He was the first man since her rebirth who excited her, and the first person she was afraid of, which only fueled her lust. Meanwhile, unbeknown to her, Lenora was trying desperately to break the hold that Charlotte had over Drake. Cornering him in a quiet part of the house while Charlotte busied herself with the latest arrivals, Lenora tried once more to get through to him. It terrified her that he seemed to have completely given himself over to Charlotte, obeying her every instruction and hanging on her every word. He was a completely different person. She cursed Quinn, and whatever it was she had said to him in the woods that night that had pushed him over the edge. Charlotte was a predator, and it had taken only one moment of weakness for her to sink her claws into Drake, twisting him around her finger until he was barely recognizable. Lenora had never known him to be so cruel, or so cold.
"She's evil,"
Lenora insisted, for what felt like the 100th time.
"Why are you helping her?"
Drake picked up his glass and swirled the amber liquid inside before lifting it to his lips.
I had to make a choice. I will not be party to the slaughter of hundreds of our own.
If you really believed that, you would tell her that the Guardians know she's coming,
she pointed out.
And risk my own life?
He laughed without mirth.
Or do you have a better explanation for how they know? Besides, you should be proud of me. I have given the Guardians a fighting chance. It's more than they deserve.
Hell hath no fury like a vampire scorned,
Lenora drawled.
I can't believe you would give Quinn up just because she wounded your damned male pride.
He leapt to his feet, knocking over his glass as he did, and seized her shoulders, his hands biting painfully into her soft flesh.
Lenora!
He snarled, his green eyes icy with rage.
I have known you for a very long time, and you have earned my respect. But I swear on my grave, if you mention that name one more time, I will end you.
Why?
She challenged.
Because you know I'm right? Because you know you've made a terrible mistake? You love her, Drake.
Love her?
He sneered.
I barely know her. She could never compare to what I have with Charlotte.
All you have with Charlotte is a lifetime of pain and suffering. How can you forget everything she put you through so easily?
I was weak when she needed me to be strong. I failed her once. I will not make the same mistake again.
She doesn't care about you.
Shows how little you know.
This isn't you. You think Charlotte cares for you because she's good in the sack? It doesn't work like that, and you know it. She's always had this hold over you, but it's not love. It's not real.
Like what you had with Isaiah.
He taunted.
All this time I thought you were noble, to steer clear of the quest, but you're not. You're a coward. Staying out of the action because you were pining for an old lover who didn't want you anymore, who would rather you were dead than spend one more minute with you. You can't fool me, Lenora. The only reason you want to stop this invasion is to protect your beloved Isaiah. But you need to face the fact that he will fall, just as they all will.
Lenora refused to rise.
I want to stop this invasion because it's the right thing to do, and deep down you know it. I only hope that you realize it in time, because you won't come back from this. What you felt for Quinn, that's real. You think losing Charlotte was bad? If Quinn dies because of you, you will never forgive yourself.
The mention of Quinn's name was the final straw, and he pushed her away in disgust.
I want you gone,
he ordered.
Now, get out of town, or I will tell Charlotte that you are not who you claim to be.
Lenora shook her head in disgust.
Fine,
she hissed, realizing that nothing she could say would make any difference.
Watching you self-destruct is not something I want to witness anyway, but don't come looking for comfort when this is over and you realize you've made the biggest mistake of your life.
As she fled the room, she passed Charlotte, who had come looking for Drake.
What was that about?
Charlotte asked, her brow furrowed. She longed for a reason to execute Lenora, and it was only the fear of Drake's wrath that kept her in check. If they had had a falling out, that no longer applied.
Nothing.
Drake bared his fangs.
What is it?
His foul temper did nothing to diminish her euphoria, and Charlotte leaned against the doorframe, looking absurdly pleased with herself.
It's time,
she replied simply.
Everyone is here. We're attacking the city. Tonight.
A small frown crossed his face.
I thought we were going to ambush individual guardians and secure their crystals.
We have 2. All thanks to you,
she added smugly.
And there is no more time. My source informs me that the Guardians may suspect something.
Your source?
He moved toward her, gazing down at the ample swell of her breasts.
Don't you think it's time you told me who this Guardian is?
Why, are you jealous?
She taunted.
You should know me better than that,
he replied arrogantly.
But I think I have earned your confidence.
You have,
she smiled sweetly.
Bringing me the crystals proves it. But it doesn't matter who my source is. It only matters that we are finally going to annihilate them all.
An erotic thrill washed over her.
Tonight, Somerfeld will be destroyed, along with every living creature within it. Tonight, we feast on guardian blood.
Her excitement overwhelmed her, and she clutched at him, not caring that the door stood open or that the others would hear. She needed a release, and Drake willingly obliged. He had her back, finally, and he lost himself in her sweet, cloying scent, and the warmth of her embrace. When it was over, he led her downstairs and out into the night. In a twist of irony, Charlotte gathered the vampire army in the gypsy clearing, spilling out into the woods surrounding it. The Guardians wouldn't stand a chance against the veritable army the Council had sent, and Drake's blood thundered in his head as he listened to Charlotte instructing them. He was doing this all for her, but as her words rained down on him, he started to believe them. These were his people. He was one of them, and this was exactly where he belonged. The war would end, tonight, and it would be over. Charlotte would be satisfied, and they would all be safe. And then, it would be just the two of them, with an eternity to spend together without fear of attack. Just as he had forbidden Lenora to mention her name, he pushed all thought of Quinn to the very darkest recess of his mind. He hoped she might survive the attack, but even if she didn't, what did it matter? They were enemies after all, and all that mattered now was Charlotte. Chapter 43.
We could help,
Balthazar insisted when Quinn broke the news. He sounded just like Kellen and Shannon. No, you honestly couldn't, Quinn insisted. But I appreciate the offer. The three of you need to get out of here as soon as you can. I will escort you through the gateway myself. Pack only what you absolutely... She trailed off at the sight of Piper, who was sprinting down the cobbled street toward them. Piper was a calm and gentle soul, but the look on her face turned Quinn's blood to ice in her veins. They were too late. Leaving Balthazar in mid-sentence, she raced toward her friend. Her fears were confirmed the second Piper opened her mouth.
Daniel sent me,
she panted, clutching her chest.
He's in the cathedral, with Blair. He said to tell you they're coming.
She didn't need to explain anymore. Quinn knew who they were. The vampires were coming. Everything seemed to happen in slow motion after that. Screaming for Isaiah, Quinn watched as he emerged from the house, his face rigid. As their eyes met, Quinn nodded and Isaiah leapt off the porch, his feet pounding the flagstone beneath him. "Piper, the city is under attack!" Quinn roared at her terrified friend, who didn't seem to grasp what was going on. "Fetch the Guardians, all of them!" Not waiting for a response, she tore after Isaiah. The cathedral was deceptively quiet. Quinn rushed immediately to one of the massive windows, but she saw no sign of anything untoward. "I don't see anything," she whispered.
Quinn.
Daniel cleared his throat behind her and she whirled around to see him standing near the altar. He wasn't alone. Blair stood a few feet from him, glaring at the woman on his other side. Even in the dim light, Lenora was instantly recognizable.
They are coming,
Daniel assured Quinn.
Lenora came to warn us.
Quinn's eyes immediately sought Isaiah's, but his wise face showed no expression as he gazed at Lenora, nor did he make any move towards her.
"I overheard Charlotte telling Drake as I was leaving,"
Lenora explained, casting an apologetic look at Quinn at the mention of his name. "Drake is with her?" Quinn could hear the tremor in her own voice.
"Yes, I'm sorry, Quinn. I tried to stop him, but he's too angry. Charlotte preys on his dark side. I did warn you this would happen,"
she added meaningfully.
Drake is your friend?
Daniel asked.
The one you mentioned?
He was, Quinn replied. Obviously not anymore. She didn't let on how much this hurt, or how badly his defection affected her, and she was saved from having to say anything else by the en masse arrival of the other Guardians.
"What's going on?"
Braddon demanded, striding toward them. The others fanned out behind him, and Quinn met Tristan's eye over his shoulder.
The vampires have found us.
Daniel answered Braddon's question.
They will be here soon. We need to arm ourselves with whatever we can carry and prepare to defend the city.
Quinn watched them all carefully, looking for any sign that might reveal the traitor, but she saw only genuine astonishment etched on every face.
What is she doing here?
Liam broke the silence that followed, and all eyes turned to Lenora, who had emerged from the shadows below the statue of King Eldon. Daniel held up a hand as Liam and Garrett moved forward as one, their instinct demanding Lenora's blood. Isaiah emitted a low growl and moved between her and the hunters.
This vampire has helped us at great personal cost and will not be harmed,
said Daniel.
Take a good look at her face and remember it. She is on our side.
Daniel sent Blair, Liam, and Garrett through the back of the cathedral to gather weapons while he spoke to the others, issuing instructions and answering questions as quickly as possible. Isaiah had disappeared, but he returned quickly, and Quinn noticed with a start of surprise that he was holding the sacred book.
What is it?
Daniel called, noticing the thoughtful expression on Isaiah's face as he carried it back to them.
We have to destroy it,
Isaiah replied, and a collective gasp rippled through them.
We cannot let it fall into their hands.
His words were a poignant reminder that they might not make it through this night, that the vampires might very well take control of the cathedral. But if we destroy it all, of Eldon's teachings will be lost, Quinn murmured.
This book was transcribed from the original scrolls written by Eldon,
Isaiah explained, not able to meet Quinn's eyes.
The scrolls still exist, locked inside of the blood temple with Wintier.
Nobody spoke, processing this new information. Original scrolls? Quinn asked eventually, her anger rising. Why weren't we told?
There is no time to explain now,
Isaiah apologized.
But each of us has studied this book,
his voice growing in strength and conviction as he held it up for them all to see.
We know its teachings, and we can pass them on to our predecessors.
Burn it.
Piper's usually gentle voice was hard and unyielding.
I'd rather see it burn than fall into the hands of those monsters.
Quinn watched with mixed emotions as they all stepped back, letting Isaiah pass. He walked directly to the fireplace beside the council table and, without another word, tossed the ancient leather-bound tome into the flames. Turning away from the terrible sight, Quinn moved back to the window, staring out into the still night. The scrolls, she murmured as Isaiah came to stand behind her.
Quinn, I am asking you to let it go for now. I know you have questions, and I will be happy to answer them if we survive this night. For now, I need you to be at your best.
Shaking off the anger she felt, Quinn nodded. Don't you think it's time we told them? They deserve to know one of our own might betray us, particularly since we are probably all going to die tonight.
It will only cause a panic. We cannot work as a team without trust. The one who betrayed us will reveal him or herself, and then the truth will out.
Who is it? Quinn turned to face him. Who do you suspect? Isaiah opened his mouth to reply, but at that moment Daniel called for everyone's attention. The hunters had returned, laden with weapons, which they dumped unceremoniously on the council table.
Gather around,
Daniel instructed.
I want each of you to take a crossbow, a couple of stakes, and as many bottles of Cliffdale water as you can manage.
He paused as they all started grabbing items off the table. Quinn slotted 4 bottles of water into her cargo pockets and slid a silver stake into each boot. Lifting her crossbow, she checked the sight and then lowered it to her side. Isaiah hadn't reached for anything on the table. Instead, he moved back toward the fireplace, where the smoking remains of the sacred book still burned. Raising his hand, he pressed it against a tiny fissure in the stone, and to Quinn's astonishment, a thin hollow appeared. Everyone had stopped to watch as Isaiah withdrew a silver sword with a dazzling golden hilt from the recess. The sword seemed to vibrate in his hands as though it had a life of its own. All eyes traveled upward, to the statue behind him. There was no mistaking the sword. It was the same one that Eldon wielded in the stone monument. One by one, the Guardians realized the truth. Isaiah, the Slayer, was no longer in hiding. Daniel gave them a moment to process this fact, waiting for the flood of questions. Instead, there was absolute silence, and satisfied, Daniel started to speak.
We all know how these things fight. They are strong and they are fast, but more importantly, they show no mercy. I suggest you do the same. Aim for the heart and do not hesitate. Above all, we do not allow them through the gateway.
A murmur of assent rose through the ranks. Daniel glanced over the 10 faces staring back at him, a collective grim resolve, and he lowered his voice.
You are all exceptional guardians, even you, little one.
His eyes fell on Monique, who was standing tall and determined.
I am proud to fight beside you.
Isaiah used the opportunity while the others were distracted to step closer to Lenora.
You should go,
he murmured, so softly that only she could hear.
Before they get here, there's still time.
Lenora nodded. She had no intention of getting caught up in this war. She had only come to deliver the message because it was the right thing to do. In turn, Isaiah didn't want her anywhere near the fighting, but his desire to have her out of harm's way wasn't entirely altruistic. Lenora was blissfully unaware of the agony he was enduring being so close to her. The enchantments prevented him from sensing vampires and kept the Slayer at bay, but Lenora was within the charm's protection, and it took everything in him not to attack her where she stood.
For what it's worth, I hope you make it.
Lenora turned to leave.
It's worth a lot.
He smiled sadly, but before she could reply, Piper's frantic cry came from the window beside the cathedral doors.
They're coming!
Quinn shot forward to see for herself, as did every other guardian in the room. A lone vampire stood on the crest of the hill, within Cliffdale's boundaries. Even from this distance, under the pale light of the moon, Quinn could see by her silhouette that the vampire was a woman, slight of frame, with heavy dark tresses falling over one shoulder.
Charlotte,
Lenora said, confirming Quinn's suspicions. As they watched, more figures emerged, appearing out of thin air as they crossed the portal into Cliffdale. Piper whimpered as their numbers grew, and Quinn felt her own stomach turn.
Remember,
Daniel spoke with the same assurance he had earlier.
We cannot let them through, no matter what.
Quinn made a decision. I'm not waiting for them to get in here, she hissed, striding past the others and yanking open the cathedral doors. She walked with purpose, pushing all of her fear and doubt into the deepest part of her. Silently, the other guardians fanned out beside her, with Daniel on her left and Isaiah on her right. They came to a halt and Quinn lifted her crossbow, watching the army stream down toward them in a solid black mass. End of Book 2. The story continues in The Hope of Hawkstone, Book 3 in the Guardians of Summerfeld series.